Good morning. This is the last day of BlueTech Week. People are still trickling in, which is wonderful. I hope you've all gotten some coffee or tea and some breakfast. We have a wonderful program today. I'm really excited about it. The track that will be in this room is going to be the Sustainable Commercial Shipping track. Have some fantastic topics to talk about, as well as some pretty compelling speakers as well. We're very fortunate to have them here. I feel lucky that they are here, and I look forward to the content. That's in this room. In the breakout room, we're going to have advanced water technologies, which in Southern California is of particular importance. And this is an area of the world that has some of the most advanced water technologies companies in one small area. And we also have some amazing speakers in this particular panel, or this track. What I think makes this track interesting as well is that for the 5th and 6th panels of the day, there will be two topics in particular that are more roundtable strategy discussion oriented. So it's not so much where people are presenting and then you have people listening. You actually have people presenting and then eliciting responses and active engagement from the crowd to see what we can do in these two particular topics that can advance water technologies in this particular part of the world as well. The goal is to bolster San Diego's reputation and standing in the world as one of the key places in the world for water technologies. So that's going to be in the breakout room after the plenary and session ends, and then the break after the plenary is over. So that's the programming for the day. Before I introduce our keynote speaker, I just want to thank our sponsors. I mean, it's not up here up on the board, but you'll see it during the breaks. They have been not just sponsors, but actually very, very helpful in many ways to put this year's BlueTech Week on, either with helping with speakers, financing, just being, the goodwill that has been shown is very, very impressive, and I feel lucky to have them as sponsors and partners. So without further ado, I'm going to bring on our keynote speaker. I'm going to get the name right. We just say Harsh, right? For people who know him, it's Harsh, so you can say it just Harsh, but the full name is Nagaraja Harshdeep, and he is with the World Bank. He is the lead environmental specialist and global lead for disruptive technology. And earlier this year, we were so fortunate enough to be able to write a report for the World Bank, TMA BlueTech, that is actually meant to be distributed to island nations, smaller nations, to help them understand what is the blue economy. We don't need to go into all of the depths of what it is, but just on a surface level, what does it mean? And how can you use it to build your own blue economies and blue jobs and sustainable technologies that really advance your own countries in a field that is growing and has all the potential in the world just because of the critical water and water issues that we face increasingly as we move forward. So I'd like to introduce Harsh for the keynote. Thank you, Harsh.
Thanks, Matt, and it's a pleasure to be here again. I was in earlier versions of the BlueTech Week as well, and it's always been a learning experience in terms of meeting people on many different disciplines working on the interface of technology and the blue economy. So what I'll try to do today is to do a really challenging effort, which is to talk a little bit about the blue economy, technology, and sustainable development, all of which are hard to define, each of those three terms. And this is something where I'll also give a flavor of the types of things that we're doing at the bank. And we've been fortunate to also partner with TMA on some of this work as well going ahead. So first, on the sustainable development, I think we all know that people are trying to make sense of what this fuzzy concept means and to try and see if we can get some idea about the goals that we are all aiming towards. But on the blue economy, the idea is within the sustainable development context, it's not just related to something like goal 6 on water, or something on looking at life below water, or other aspects here. But it really is something that goes across a lot of these different sustainability objectives that we have. And especially if we look at a map of the world, not just in a typical land-based systems, but looking at the EEZs and so on for the world, we'll see that there's a lot of areas that countries have under their jurisdiction that are reasonable, not really well planned or well thought of in terms of how they could contribute towards the national development goals that they all have. And so that's one of the big thrusts in the part of the bank where I sit, which is the environment, natural resources, and the blue economy global practice, as it's called there. And what we are trying to do there, and also working with other practices like water and so on, to try and see how we can help the developing world to get a flavor of some of the things that you've been probably discussing here for the last few days as well, in terms of how technology can be brought to bear in terms of helping manage these systems better. And we all have a bunch of different things that seem to be going well, and we look at how the blue economy is contributing to the world economic, environmental, and social goals that we have, from the point of view of why it's important, because a lot of people live near the coast, because there's a lot of these, it could provide a lot of energy, it could provide what you're going to be discussing today, a lot of sustainable transport opportunities. Almost all the goods are go via sea one way or the other when it's traded and so on. And also the fact that it's the 7th or 8th, depending on who you ask, largest economy of the world, if you look at it just at at the overall level. And also it could play a major role on the climate mitigation and adaptation side of things. But there's many challenges as well in terms of on fisheries, on when a lot of these plastics end up in the ocean, when there's the climate change happening, which could affect a lot of coral reefs, ecotourism, other aspects, and so on, and also from sea level rise itself. So a lot of these need to be explored from the point of view of how technologies could be brought to bear to help manage some of these issues. In the blue economy, one of the ways we've tried to pigeonhole this into a few boxes, because it's very hard when people have 20 types of blue economy sectors that are out there, is at the bank we've been trying to see if we could group them into 4 big areas. One is on the whole fisheries and aquaculture side, both natural fisheries and aquaculture. And in the blue, I think we follow what the TMA also advises always, is not just look at the marine and coastal areas, but also inland waters, large lakes, other things as well. And the second aspect is on marine pollution when it comes to chemical, biological pollution, when it comes to plastics, a whole range of these issues here that are getting more and more important. And also on seascape management, which could be anything to do with looking at some of the climate-related aspects, sea level rise, and a lot of the coastal storms and so on, but also looking at opportunities like blue carbon and a whole range of these coastal marine spatial planning efforts that a lot of countries are into nowadays. And the last is the oceanic sectors, which includes a lot on transport, energy, food systems, and others, which you could look at in the larger context, pharma, a whole range of things, which could really become a backbone of a lot of development globally. So at the bank, we have a blue economy part of our work focuses a lot on all of these very interrelated areas, because it's very hard to work on one part of it and not the other part. So we've been trying to explore what is it that we can help with from the side of, in parts of the bank are working with the public sector, part of the bank are working like IFC are working with the private sector, and so on. So with a lot of the lending that we do, which tends to be around something like around $100 to $200 billion every year, what kind of support can be provided on these types of elements, right, that come in. And we've had a lot of partners that we are working with as well in this effort. So now on the disruptive tech side also, there's many different ways of trying to describe it. But given that we can only usually keep 3 to 5 things in our head, we've tried to group them into 3 big categories. One is technologies that are there from the point of view of disrupting the data value chain, where you're looking at new ways to collect data from sensors or from Earth observation or from apps and people and so on, and how do you process them using machine learning, what we were just discussing with Michael on edge computing, all of these kind of things at the source itself, or using better geospatial tools, AI machine learning and so on, so that you can get a lot of these information going up the data value chain from data to information to knowledge to supporting decisions, both on planning and on operations. The second is in terms of making things in new ways. So this is, for example, trying to do everything from 3D printed aspects to looking at robotics, automation, a lot of what you'll be discussing later today as well. And also new technologies from the point of view of new energy technologies, materials, other things that we're looking at. And the third type of disruption is new ways to get stakeholders to discuss with each other and finding ways in which people can explore how to interact on global platforms of different types. So there's a lot of these things when it comes to using platforms for mobile money or the Uberization of the world and so on, which can be leveraged as part of the work that is doing, because we are increasingly into a global interconnected village. So how do we make sure that we can help leverage a lot of these technologies overall for sustainable development, but on the blue economy in particular? So moving up the data value chain, if you just look at a couple of examples of that, what's really changed in the world today is what we used to do before, which is to computerize lots of things, because unfortunately in the parts of the world where we work, a lot of the data is still managed in ways in which it looks like the only digestion of that data is by termites and not people. So how do you go from that to something which is a bit more leveraging newer technologies and also to get data using new types of sensors, which now are becoming cheaper and more inexpensive, and ways of which we've been piloting a lot on the land aspects, for example, in cleaning up the Ganges River, for example, in India and so on. But how do we start leveraging these for the coastal areas and water areas as well? And other things such as how do we get communities better involved with these kinds of tools, so it doesn't just remain at some creamy layer of the government, but everybody can start using a lot of these tools to get a better sense of what their environment looks like. And to start also leveraging new ways to do surveys online, trying to get, say, potential COVID recovery investment, kind of a universe of possible investments and so on. And, and also looking at Earth observation, which really is the one thing that has changed dramatically over the last few years in terms of higher and higher resolution, more and more repeat frequency, more accuracy and so on, to explore aspects of climate, aspects of water resources, hydrology and land cover and so on, which has completely changed the way in which we can do a lot of work. And now augmented more and more with drones, as you will see in the, undoubtedly in the rest of today. So how do you take from the data value chain aspects new ways of collecting data from the bottom-up type sources, the top-down type sources, saving data from termites and adding it to different modeling tools, so that a lot of these disruptive tech buzzwords can actually be used to help people either to access a lot of this information from whatever device that they're looking at, or in physical settings in terms of operational control rooms and so on. And so some of these, for example, in places like Bangladesh, just to explore, to get a sense of what's been happening. So to leverage for any particular area how the chars, which are the islands in the stream that they have, how those have been moving in the last 4 or 5 years, right? Just by looking at annual erosion patterns that happen in these systems from high resolution and even free high resolution satellite imagery, because 10 meters is pretty good for these kind of systems. Or even exploring a lot of what's becoming increasingly free data sets from the climate point of view, where you're looking at just monitoring weather using satellites and other sources, and where you can get data on all kinds of aspects that affect the blue economy in these areas. Or to see also, what can be done in terms of trying to explore data that's associated with either temperature in the oceans, or color, or to look at chlorophyll or other types of elements, which can give you a good sense of water quality. So there's lots of group on Earth observation efforts which have been undergoing on these aspects, which we also part of. And the one thing that's changed a lot is the use of a lot of these kinds of new tools on the drone side. And this is where to get not just even with optical sensors, high resolution data that could be used especially for coastal areas for looking at flooding, sea level rise implications, and so on, but also being able to leverage this to do cloud analytics so that anybody can start visualizing areas which are above a certain elevation, below a certain elevation, without any special equipment or purposes. But you can also have these so that anybody, anywhere in teams, global teams, can start accessing more and more of these types of tools to look at lengths and areas and cross sections and other things. So a lot of these now are starting to get e-packaged, as we call it, for example, in work that we're doing in Tanzania, working with communities to look at their beaches, which are important from an eco-tourism point of view, to do drone surveys and on-ground surveys and link them up so that you can say, before cleanup, after cleanup for any of the beaches that they've had in their systems, what kind of trash accumulates, to do brand analysis, to do all kinds of detailed data analytics, which then become ways in which you can show how drones are not there just to do pretty pictures, but you can start leveraging a lot of these to start estimating trash, to estimating types of trash, and so on, and bring in the power of machine learning and other aspects as part of this. So what's changed a lot is visualization of a lot of the data has completely changed. A lot of the analytics has completely changed over the years, and more using machine learning and AI for everything that relates to data. So at the bank also we have, for example, a little team we call our KIDS team, Knowledge, Information and Data Services Help Desk, which works and helps our projects around the world leverage more and more of these new types of technologies for a lot of the work that they are doing, and help a lot of the blue economy related institutions modernize, where new ways to collect and use data and use it for actual work that they are doing. So within each of those 4 areas as well, there's a range of different things, from looking at IUUs and looking at a lot of the new drones and so on that could be possible, on the marine pollution aspects, taking both a marine angle, but also remembering that they all a result of catchment management as well. So to look upstream at the land and marine interactions in there, and using new kinds of ways of using technology also for seascape management, even as a last resort, 3D printed coral reefs to serve as a base for polyps, or to look at sea level rise scenarios and so on, or blue carbon aspects, or what we've seen here in previous years, like a lot of the Nemo's Garden type stuff in the oceanic sectors, a lot of the transport related aspects that you'll be discussing today, and biotechnology and so on. So within each of these types of blue economy aspects, there's many different types of disruptive tech and how it could be used. You'll all, I'm sure, get the presentations, so I won't go into details of these aspects. So we've been trying to see how to improve awareness of these, because a lot of this is there more in the developed world than it is in many of the clients which we work with. So we've been trying to organize outreach and trainings, including one earlier this year in, I think, June, when we had the pleasure of TMA BlueTech as well participating in these systems. And we've tried to, with their help, also make an interactive ebook. So you'll have have these links as well. Please do check them out. We've tried to showcase what are these technologies, how are they being used around the world, what are the kinds of options that there are. And this is where we'd like to request you for any more information, because we want to keep these as live resources, not just to visualize within each of these chapters, which we are looking at blue economy overall, technology overall, and then blue tech, how the technology is used in the blue economy, but also putting in a lot of videos and interactive maps, graphs, and other links along the way. And being able to also start leveraging this information into some of the annexes that we've helped pull together as well. And this is where there's annexes to do with data, annexes to do with knowledge, and annexes to do with video recordings of these blue tech webinars and so on that we've been pulling together. So please do check this out. And the data one looks like this. You can even see this in different languages and see what it looks like in terms of open data on the blue economy side of things. And this is where we'd really like to hear from you, any other data sets that you would like to showcase that could be useful for many of the clients that we are working with around the world. And also, something where, and this is where you can try different languages and see these. But there's also a knowledge explorer, which is even easier, where you're looking at articles, reports, media articles, videos, websites, and so on a range of blue economy topics, which we'd like to feature on publicly accessible full text versions of reports and so on that are out there, so that everyone can have a lot of these at their fingertips. And we've been also helping a lot of our other pro-blue colleagues on a lot of these activities as well. Yesterday in the COP27 as well, there was a presentation which featured in Africa region. We've made blue economy the focus for climate solutions. And there's some really nice links here you can explore, and some videos and others. So please do check these out, because they go into technology as one of the areas in which you can help on the data information side of things. But there's also a lot of activities on Pro-Blue, which Norwegian colleagues and others have been financing as well. And they've been doing some really excellent work around the world, not just on technology, but other aspects as well, which would be really useful to explore as part of this. So last slide, in terms of looking ahead, I guess the whole idea is to see if we can all help improve the awareness in our part of the world where we work of the potential for the blue economy. Hopefully, the next few versions of the Blue Tech Week will have a lot of people from other countries who can join as well, who then can also benefit from a lot of the work that you're doing, and to help share ideas and needs and so on from different parts of the world. And for that, explore how innovative use of technology can be done, and to build capacity through kind of more international versions of these clusters and others that you've been working on, to try and see what could be done. And especially in terms of partnerships, because it really does take a global village to get any of these off the ground. So how do you help do a lot of activities, which we usually classify into the 3 I's: information, institutions, and investments. So how do you get these off the ground to help create an enabling environment everywhere in the world, so that they can benefit from a lot of the use of technology for the blue economy? So we're happy to work with all of you, and look forward to working with you all in the future. Thanks.
Okay, so I've said this before, but how I first got involved with TMA was as a member in 2019, and the first thing I did as a member was to go to BlueTech Week 2019. And I got hooked because you got to see presentations like that. You just go, whoa, this is actually happening. There is hope for the planet indeed, because we've actually got real-world solutions happening right now by real-world institutions who have a real-world focus on bringing them to fruition in many different ways. And so that's just one example of all of the work that's being done. So thank you, Harsh, for just the great job you're doing. Really appreciate you and your efforts. I want to bring up our plenary panel now. And I have to put this on my photo just because I'm not going to get the titles right because they're a little bit longer. But the plenary discussion is the role of governments promoting sustainable development goals. And we're going to have the moderator of this particular plenary session is Traylon Bradley, goes by Trey. He is the Deputy Director of Sustainable Freight and Supply Chain Management with the California Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development, otherwise known as GoBiz. I can also, if it's okay, Trey, I can also just say who the other panelists are going to be, and then you can talk about them as well or give an overview of what they're involved in. Gry Robba Henriksen is from the, as a General Consul of the Norwegian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. They were kind enough last night to put on the reception, of which we are still grateful today. And then we have Megan Heidman, who is the Climate and Environmental Technology Team Lead at the U.S. Department of Commerce. So I would like to invite those three folks up on the stage today.
On? Hello, can everyone hear me? Great, I think I can hear an echo, so we're good. Good morning, everyone, how are you? Very opportune time to be talking about this subject, and I actually love the piece in that last about data. We've been thinking a lot about that at the state government lately. We're about to roll out $30 million in funds to our 5 containerized ports to provide data visibility to reduce emissions here in California. But I think that jumps right into kind of what we're going to be talking about here in this panel, which is what is the role that government plays in promoting sustainable development goals and also working to implement them. So I think the next piece about execution is really important and timely at this time. Just a little bit of background, you know, my name is Trey Bradley. I'm the Deputy Director of Sustainable Freight and Supply Chain Development. Work across California, our 12 ports, including here with the Port of San Diego, in helping them implement a lot of funds that we are investing in supply chain. We're making the largest investment as a state of California in supply chain that we ever have, just given the crisis, but also the need to transition the supply chain to a cleaner future. And I don't think there's any folks here from maybe neighboring states, but just to give you a perspective on how much we are investing just alone in zero-emission vehicle technologies over the next 3 years, north of $11 billion, which is more than the entire budgets of some nearby states. Just to give you just the scope of how much we are putting into the climate transition, it is a lot of funds just because we realize we have huge goals. Yesterday at the California Air Resources Board, they released some of our plans for 2045. Which we have to, meet in reducing emissions. And then, we also have different goals like every new vehicle to be a zero-emission vehicle in 2035 and others. So I think that's just kind of something that we're doing a little bit on the California side, but I really want to hear from the panelists here because I know that there's a lot going on, especially with research across the board on the Norwegian side, and then also at the ITA with working with businesses across the nation. So I'm actually going to start off with Gry and talk about maybe a little bit about what you're working on and mentioning with ocean research and green shipping corridors and the likes.
Thank you, and thanks for having me here. I've really enjoyed attending this conference so far. I learned a lot from the presentations yesterday and the conversation. So thanks for putting that up, Matt and Michael and everyone else. So I represent Norway in California, and we work a lot on sustainable development goals. And it's a good place to be to work on finding good technology to help solve our global challenges. But I'm going to focus on the ocean here. The ocean plays an essential and too often an unrecognized role in our lives. Norway is a relatively small country, but we're a big ocean state in terms of our maritime industries, our ocean research, and our rich maritime history. And that is why the Norwegian government has taken on a particular role in promoting healthy ocean management globally. This is about Sustainable Development Goal 14, life below water, but it's also about many of the other SDGs, such as SDG 2, food security, SDG 12, zero hunger, SDG 13, climate action, etc. And this year is called the Super Year of the Ocean due to all the many conferences and processes addressing ocean-related issues. And we've seen several important breakthroughs this year, such as the decision to, at the UN Environmental Assembly, to launch negotiations for a global treaty against plastic pollution, and the temporary decision at the WTO Ministerial Conference to curb fisheries subsidies. We also hope that they will be able to conclude the BBNJ negotiations in the beginning of next year, delivering important targets under SDG 14. And this also demonstrates an increasing consensus about the dire environmental status of the ocean and the need to protect it better, and not least how we can use the ocean more sustainably. And because we're currently facing double challenge, on the one hand, saving the world's marine ecosystems, on the other, increasing the ocean's productivity. And you could say it's even a triple challenge because considering climate change and our need to accelerate the green transition. A sustainable ocean economy is crucial to forge a sustainable development of the planet. Let me mention a few but significant examples. First, ocean-based climate solutions such as offshore wind, green shipping, and blue carbon can contribute significantly to taking emissions down to zero by 2050. Second, sustainable fisheries and aquaculture can deliver safe and nutritious food of crucial importance for global food security and with less of a climate footprint. And third, coastal and ocean-based tourism can produce services that help restore and protect the ocean while delivering jobs and prosperity. So we need to secure the coexistence of different uses of the ocean without sacrificing itself. Existing industries need to develop in a sustainable manner, and we need to create a foundation for new and emerging industries, not only on a national level, but also on a regional and global level. And that is why Norway and Palau took the initiative to co-chair the high-level panel for a sustainable ocean economy. The Ocean Panel, now comprising 17 heads of government, including the US and most of the sort of important ocean states, has a bold ocean agenda. The panel members commit themselves to sustainably manage 100% of national waters by 2025. And we encourage all other ocean states to do the same by 2030. And we also encourage investment in international science cooperation. Therefore, the decade of ocean science is very timely. Knowledge is the key to finding solutions to the threats of ocean health. And so I think that your introduction this morning, it was very, very important. And we need to implement these solutions through working together on a common platform to manage and protect the oceans better. The private sector has a vital responsibility to contribute to a sustainable ocean economy. In fact, reaching our goals is not possible without the active contribution from the industry. The panel yesterday morning discussed how governments can best support industry in this endeavor, and Norway is a committed partner with our industry. The Norwegian government has ambitious goals for offshore wind. We recently launched a major offshore wind initiative with a target to open areas for production that will generate 30 gigawatts by 2040. That's equivalent, more or less equivalent to what we're producing in total right now. And it's also quite similar to the California goal of producing or generating 25 gigawatts by 2045. And a large part of the Norwegian sea areas is only suitable for floating technology due to the sea depth, and this is another similarity we have with California. So floating offshore wind is an immature technology, and technology development and cost reductions are necessary to achieve competitiveness. And as a nation, we have extensive experience with developing large industrial projects at sea and energy production on land. The world's first floating turbine Hywind demo was installed in 2009. Building on this experience, we're now supporting Equinor and its partners in developing Hywind Tampen. And this is, as of today, the largest floating wind farm under development with a system capacity of 88 megawatts. And it will provide electricity to the oil and gas fields on the Norwegian continental shelf. And actually, the first turbine was set in motion this Sunday. Norway holds a leading position in transitioning the maritime transport sector to low and zero emission propulsion. Several policy instruments are in place to make our maritime transport sector greener, including taxing emissions on CO2 and NOx, and supporting research and development through loans and grants. And Norway is also planning to set requirements for low and zero emission in segments such as car ferries, high-speed passenger vessels, vessels in aquaculture and offshore. And the number of electric-powered ferries in Norway is growing, and it's currently representing 42% of all our ferries in domestic traffic. And we will scale up our actions at home as well as globally. So, a couple of words on maritime security. In light of the dramatically changed security policy situation in Europe, and not least the leaks from the gas pipelines in the Baltic Sea, our awareness of maritime security has increased. There is close cooperation between various maritime authorities in the region, including in the field of preparedness against acute pollution and maritime safety. And I'm sure that strengthening the information sharing across national borders as a basis for better maritime situational overview and preparedness will be on the agenda in the time to come. Private initiatives have an important role to play in the development of emerging technologies and in the application of science and technology for the oceans in the global public interest. I will stop there and look forward to the discussion. Thank you.
You said a few things. First of all, offshore wind, we have to deploy a lot of that in California. We're in very early stages. I don't know if anyone has been talking a lot about offshore wind lately, but for example, we are having a deep water port study going on for $1 million in San Luis Obispo. We have 45 million, and we've been actually working very closely with private companies on the Norwegian side, especially up in Humboldt area with like Nordic aqua farms and aquaculture and offshore wind deployment. I mean, it's really an opportune time across the space. I also mentioned maritime security. I've been thinking a lot about that lately. Our ports here in California faced the largest cyber attacks this last year, all predominantly coming from Russia in that area of the world, but just a cluster of them, especially over the summer, was very daunting. You're cross-cutting a lot of different areas, but I'm thinking like offshore wind, I really need to get my first offshore wind turbine up in California, so I can say the same as you just said on Sunday. So being to maybe turn it over here, just talk about the ITA and the goals that you all have and then what you're working on with businesses on the climate front.
Yeah, thanks so much. So good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Thanks to Matt and the TMA team for putting this together. My name is Megan Hindman. I work with the International Trade Administration, or ITA, with the U.S. Department of Commerce. And my particular role is working with our Office of Energy and Environmental Industries. So I work closely with companies working in the field of environmental technologies and climate and supporting U.S. exports and U.S. competitiveness in those sectors. And of course, there's a lot of overlap with the BlueTech economy. So it's been really great to be part of the events this week and see all of the innovations that companies are advancing in this field and seeing how we at ITA can help support those efforts. So for those of you who may not be familiar already with ITA, we are a trade agency. We promote U.S. exports and support U.S. companies and American workers. We provide a whole range of export assistance services to do that, from trade counseling to market intelligence. We host a lot of different kinds of trade events, trade shows, trade missions. We bring foreign delegations here to the United States to meet with U.S. companies and gain exposure to U.S. technologies and solutions. So there are a lot of ways that U.S. companies can be plugged into our efforts. In terms of the topic of today's discussion, where does ITA fit in when it comes to sustainable development and climate? I'll say a few points on that. We feel very strongly that international trade is a positive force for economic development. I think that's no surprise there. But we also feel it's very important for sustainable economic development as well. It's really hard to envision some of our trading partners being able to develop in a sustainable manner without having access to the innovations and the technologies, many of which we've seen here this week, that can help mitigate some of the negative environmental and climate impacts of rapid economic growth and rapid industrialization. So it's really at that sweet spot where I feel that we can have a big impact. We're very positive in the role that U.S. companies can play in that space as well, as we roll out innovations here in the U.S. and drive down costs. We're really excited about the opportunities to increase access to these technologies abroad as well, and to many of our foreign partners who really have a need for them. So, I'll go ahead and make maybe give a few examples here of how ITA is specifically working in the climate and sustainable development space, and then happy to go into more detail in our discussion. One key activity that we've been rolling out over the past year and a half is our U.S. clean tech export competitiveness strategy. So I'm sorry, I know that's a mouthful. This is a strategy that we announced about a year and a half ago. We're in the process of developing this strategy. What we want to do is chart a path to enhance U.S. export competitiveness in clean technologies. And that's a fairly broad category that covers a lot of technologies and solutions in the climate mitigation space. And I see a real role for blue economy solutions as well to fit in there. So that strategy is still under development. We hope to, we've engaged in extensive outreach and stakeholder sessions with industry over the past year and a half to inform our strategy, and we hope to have some good news on that soon as we roll that out in the coming months. But in the meantime, we are looking at ways to align our efforts at ITA, our trade promotion efforts, with climate and clean tech objectives. So I mentioned, that we host a lot of different kinds of trade programs, trade shows, delegations, trade missions. So we're really ramping up our efforts to integrate climate and clean tech considerations in these programs. I think one great example that some of you may be familiar with is the Discover Global Markets event that we held in Rhode Island a few months ago, focused on the blue economy. I've talked with several companies over this week who were able to participate in that event. We had over 300 industry stakeholders, as well as foreign delegates and buyer delegations from over 20 markets abroad, attending that event and talking about potential business opportunities. We're very happy to have heard this week of a few export successes that have already resulted from that event. So that's exactly the type of activity that we that we're supporting at ITA, and that we look forward to ramping up going forward, to support both our climate and clean tech efforts and blue tech exporters as well. The other brief example that I'll give is all of the great work that we've been doing with the TMA BlueTech team to specifically support small and medium-sized businesses in the blue tech sector. So our partnership with TMA BlueTech is a long-standing partnership going back to 2016 through our what's called our Market Development Cooperator Program, MDCP. Apologies, we like our acronyms with the federal government. So through our MDCP program, we've been working with TMA BlueTech to organize joint activities and underwrite the costs for small and medium-sized businesses to participate in international trade shows and other types of activities to gain awareness of export markets abroad and where there are opportunities for to export their goods and services. And so we've had a lot of great successes from that program. We estimate we've facilitated over 26 million in U.S. exports in blue tech solutions, which is great. And I'm very happy to announce that just as of a few months ago, we've renewed our partnership with TMA BlueTech through this program. And so over the next 3 years, we'll be looking at rolling out additional activities in support of blue tech companies. So just wanted to put that plug out there for any companies in the room that might be interested in getting involved. Please stay tuned. We hope to have more news in that in the coming months. So I'll go ahead and stop there and look forward to the discussion.
Great, thank you. I just want to say I completely agree on the elevating small and medium-sized businesses for export capacity. I know we have like the STEP program in California, and being able to get that access, especially in an emerging space like this, emerging industry. Small and medium businesses face so many challenges in trying to elevate themselves into the global market. I applaud the work. I think it's absolutely critical at this time. And so I guess to bring it back to a little bit about our panel and how we are promoting sustainable development goals from a government perspective, I want to ask you, I know that we have COP27 right now, and there's a lot going on in the green shipping space. Maybe you can speak to how governments can work together to promote an agenda for sustainable use of the oceans, and maybe give an example that's fairly recent, I think, for us.
Yeah, thank you. So yeah, during COP27, I think last week, there was an initiative by Norway and US jointly called the Green Shipping Challenge. It was launched by climate envoy John Kerry and Norwegian Prime Minister Jonas Gahr Støre. And the idea is to give a signal that we need to speed up the transition to green shipping. And it's adding on to the IMO negotiations to set more ambitious goals for emission reduction in maritime transport. And so Norway has national and international ambitions in trying to be part of that speeding up electrification and more green fuels such as ammonium. So that was last week. I think doing that jointly, on the international stage and setting the stage at COP27 to also set a spotlight on the ocean management and oceans. It's an important step.
Very timely, considering that industry just had probably the highest amount of demand I believe that they have ever had. If anyone, folks here in the shipping industry, it was a very good couple of years from an economic perspective and on the books. So as I say in California, we're investing the largest amount in supply chain. If there's anyone from the maritime industry, I know it's a very great couple of years. We would love to match our funds with your private dollars to make the transition to the clean economy for shipping as well. But it's a very timely point and decision to be made, just because the intersection of international shipping is just so, it's so cross-cutting between different governments. It takes really concerted effort to work with those companies to really set the stage. Megan, I wanted to talk a little bit about maybe kind of what are, how, I think kind of talked about some of the programs with, for exporting and interfacing with ITA and kind of from a climate perspective. But maybe, what are some other ways that kind of maybe businesses Maybe they're international or you know, for folks in the room who are tied to businesses, how can they get more involved in U.S. government climate initiatives?
Yeah, sure, thanks. That's a great question. So, you know, I talked a bit about the services that we provide for U.S. exporters here, and certainly that would be one part of my answer is, again, you know, we, believe that U.S. companies really can be part of the solution when it comes to, you know, enhancing sustainable development goals and, you know, climate goals abroad. And so taking advantage, you know, if your company is interested in looking at export markets abroad, you know, being in touch with us and, you know, taking advantage of our trade counseling services, our business matchmaking services, some of the programs that we put on, that's a real great way to start along that path and make the connections that are needed. I know there's a number of you know, foreign companies in the room too. We do work with foreign companies as well. An important piece of the work that we do is on the inward investment promotion side. So working with foreign investors and those interested in supporting you know, the U.S. clean tech economy, helping to facilitate those opportunities. So you know, and we're very much focused on building out clean technology supply chains in the U.S. And so I think foreign investment has an important role to play there. I did touch a bit on my remarks about, you know, the importance of the private sector taking a leading role in these efforts, and so that's something I think I would hit on a bit more as well. You know, there's a lot of great announcements that have been coming out of COP27 and previous climate conferences. I think the green shipping challenge that Gry mentioned is one perfect example of that. You know, there's also there was you know, a contact on one of the previous panels yesterday, I believe, who talked about the First Movers Coalition. That's a great opportunity for companies that want to help move the needle on climate ambitions and help to green, you know, their supply chains and send a signal to the market that, you know, we really need to clean up, especially some of these heavy industry sectors that are hard to, you know, hard to abate in terms of emissions. So steel, aluminum, chemicals. So that's I think a great opportunity for companies to take a leading role. And then one last thing I would you know, note is that as, you know, U.S. government, we really rely on our industry partners to be engaged and to offer us feedback and input on how we can you know, best shape our programs and our policies to support your efforts. You know, especially here at the Department of Commerce, you know, we have a number of, just to give an example of federal advisory committees, trade advisory committees, where U.S. companies can have a role in informing U.S. government policy and making sure that the programs that we're rolling out meet your, you know, your objectives, you know, facilitate opportunities for U.S. companies, that we're focused on the right challenges that you're facing. You know, there is a big trade policy component of the work that we do at ITA, so working with foreign government partners and you know, helping to remove barriers to trade in clean technologies and other sectors as well. So it's very critical to have that input from U.S. industry to make sure that we're focusing on the right priorities. And one actually quick plug I would make for my colleagues at NOAA, I think this is a perfect example of where we need industry input. One of the panelists yesterday talked about the climate ocean strategy that they currently have out for on the Federal Register for companies to and other stakeholders to provide input. So I think that's you know, taking advantage of these opportunities when they come up to make sure that your voice is heard and that you know, the U.S. government's really focusing on the priorities that we should be focusing on to support U.S. industry and other stakeholders that you know, that we represent.
I think one thing I want to touch upon, and maybe that you just said, then I want to expand upon, and then ask you each a question about, but you kind of talked about how government interfaces in supporting and building domestic supply chains that are green here. We've been thinking about that a lot in California. I know that we're here on the coast in San Diego County, but across the county, over in Imperial County, we have one of the largest, world's largest supplies of lithium below the Salton Sea, combined with brine that will be extracted in geothermal. Up in the high desert above, we have the only operating rare earth facility in the Western Hemisphere, actually here in California, now providing 15% of the world's rare earth supply. Rare earths are in everything. They're in this, they're in the phones in your hand, they are in the camera that is back there in the back. And then we have several operations in lithium, also in the high desert, and boron, which is important for boron carbide, semiconductors, and the likes. One supply chain I think that here in California we've been focused on is that one. Governor Newsom joined President Biden on the stage. It was only California that was on that stage this February to highlight critical mineral supply chain. And our opportunity as California to not only lead in that space, but then to work with international partners who may be lacking some of those resources, because they will need them too to make that transition. I don't have a graph in front of me about what the demand with critical materials would, but if I had a graph here, I would be like shooting my finger like all the way up in the sky, because that is how much the demand is going to be for things like nickel, cobalt, lithium, rare earths, boron, and the likes. So maybe that's one thing I kind of want to maybe touch upon. I know that you mentioned a little bit earlier about with the work and kind of thinking about the ecosystem of the blue economy. What is one maybe supply chain that you all are hyper focused on in Norway from a green perspective?
My colleague Martin talked a little bit about the Green Industrial Initiative that the government launched last year. So we have sort of focused on a few industries that will be important in the green transition. So offshore wind is one of them. Batteries is another. And hydrogen, CCUS. And we have actually, on CCUS, we have a sort of a big project that sort of covers the whole value chain from carbon capture, transportation and storage under the seabed in the North Sea, where we have pumped up oil, and we can pump down some CO2, and it's safely stored there for eternity. So that's one large area that we're looking at. Yeah.
On the ITA level?
Same question. I totally agree that that's such an incredibly important topic right now. We're seeing so much interest within ITA on supply chains, and we're working to build out our expertise and our focus on this. We actually just came out with a report fairly recently on specific sectors that we're focusing on in the supply chain. Not all of them are green tech relevant, but a lot of them are. I think critical minerals and batteries, those are definitely two areas that we're very focused on. There's a few others as well. My office covers the energy side as well as environmental technology, so there's quite a lot of discussions on supply chain happening on that front, on renewable energy and things like that. So yeah, I think we're very much aligned to some of the sectors that you all have mentioned as well.
It's good for the environment, because I think I've been using the word hyper-local supply chain. Hyper-local is the one I've wanted to be using for years now, because I think the supply chain is so vast. And from an emissions perspective, we're talking about greening the maritime industry. If you have to transport lithium multiple times around the world, it's not really the benefit to the earth or the climate. So I wanted to reach out to the audience if there was any specific questions. I know that we have a mic here, and I know Matt, if that's okay, but I do think we have a lot of information here cross-cutting. Is there anyone who has questions from the audience or maybe points to share with our panelists here today?
I've always got a question.
Yes, there we go.
I'm Michael Jones. When we talk about green shipping, and we're going to have a panel later on autonomy. And certainly with Tesla and other things here on the land side, there's a lot of autonomy being done. I'd love for you to talk about the importance and role of autonomy in shipping as to the green shipping. And from what's being done nationally and certainly in the state of California, I don't think there's any efforts to promote autonomy on the shipping side. And when we've been to GoBiz in the past, it's been primarily focused on ports. So I'd love to hear from you, so in addition to green shipping, what is the focus of GoBiz now more in the ocean? You know, autonomy and robotics and things like that. That'd be great.
You know, I actually have not spent as much time thinking, but it's a great question. I think from a California perspective, on the autonomy space, we've spoken a lot. We as GoBiz, you know, for those who are maybe familiar from California, our bread and butter really is service to businesses, entrepreneurs, and innovators. And that's helping them navigate incentives, having them understand the landscape of perhaps venture capital in California, having them, you know, connect with folks if they're dealing with export or import or foreign direct investment to make sure that their projects are a success. There's a lot of companies, particularly within the Bay Area, that have done a lot of advancements in autonomous technology, not only, you know, to personal vehicles, but also to aircraft as well. I don't believe, and I have met one company actually in the Orange County area who is creating an autonomous technology with kind of submarines. Very interesting company. You know, our ability, I think, as California to regulate beyond the coastline has always been challenged, which is our ability, our connection with the ocean carriers. And, you know, we really have been, especially in the past year, looking to the Federal Maritime Commission related to a lot of the regulations that they were able to levy. But at the same time, I believe that you're completely correct. It makes a lot of sense from an emissions reduction standpoint. But, you know, if there are companies, we're here to help them succeed. The one thing that we do have, of which autonomous shipping could definitely play a role in, is if there are technologies or infrastructure that is needed at the ports to facilitate them to make that technology more applicable. I think inside the terminal, as most know in California, is sometimes a little bit more of a challenge with autonomous technologies. But for engaging the ports, we have $1.2 billion out right now for bid across California's ports for infrastructure. And then our office, we will be giving $30 million for data systems and data system integration, which, you know, companies, the ports will be able to partner with companies, shipping companies, and those who may have, you know, those early applications of technology to be able to make that transition. But it's definitely a very interesting topic to think about. I don't know, autonomous shipping?
I'm not an expert, but I can say that Norway is really working hard on autonomous shipping. As there are some of the bigger companies in shipping and in logistics that are developing autonomous vessels for sort of handling the Norwegian coast. So there are some interesting developments, and I don't really know the details. My colleague Martin, you can talk to him during the break. He is a maritime expert. So.
Also not an expert here, but I would say that you know, to the extent that autonomous shipping can advance green, you know, climate goals and sustainability goals, that certainly, you know, is a promising sector that we're willing to support, and, you know, putting on the international lens, happy to work with companies and stakeholders to determine where are there opportunities for those kinds of products abroad.
Great. Any other questions from folks out there for our panel here today? Well, I think we have a little bit more time. Is there anything else that you all wanted to additionally cover?
Maybe I could say a little bit about how we cooperate, because I talked a lot about international cooperation, and to bring it down one level
Yes.
to Norway and California.
Yes, yes.
Because we have a climate agreement between the Norwegian Ministry of Climate and Environment and the California Environmental Protection Agency that covers sort of all climate action, and we share best practices with each other. We share our goals and discuss how we go about reaching them. And so that sort of creates a dialogue and a framework for us to work with California also on the business side, creating opportunities to sort of exchange ideas about how things can be done. And we also have an MOU between Innovation Norway, which is, I guess, the Norway equivalent of GoBiz and GoBiz, and it's sort of more business-to-business commercial opportunities for collaboration. And I think that's these are pieces of paper, but they're important in sort of setting a framework under which we can cooperate and our industries can collaborate and find solutions together, which is, I think, what we need to solve the great challenges.
I think that just one thing I want to talk about is like the business-to-business application is, I think, very important. We're talking about roles that government can play. I think sometimes government is a little bit hesitant to play the connector of business to business, probably for preferential reasons. But I think in the climate space, we're in a little bit of a different time where it's almost essential. We have the time is ticking, and however we can facilitate those, I think, is really important. I think ITA, you're mentioning what with the clean tech export competitiveness strategy and the likes, like that is kind of more of your wheelhouse. So maybe share a little bit about on that as well.
Sure. Yeah. So helping to facilitate the business-to-business matchmaking, that's really our bread and butter, and what we hope to welcome companies to reach out to us if they're interested in that. In terms of the clean tech export competitiveness strategy, as I mentioned, that's the strategy is under development. We're hoping to release it soon, and we'll definitely be in touch with stakeholders once we have news on that. But in the meantime, we are aligning a lot of our traditional services and programs to support climate and clean tech exporters. I already talked about a lot of the trade promotion programs. We're doing trade shows, trade events, bringing foreign delegations in these sectors over. I also touched on the investment promotion side of what we do, so working with foreign investors who are interested in building out clean technology supply chains here in the U.S. So that's something we're continuing to ramp up. We also, I did not touch so much on the trade policy side of what we do, so wanted to mention that quickly here. For industry stakeholders who are engaging in procurement, interested in participating in foreign government procurements abroad, we have an advocacy center that supports companies in those efforts, and we're enhancing again our focus on climate and clean technology, foreign government projects in those areas, and so welcome companies to be in touch with us, especially early in the process if you're looking at those kinds of opportunities. And also, again, going back to what I stated earlier on the trade policy side, working a lot with foreign government partners and in our multilateral and bilateral engagements to make sure we're talking about climate and clean tech exports and how to facilitate trade in those areas. So if there are trade barriers that industry is facing, we talked a bit in some of the panels yesterday about the importance of harmonizing international standards about intellectual property rights protection and enforcement. So things like that, that's really where we want to hear that feedback from industry to make sure that we're raising these issues. And the last point I would make is want to make sure to highlight that there are a lot of folks at ITA in our headquarters office, like myself in DC, but we also have offices across the United States, actually over 100 offices across the United States, and we have quite a number of offices here in California, and my colleague here, JQ, is with our San Diego office. So definitely welcome you and would recommend that you get in touch with our local offices as your first entry point to engaging with ITA and kind of understanding where you can be plugged into our network. And we also work very closely with our other U.S. government trade agencies, so Export-Import Bank, U.S. Trade and Development Agency, others as well. And my colleague with the Export-Import Bank is here this week as well. So just wanted to highlight that, come talk to Sandra if you have any questions for XM. So yeah, I wanted to make sure to let folks know about the resources that are available here locally as well.
And actually, that leads to another question I have, because I think that's one thing that we all have realized in working with international companies. They often are interested in coming to the United States or coming to California or dealing and working in some certain space, and they're always asking, where do I start? Where do I begin? Maybe to flip on that, maybe with Norwegian companies and them coming to California or the U.S., what are kind of maybe the first pieces of advice you give in navigating the U.S. economy and the U.S. government ecosystem?
I think that's where Innovation Norway comes in. As the Foreign Service representation and Innovation Norway, we work very closely together in the U.S. My colleague Alex over here is our representative in San Francisco, and they receive Norwegian companies that are, especially like smaller companies that need more help setting up business, and they can give advice. They can also refer to GoBiz when that is the natural thing to do, getting in touch with investors and just good advice on how to sort of figure out the bigger picture here. So that's a really important part of our setup here.
What would you be first kind of advice coming over to the U.S., company investing here, clean tech? Where would you push them to navigate from the economy perspective, government perspective, at the federal level?
Yeah, sure. We actually have, diving a little bit more deeply into what I mentioned on the inward investment promotion side, we have an office with ITA called Select USA. They are, a great resource for companies looking to establish a presence here in the United States or wanting to enhance their investments. They, provide guidance on navigating, the regulatory atmosphere, and can put foreign investors in touch with economic development organizations and other state-based organizations that can provide information on specific investment opportunities in their state. So they're a really great resource to take advantage of. We do also host an annual Select USA Investment Summit where we bring hundreds of foreign investors from across the globe to Washington, D.C. each year. It's usually held in June. And so that's a great venue for foreign investors to meet with economic development organizations across the United States and get a better idea of what opportunities are available.
Maybe I should also add on that we have an Invest in Norway person at the San Francisco Innovation Norway office. And so for those US businesses who are interested in establishing themselves in Norway, we also help with that.
I'm glad you also mentioned Select USA. That's exactly what I was thinking as well. And the piece that you made about being the conduit to local economic development in the United States, I know we had another panelist, but I just want to emphasize how essential local government is to implementation, especially within the U.S. The system is designed in such a way where local governance is, very dominant in a lot of ways of permitting, and our ports, right? Our ports are run by local agencies, as maybe compared to other nations of the world where they're nationalized assets. Because the local agencies do have that more real perspective on the ground of what are the diverse needs of not only the community nearby, but what are the assets that they're able to leverage locally to be able to support projects. I think that, and I've always thought about this too, the climate transition, the reaching the clean economy, it will happen at the local level. That is where implementation and execution takes place. Was really glad that you mentioned that as well. I did want to kind of maybe do a lightning round type question, and then we'll ask if anyone has any other questions from the group, and then maybe we'll do closing, and then get everybody in for the networking break. And he does have questions. Go ahead now. Yeah, we'll do questions now if there's any other additional questions. Yes.
Greg Murphy with Blue Economy Strategies. I wanted to come back to a point that Megan made. It's a huge announcement that the Department of Commerce through ITA is reinvesting in the BlueTech Trade Export Initiative with TMA BlueTech. I know that was a hugely impactful program before. So just curious, maybe it's a good question for Matt. Just curious, what's the areas of focus for the next program and geographic areas of focus?
Yeah, I think that's something that's to be determined. We're really excited to enter this next phase of the program. So to provide a little bit more context of what we did before, we identified several international trade shows. We held a trade mission as well to support BlueTech exporters in this space, and so that's exactly what we're in the process of talking about going forward. What trade events do we want to focus on? So please stay tuned on that. But yeah, we're super excited and looking forward to having great engagement from BlueTech companies.
No, I was probably going to ask you something.
I'm coming up to do a shameless plug. I'm Trey.
Do a plug.
So my name is Diana Dominguez. I'm Trey's colleague, and I sit on the International Affairs and Trade team at GOBIZ in Sacramento. And so my shameless plug to add to the discussion around the support for exporters is we're actually in the process of considering a trade mission to Baja California Sur. Our counterparts in Baja California Sur have identified the blue economy as a priority for their economic strategy, and they have asked us for support in adopting some of our best practices and bringing down private sector to showcase the innovative technologies. So there's sales opportunities in that. I will say that much of the work that we do does benefit from the work that ITA does with the market research and the boots on the ground that they have there. So we look forward to reaching out to your office to partner some more. But for companies that are interested in the Mexican market, in particular the Baja region, feel free to come up to me. I'll be here all day and happy to share my information with you. So thank you.
Seems like there's nothing but serendipitous timing. That was kind of along the question I was going to ask, because I had spoken with Diana earlier. She had mentioned this trade mission, and so I was going to ask you, Trey, if we were just to envision what that could look like, on the supply chain, from the supply chain perspective, and sustainable development goals. Like, if you personally, on behalf of the governor or the governor's office, or just you personally, like, how would you envision that to look? And how could it advance over time? I know it's an abstract question, but it's more about what it could look like for the future.
That's a great question. I actually say that all the time, is that we're building the supply chain for the future. I think it's to talk about all across the supply chain. We just have humongous mandates at the state level relative to the transition, and for example, drayage trucks, which there are thousands and thousands in California, which facilitate with the ports, will all need to be zero emission in several years. And on top of that, we also have huge requirements for our ports, but the ports are actually, leading much of the charge. They're having the one-on-ones with communities near them who have, shown great appreciation for port leadership and trying to undo a lot of the wrongs from an environmental justice perspective have happened over decades, and making that transition. All these ports have committed to being zero emission in some fashion through their boards or through their directors, and it's very incredible when you go to see on the ground in the ports what is happening. It is completely changing. It's a revolution in port infrastructure at this time, and it's going to look very different in 30, 40, and 50 years. And it's going to take a lot of work. It's going to take a lot of transmission power. It's going to take a lot of electricity. It's going to take a lot of critical minerals. But I think that's what's the exciting piece that we have going on in California, is that not only do we have these large mandates relative to supply chain and making this transition, we're equally developing the supply chains that will then foster that transition. And I think that is so critical to be talking about. It's why I spend a lot of time working on how are we going to get 100-ton, green hydrogen plant here within, 2 hours of Southern California. How are we going to, access all of the lithium, rare earth, and boron resources to be able to fuel all of these vehicles that we will need, and we do it here in California. Build the long-term runway and all of these supply chains that will support this transition, that will make places like our ports, our warehouses, our rail systems look completely different. I also want to say one recent announcement that we did have that's very exciting for California was we had a recent announcement from BNSF for a $1.5 billion investment by BNSF, the first inland type port multimodal electrified inland port project. Well, first inland port project period ever led solely by a Class 1 railroad, announced up in Barstow, not far from here, up in our high desert. But you have these large commitments from the private sector equally that are committed to making these investments, new investments that are aligned with the goals that California has set, and that I think that many of the communities around where these companies and where this activity will be appreciative of. I'll just also say that we, and I, mentioning the comment with Mexico, is that we have a new land border entry that is at Otay Mesa that is opening up right now. I think that there's a lot of opportunity for engagement via supply chain there also. There's equally, we have a lot of geothermal activity in California, but there's a lot right across the border. There's also critical materials, there's the port there as well. I think that we're having a very integrated system for supply chain. And one thing I'll last talk about is data. Data is very critical for supply chain, and it's been very fascinating going through the space of ports because it is very different from port to port, but that is changing dramatically. There's countries like Singapore, Rotterdam in the Netherlands who have done really fascinating stuff with data and building digital twins to be able to scenario model different things that are coming with increase in supply chain volume, emissions reductions and patterns at the port. We here even have folks at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory and NASA, doing things like mapping shipping corridors and emissions to be able to see where the densest places of emissions that are happening when we're facilitating trade, for example, with Asia. Because the containers will only increase. Every statistic will only say by 2040, even here at our ports, we will double in containers. Containerization is happening, and it presents a huge opportunity from a data perspective to be able to track each of those containers and understand where the different point pieces where we can lower emission profiles and make the supply chain more efficient. So I think the data piece is going to be huge in the coming years as well. Any other questions from folks? And I think I had an idea of like a lightning round of kind of, because we're now, it's just kind of, we're here at the end of the year. I know we're coming up on the holidays. I've seen a few Christmas trees already out in environments in San Diego. So, but we're obviously going into 2023. And so I just wanted to ask maybe one or two words of what are you focused on relative to promoting sustainability from a government perspective in this next year? What are one or two words maybe to think about that year to sum up what you're focused on in this space?
So I think I talked a lot about what the Norwegian government is doing, sort of on the broader perspective. But we are very focused on offshore wind. We're very focused on green shipping. Those are like the two, I think, main, especially here in the U.S. That's our main focus of work.
I think for me, given my specific role in the environmental technology side of our office, really looking at how we can elevate the focus on technologies in water, air, and waste, and incorporate those into a lot of the attention we're seeing on climate, and both in mitigation and adaptation.
Any other closing thoughts, statements from our panelists?
I just would say, I know I gave quite a pitch about ITA through my remarks today, but please do feel free to reach out to myself or the colleagues in the room from ITA. We're more than happy to talk with you if you're interested in being plugged into our network and our activities.
So I'll just say the same. For our part, we're a small team Norway here from the embassy in Washington, D.C., Innovation Norway, and the Consulate General. We're happy to talk to any of you who might have some more detailed questions that I haven't been able to answer from up here. Thank you.
Thanks, fantastic. Well, I learned a lot. Well, thank our panelists, everybody. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. And with that, I think we're about to go on to a network break because I know that some people maybe want to grab something, but yes.
Yeah, thank you for the panelists. Really appreciate it. We're going to take a break now, but just before we do, I just wanted to throw something out there, kind of like what I found to be very inspiring, but what I heard just there is Trey was very clear to say California right now is really focused on the supply chain and sustainability and green and clean, and it's a wonderful thing. What I think is so fascinating about this as well is just, we all, or many of us know that California could be considered the fifth biggest economy on the entire planet, which means that there is incredible economies of scale there. And what makes this even more compelling is that when you look at, West Coast mentality as it is, there is a very deep pioneering DNA in there. We had to traverse great distances, or our ancestors did, to get here and to survive and to think in different ways and to be in different ways. And so it's still with us on the West Coast, not just in California, but also in Oregon, also in Washington, and of course also in Canada. And so what's really, really fun about this is when you think is California leading this particular charge as the world's fifth biggest economy, with progressive state governments as well in the West Coast U.S. and Oregon and Washington and as well as in Canada. Like those particular economies, when they combine, are going to have a massive impact on the rest of the planet and just what we're able to achieve. Because once things typically start in California and with those economies, they can actually cause a great shift throughout the rest of the world, just through that one little place in the world right here in the West Coast U.S. So that's what's happening now. And what I think is also fascinating is to look at what Norway is doing as a country of 5 million people, but with significant amounts of savings behind them through their sovereign wealth fund and their ability to take a lot of the money they've been able to generate through their oil and gas activities over the last decades. I mean, a country of 5 million people having such a massive impact on what's happening in the blue economy right now is really impressive to watch. And so to get California on stage with Norway and to talk about all the potentials behind it with the Commerce Department also talking about how we're going to facilitate this on a national scale is, again, inspiring, but it's also happening. So with that, we can end the panel, go on a break. When it ends, please go to your respective tracks. I would prefer not to have to clap at everybody and tell them to do this because we want to start on time. So when we do make the announcement that it's time to do it, then just please head to your respective tracks. Thank you very much. Enjoy your breaks. Cheers. Okay. Hello, everyone. I have to speak loudly to be heard. That worked. Excellent. Very good. I got to clap louder into the microphone. Let's get the tracks started, please. Oh, that was good. Sweet. Yesterday was a struggle. Today it appears as though we will start these things without as much clapping on my behalf, which is appreciated. Thank you very much. We actually are going to start the two different tracks right now with the Advanced Water Technologies track right across the way, and then with the Sustainable Commercial Shipping track right here. Trey Bradley is going to moderate this first panel, and then we will switch to Michael Jones for the second panel. And then we will have Kendra McDonald from Canada's Ocean Supercluster, who will moderate 3, 4, and 5. And then we will have, Sushil Tyagi, who will moderate the final panel. So without further ado, I would like to welcome back on stage Trey Bradley. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you, everybody. I'm really excited for this panel, Industry Insights from Transnational Players. And just to read, I think we touched about this on the plenary session about the importance of this topic right now. Just to read a little bit about, the planet is on a verge of a revolution in commercial shipping. The revolution will usher in significant advances in efficiencies, reductions in carbon, the reach of vessels, the opening of economic opportunities, and a whole host of other areas. This panel will feature industry insiders who will reveal insights into where the market is going, the opportunities therein, and how established players can stay ahead of the curve. So I wonder who is first, but I can go ahead and introduce our speakers today. So Sophie Silvestri, am I saying that correctly? Silvestri in the back, is Manager of Business Development and Government Affairs at Pasha Automotive Services, the operator of National City Marine Terminal at the Port of San Diego, and 2 other West Coast ports. She is Secretary of the Board for the Working Waterfront of San Diego, an advisory member of the South County Economic Development Council, and former board member and event chair of the National City Chamber of Commerce. She received her certification as an ESG practitioner and is a member of the American Association of Port Authorities. And before her role currently, she was Director of Operations for the San Diego Port Tenants Association, which is now Working Waterfront, a nonprofit representing businesses leasing from the San Diego Unified Port District. In that role, she administered a California Energy Commission grant for zero-emission equipment, led by association and implemented by various industrial businesses within the port. She's also held positions in marketing and public relations in the hospitality industry, and served as associate for the CEO of the World Trade Center San Diego, where she coordinated a bilateral investment exhibition in southern China. And we're also joined by Joseph Hudspeth, if I'm saying that correctly, with over 20 years of marine-related experience in sales, marketing, and product development. Joe is the Director of Business Development for Global Marine at BAE Systems Power and Propulsion Solutions. Joe has helped shape growth and business development in the maritime industry. Responsibilities have included management of sales and marketing programs, oversight of government contracting and coordination of corporate communication functions. With a background in marine propulsion systems and experience with fuel-efficient hull designs, Joe has been an invited speaker at several work, boat, and passenger ferry conferences. Joe has been featured as a boat-building columnist for Marine News magazine and writes about hybrid and electric propulsion technology. He currently serves as regional chairman for the Passenger Vessel Association, with regular participation on several committees and panels concerned with marine-related issues. And so with that, maybe I'm going to turn it over, and do we have PowerPoints for this one? And so I'm maybe going to start with Sophie here for the first presentation for this panel today on this timely topic. So thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'll try to. Just the podium? That's okay? All right. You got what? Well, while he's setting that up, it's nice to be with all of you. Again, Sophie with Paisha, and really an honor to be with you today. Clicking away. That's right.
This is the PDF I have.
Yes.
Do you want me to go back to the beginning? It's the same. That
Yes, sir. All right, there we go. Okay, so thank you for listening to our panel today. I'm really excited to be here. Again, Sophie with Paisha. You guys may be familiar with the automotive processing terminal down in National City, just south of Naval Base San Diego. So we have a lot of divisions at Paisha. That's the one that I work for, Paisha Automotive Services. We're the ports terminal operator here, and we have other terminals up the state. So just give you a brief overview of who we are and how this is relevant to sustainable commercial shipping, both on the terminal side and on the shipping side. So we are a third-generation family-owned and operated company. The young gentleman you see in that photo is our current CEO. There's George 2, George 3, and George 4. Remember the name George 3. I'll talk about him again in a moment. We've been the terminal operator for the Port of San Diego since 1990, and the company itself celebrated 75 years of service this year. So we have various competencies. I'll talk about two of those today, as I said, both on the shipping side and on the automotive processing side. So Paisha Hawaii are our Jones Act U.S. flag fleet. We have 2 home-ported ships here in San Diego, and we just launched 2 of, one in August and one again we'll have in January of this next year, LNG ships that are container servicing Hawaii. On the automotive side, we operate the marine terminal, as I said. It's a roll-on, roll-off operation. We have 13 different OEMs that we service in National City. And we have other competencies that makes us a fully global logistics and transportation company from end to end. So as I mentioned, Paisha Hawaii has the 2 new LNG vessels, and I'll talk about those again in a little bit, but just keep that in mind because this is how we believe that we're contributing to sustainable commercial shipping. And you can't have sustainable commercial shipping without the cooperation of terminals and ports, right? They go hand in hand. Because where do ships go? They go to terminals. So I'll talk about the sustainable terminal operations first. So these are just 2 overviews of National City Marine Terminal. You see a sea of cars there. We're in the regulatory environment, of course. We're a business in California and an industrial business at that. So we have a lot of responsibility and we have a lot of enthusiasm around a lot of these subjects because there's some excitement in what we can do to contribute to reducing emissions at ports. So, of course, you're probably familiar with the at-berth regulation amendment that the California Air Resources Board has implemented. Our vessel type that visits the facility there are, as I said, RoRo, roll-on, roll-off. Those will come under regulation in 2025. So what are we doing? We're working with the Port of San Diego, who's our landlord. There are various ways that you can comply with this. One of those is shore power. We'll have at least 1 plug at the terminal. And then when vessels are retrofitted, they can, of course, plug in and save those emissions at berth. Another way that we can do that is with a bonnet. So if a vessel is not scheduled for dry dock right away to get that retrofit, or if it's not within their budget for another few years, but the regulation's already happening, the capture and control system can help to reduce the emissions at berth by capturing those emissions and really provide that Band-Aid between the 2025 deadline and then when vessels can all be plugging in. We also have some other innovative concepts we're working on. Those could be battery storage, which will relieve some of the pressure off the grid, as well as hydrogen fuel cells that, if a vessel is retrofitted, could conceivably plug in to a hydrogen fuel cell as well. So the Port of San Diego has what they call the Maritime Clean Air Strategy. It's a guidance document that is where they're working with the businesses and the community as a kind of a subset of the Assembly Bill 617 for portside communities to be more involved in helping reduce emissions in those disadvantaged communities. And so that document, you may be familiar with it, but that is providing a lot of guidance for us and as we move forward into reducing emissions. And a clean transportation is very important at the facility. So these are just a few things that we've done in addition to all of this sustainable commercial shipping and terminal operations to ensure that we're continuing to reduce emissions. They all go together. You know, you gotta tackle everything that you can when you can. Take advantage of funding. So with help from the state of California, we've been able to deploy 3 electric drayage trucks, some forklifts, and other equipment that really helps the terminal continue to be sustainable. So I told you to remember the name George 3. As I said, Pasha is a family company. So we were the very first company to launch a pure truck and car carrier under the United States Jones Act. For anyone that's not familiar with the Jones Act, it's a 1920 federal statute that protects merchant marine jobs. It means that a ship that goes between ports in the U.S. has to be American built, it has to be owned by a U.S. company, and it has to have a U.S. crew. So George 3 is the first of 2 liquefied natural gas container ships that Pasha has launched to join the fleet of Hawaii ships that we have. The first one was the Jean Ann, named after the Pasha family grandmother. Her sister ship followed about a decade later, and she's a Conroe, so a combination of container and ro-ro. And then we acquired Horizon Lines and then built these 2 ships. So growing the fleet, growing it sustainably. The Pasha family keeps it, you know, they keep it in the family. They name their ships after their family members. And we definitely made a commitment to Hawaii a long time ago when we started servicing that trade that we would set the bar for environmental sustainability. So are we at 0 emissions? Not quite, but this LNG, you'll be impressed with the reductions that we're getting. We've exceeded the IMO standards, so 0 sulfur emissions, 90% reduced nitrogen oxide and 25% reduced carbon dioxide. Those are what we're seeing so far with this first LNG ship and the other one that will follow and add to the fleet in January. How did we do that with LNG? So we created a joint venture, Pasha Hawaii Clean Marine Energy and World Fuel Services created a joint venture called West Coast Clean Fuels. In Central California, the liquefied natural gas is created, and we have trucks that are also operated on natural gas that transport that LNG to the terminal, and they shuttle them into the terminal, and then via skid they will bunker the vessel right there. This happens in Long Beach. So the containers that the container ships we operate are in Long Beach. They go Long Beach, Oakland, Hawaii. That's that 14-day loop. And just to end on some of our other things that we've been doing, scrubbers. We were able to put some scrubbers into the Jean Ann. This is our 2005 very first ship ever launched under the Jones Act. So she still operates, in the traditional sense, but the scrubbers and soon a retrofit for shore power will make her a very clean ship that visits the Port of San Diego here. You'll recognize that beautiful skyline. This is one of the vessels that calls on a bi-weekly basis here in San Diego. There's a replica of her at the Maritime Administration because she was that very first ship built under the Jones Act of her kind. So I think that one of the things that where we Pasha can make an impact in sustainable commercial shipping is you can't just do one. You got to do that. You have that terminal side and the shipping side, and so we are fortunate enough to operate both. So we can share our resources, our enthusiasm, and help work with the port and the state and others on these initiatives so that we can all make a better future. And that concludes my presentation.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Joe Hudspeth, and thank you, Trey, for having me as part of this panel, and thank you to Matt for the invitation as well. Pleased to speak this morning, and perfect, got it all queued up here. Just want to walk through a couple of slides and talk to you in kind of a complementary fashion to what Sophie already spoke about, and we'll talk a little bit about some power and propulsion solutions for all of the other vessels and craft that help us get to a greener and sustainable blue tech future. And so, got the clicker here. Perfect. When people think about BAE Systems, you might be wondering, what does a defense company have to do with the blue economy? And to be honest, BAE Systems is so much more than just in the defense side. We do have a shipyard here in San Diego. Encourage you all to visit that facility. It's a beautiful facility. But we also specialize in electric solutions, and in particular, delivering power and propulsion solutions for getting people towards zero emissions. That is one of our charges, and it's important, and we'll be talking a little bit more about that today. So to kick off, it's important to know what is possible. For years, we've been talking about the future and what's to come. Well, I think it's safe to say the future is now. We do have to be taking action, and California is certainly leading the charge with actual policy and having operators get involved and get to zero emissions sooner rather than later. And so we're going to be talking about some of the solutions that are available. And when we do that, it's important to not only focus on what's happening here in America, but the global economy. And I do want to take a moment to talk about some of the solutions that can be employed in a variety of vessel applications. So today, my talk will really be focusing on more of the harbor craft, getting those shipped goods the last few miles to their destination. Because in reality, there's more vessels that come in contact with those containers or even trucks or port equipment then that's going to produce emissions on a massive scale. And so it's important that we address that problem as well and not overlook it. So we'll be talking about a variety of those technologies. Those technologies include hybrid, which we're all familiar with if you've seen a Prius driving down the street. We'll be talking about full electric with batteries. We'll be talking about a parallel hybrid system, and that's one that employs a variety of solutions, including diesel propulsion and hybrid and electric as well. And then we'll get to kind of the ways of the future, touching on hydrogen fuel cell technology. So I put this chart up because many of you are familiar with diesel electric propulsion. Joe, you say that's not a new technology. Why are you showing it? The important thing here is diesel electric technology has advanced. We're now using it in a hybrid fashion, so we're employing the use of batteries and as energy storage to help get us to zero emissions. But one of the things I wanted to point out is we've changed how we approach looking at diesel power generation. And so we're not using just conventional diesel generators anymore. We're using variable speed generators. And by using variable speed generators, we actually control how much fuel we use. And when we do burn fuel, we're burning it in a more efficient fashion. So it really is helping to cut down on emissions even when we have to use carbon fuels. Certainly, it's nice to go to all electric, and the difference here between those two slides is simply the lack of power generation from a diesel generator and adding more batteries. Why do I show this? Well, it's important to know that not everyone can get to zero emissions right away. So they may need to start out with a hybrid-based solution, and then as their shoreside infrastructure is built up, they can remove those diesel generators, add more batteries, and go all electric. Also want to point out, again, for applications such as harbor tugs, those vessels need a lot of power, and it's hard for them to have all of that power on board in the form of energy storage and batteries. And so going with a parallel system might be a better way to go. Again, we're thinking on a global perspective here, and not everyone has a large shoreside infrastructure for charging. So having those diesel engines on board might be actual part of the solution. But when they're doing all of that loitering or low-speed station keeping, they should be able to do that emissions-free and all-electric, and that's where the batteries do come into play. The nice thing about using technology like this is you may not even need a generator. I do show a generator in the graphic here, but it is possible to even harness some of the residual power of that diesel engine and recharge the batteries that can be used for later on doing that loitering and station keeping. And then, of course, as Sophie even mentioned, getting to the future, we'll be looking to other solutions such as hydrogen fuel cells, and I'll be talking about that in a moment. One thing from a global perspective, and as far as flattening the curve, lowering the hurdle that's important, is we need people, operators, to want to embrace zero emissions technology. And in order to do that, it can't be a challenging, cumbersome operation. In fact, operating a conventional vessel should essentially be the same as operating a hybrid vessel. When you go and rent a car today and they hand you the keys to an electric vehicle, you don't have to go through a training session to operate that vehicle and have special skill sets. And so the same should be applied when it comes to embracing low and zero emissions technologies for our vessels. The bar needs to be set pretty low, it needs to be intuitive and have that same sort of feel and operation as a conventional vessel. And to make that simpler, too, employing things like telematics is really important so that we can keep track of how the vessel is being operated, the emissions that are being saved, and if there is any challenges or errors that occur in the system, those can be quickly diagnosed from a digital perspective. One of the beauties of going to electric propulsion is there's no wrenches to turn. It's all digital technology, and we can very quickly source any sort of fault and troubleshoot that. We also want to talk a little bit about autonomy and automation of these vessels. And one of the things that was mentioned this morning, I think, in the talks was about autonomy. And I'll be getting into that in a second, but one of the things you can do is set up geofencing or eco-friendly zones. And so anytime a vessel transits into an eco-sensitive area, the vessel automatically resorts to its zero-emission technology using batteries or hydrogen fuel cells. And just to give you a couple of real practical examples of where this technology is being employed, here in the US, we're doing things like short sea shipping of refrigerated cargo, all electric. This vessel operates in Long Island Sound and delivers fresh meats and produce across the Sound with emissions free. And it's important to know that we're actually taking on-road transportation off the road and moving these goods and cargo via the sea. Why would we want to do that? Well, if you think about the global point of view, we're actually reducing wear and tear on the roads, which is diesel producing or diesel consuming construction equipment. You know, our oceans are highways that don't need to be paved. They don't need to be maintained. We do need to be good stewards, but it's something to keep in mind that very practically you can take some of that land-based cargo and move it back to the sea and help reduce emissions that way. Also, this is a project that we happen to be working on in the UK, where we are using autonomy and zero emissions technology to move actually rubbish, in this case, on the Thames River. And it's a pilot project that we're doing, and we're hoping that the lessons learned from this project can be employed elsewhere. But again, going to a fully autonomy operated vessel and with zero emissions technology is kind of the way of the future, and we're doing it now. And then lastly, this is a technology that is coming out of Australia from Boundary Layer Technology. They're moving goods and services all electric, emissions free at a higher speed form and getting them to their final destination. And I'm really excited about what they're doing and can't wait to actually see one of these vessels built and demonstrated. So again, just a quick snapshot. The future is now. We can get our harbor craft and some of these final vessels or final trucks and port cargo or port equipment, we can get those to zero emissions with using the same sort of systems and technology that I've shown you today. I do want to wrap up here with just talking about some challenges and then what's new and innovative. Really what's new and innovative is being able to control all of these vessels and their systems all electrically. And in order to do that, it used to be that you had to have a series of complex boxes and inverters, converters, frequency drives, stuff that I don't even always understand myself. But you know, the nice thing about the improved technology is we've really simplified it. And so we took what used to take multiple units, we've compressed that into small modular slice technologies. And so what that allows us to really do is free up more space and weight in these vessels and use more batteries or zero emissions technology rather than having larger fuel tanks on board. And we can control things like pumps and winches and refrigerated reefer containers or bow thrusters, etc. All of those aspects can now be controlled electrically and emissions-free simply by adding an appropriate slice into the small system. And we want to keep these systems small and not complex so that they can be employed on a global basis. Getting to the future, hydrogen fuel cells. This vessel will be coming to San Francisco shortly. It's fully constructed, gone through the U.S. Coast Guard inspection process, and it employs hydrogen fuel cell. It'll be the first hydrogen fuel cell operating vessel in America. So for us, this is a big deal. Elsewhere around the world, hydrogen fuel cell technology is also rolling out. So we're pretty excited about this. Again, leverages that same sort of simplified system to get people to zero emissions. Lastly, I'll just mention some of the challenges, and this is the part where people like Trey and the governments can really come in and help out. One of the things we know is the shoreside infrastructure still needs to be built up. For some reason, people decided that power and or electricity and water are not the best of friends, and so we don't have all the power necessary that we need at the docks to recharge all electric vessels. So that's something that we do need to improve upon, and it's going to take some capital investment to make that happen and boost up the infrastructure. Likewise, if we talk about hydrogen fuel cell technology, where's that hydrogen being produced? How is it going to get to the vessel? And so those are some conversations that we need to have, and maybe we'll have in the dialogue following the presentation here. And then lastly, capital to build these vessels and implement the technology is important. They do come at a premium, although the benefits are there not only tangibly in terms of environmental stewardship, but they are there fiscally. There is a return on this investment. And so we hope that together we can keep moving forward. And again, we're excited that the future is now. So thank you very much.
But I'm gonna hop in. I actually think that, you know, what you said at the last point about what we're investing in California, I just wanted to bring it up just so I can read aloud some of the investments that we have coming on, specifically in the space of the transition. I think I mentioned we have over 10 billion in 3 years for ZEV, but we have 1 billion for drayage trucks and infrastructure, 2 billion for clean trucks and other heavy-duty ZEVs, 400 million for heavy-duty ZEVs at ports, 45 million for near-zero heavy-duty trucks, 250 million for zero-emission vehicle manufacturing grants for heavy-duty, and then 60 million for hydrogen infrastructure. That's just for ZEV, and then 8.1 billion over 5 years for energy grid reliability and clean energy investments, including 295 million for demand-side grid support, which I think is one thing that the ports have been talking a lot about. You're right, we have a lot of funds for the space, but we're going to need probably more. I think the transition is going to be very challenging, and I think that was maybe one thing that I wanted to talk about is you mentioned kind of the infrastructure from both of your perspective. Is how challenging is the infrastructure piece? What are the most challenging parts of infrastructure? Is it utility interconnection? Is it local permitting? Is it state regulation? I think I hear across the board that the infrastructure for charging or for hydrogen fueling is one of the biggest challenges. So maybe just for each of you to speak about what are the biggest challenges with infrastructure you face at the local level?
I can start. I think all of those, really. I mean, the infrastructure at the terminal, it takes a lot of planning. Operationally, it takes a lot of permitting. There are multiple different jurisdictions that need to permit and work with the utility company. And also, it's just, are we going to have, brownouts and blackouts, and what's the backup there, too? Because we're putting all of this money into the terminal via grants, and the Port of San Diego is investing in that. And we also want to look at and see, are there ways that we can put renewable into that as well? Have some solar or wind energy that can potentially fund this, because we'll have one shore power plug, for example, by 2024. And I'm looking at Zach back there. He knows, but probably within the next 10 years, we're going to probably need 4 more. We have 5 berths at the terminal. And so as more vessels get retrofitted and need to plug in, powering 3-4 vessels at a time, that's a lot of strain on the grid. So what can we do now to look at the infrastructure, not just on the utility side and the permitting, but in the future of how we can incorporate renewable into this so that we have reliability and resilience in that sense as well.
Yeah, I agree. That's definitely part of the problem. I would say also some of the challenges that we're also trying to overcome is simple things, as Sophie mentioned, getting the power from the grid onto the vessel. And many of the applications that I work with, including things like vessels like ferries, they're only at the dock for a limited amount of time. And so time is precious. And so not only do you have to figure out how to get that power on board, but do it in a quick fashion. And so we're looking at technologies that are fully automated, including the use of robotics to handle this cabling equipment and make the connection safely to get that power on board. And then just to complement what Sophie was saying as far as avoiding a drain on the grid and causing any sort of brownout, there is some ways to think about that, and that might be using things like methanol reformers on the land side to convert methanol to hydrogen that can then be used through a fuel cell and produce power. That can be used in a more rapid deployment rather than waiting for the grid to be bolstered in a fashion to handle all of that power. Secondly, you can also use containerized battery solutions where you're trickle charging those batteries and even taking advantage of off-peak charging times from the grid and using that energy storage to then recharge your vessel.
It's funny you say that last one. I've just actually spoke with a company that's up in the high desert. They take 20-foot TEUs and they literally outfit them with old Tesla car batteries and then just make it a massive battery and do exactly what you're saying, have it trickle in the grid to be able to do that quick on-demand supply into the resource. And that gets a good point. You talked about just the speed at which some vessels need to turn. And I think that's lent a lot of discussion in the space, at least from what I've seen. We just launched an effort in Long Beach for a hydrogen hub called Arches. And if anyone is interested in it, I encourage visiting archeshh2.org. So that is our hydrogen hub effort here in California. We announced at the Port of Long Beach. You kind of talked about hydrogen as an opportunity. I think that a lot of people think, with zero-emission vehicle transition, they think immediately battery technology because they're thinking about their cars. But in a space like maritime, do you see more applicability with a space like hydrogen, and what are those reasons why?
Yeah, in the maritime sector, we're very excited about the use of hydrogen because it allows us to have zero emissions capability for longer range applications. Typically, an electrically powered vessel is going to need to come back to a point of charging. Those are A to A routes. They don't necessarily always work for A to B routes because you have to have the charging infrastructure on both sides. And so that's double the amount of expense and investment. hydrogen fuel cell is something that you can operate more conventionally, whereas you size your tanks to handle the route that the vessel is going to operate on. And I did want to circle back to one thing you said, Trey, about the Tesla batteries and the containers. A lot of people ask me, they're like, well, Joe, if we invest in these batteries, what is the end of life for these batteries? I don't want all these batteries that you put on a vessel to go into a landfill. And one of the encouraging things is after the useful life of a battery on board a vessel, they can go into secondary applications such as containerized storage. Whereas they may not be still healthy enough to operate and power a vessel, they're still plenty healthy and safe to operate in an energy storage containerized solution. So there is a secondary market.
And just to add to that, on the hydrogen piece, I think there are also, when I talked about, the strain on the grid, when we look at some of these innovative companies that are coming out with ideas like the hydrogen fuel cell inside one of those containers that can make a mobile solution. This is an example of how you kind of have to, you get to skip that infrastructure and the permitting. If it's a mobile, there's of course permitting involved, but you're not trenching and, digging up the terminal and putting it back together to be able to power a ship. If you have something that's mobile, not all ships are the same size. They don't all have the same plugs on the, port side, starboard, right? They're all different ways that you can find yourself in a challenging situation when you're trying to do this new thing of cold ironing. And so that hydrogen fuel cell idea, and well, I shouldn't call it an idea, but this innovative concept that is coming forward by multiple different entities that are really exploring this, it's really exciting because it gives us another opportunity to comply. It gives us flexibility at the terminal, and vessels, don't have to have one solution.
And for your space as like a company, I've only recently learned just how dramatic emissions reduction of being able to plug in shoreside power is. Can you just speak to just how important that is, for example, in terms of instead of just the vessel just running on a generator? I mean, the game changer in the amount of emissions, I'm sure, is dramatic.
Yeah, the game changer is dramatic. I mean, you think about it, you're discharging cars from a vessel, so the auxiliary engines are having to run because you have to have airflow. People, you have cars that are turned on inside of a ship. Imagine a large parking garage is just floating in the water. So you got to have your auxiliary engines running with all your fans. So being able to turn that off, and especially because we're next to a disadvantaged community that has suffered air pollution for decades, right? It's going to make a huge impact in terms of being able to plug in at berth. It's challenging, but it's necessary.
You brought up another good point there, which I think was like community engagement around these new technologies and being able to share, their ability to lower emissions in services areas, especially in areas where we've had a lot of large industrial challenges in the past with those communities. Maybe you can speak a little bit about the community engagement that you have all done at the local level with your projects in reducing emissions. That would be great.
Yeah, certainly. Well, I can give you one example that was a great effort that we did back. It started in 2016. It was the California Energy Commission grant that we won. It was back when I was in my previous role, but Paisha was an involved end user. So there were 3 different cities within the Port of San Diego, National City, and Chula Vista, various businesses, BAE included, that got zero emission equipment to help reduce emissions at their operations at the port. And the community involvement with that was vital to the success of the grant. Not only were they there to support the grant, write letters of support, give input on what type of vehicles and cargo handling equipment they believe would make the most impact, and just the jobs that it created, but also just seeing that if we can all work together on something and make something great out of it was just from end to end a really good story, I would say, on how involving the community from the start can really make a great project. And so that's one example. I'm out in the community a lot. I mean, that's part of my job in government affairs. And so just listening and understanding what the community is looking for, and also being able to explain and have that engagement. You were saying earlier, batteries kind of is like the first assumption. People say electric trucks. Let's change that to zero emission, because sometimes you see a trucker that might come here once and then they're, in the Midwest or on the East Coast for the next 6 months, and they are not coming back to the Port of San Diego. They're not going to buy an electric truck because there's not enough infrastructure for them to have that flexibility to go all over the country. Not yet. Maybe hydrogen has better range, and that they could feel more comfortable with adopting that first because of the range that you get out of a hydrogen fuel cell. So those are other things that's just a good opportunity to engage the community and explain the difference between those two.
Joe, I actually really liked the one picture that you had of was it in Long Island, the boat that was going back with the zero emission? I think that we've thought about this a lot in California. I don't know if anyone has ever been to the port of West Sacramento or the port of Stockton. We have two inland ports. We have two large riverways, the San Joaquin River and the Sacramento River. I've always thought about that too, it's just less pressure on the road. I know that we've done a study about the viability of those routes and using either barges or combination of hydrogen fuel cell related vessels to bring some of those products down the river. Is there any other places other in the world that have lent to that space? I know that you had the Long Island example there of moving cargo back and forth across, but any riverways, is there any countries or specific vessels that you have that are looking to do that with cargo elsewhere?
I also gave the example on the Thames River in the UK. It's still early days, and we're trying to get people to embrace this technology. So certainly we're growing applications for this. Another place where we're seeing a lot of interest is actually coming from the oil and gas industry. They do a lot of barge movements of crude oil, especially on the intercoastal waterways, not only in the Gulf, but also the eastern seaboard, in those protected waterways. And those vessels are operating in people's literal backyards. And those are where we want to keep the emissions out. And so we're now seeing that these vessels, these tugs and long-haul towing vessels can employ emissions reduction and even zero emissions technology by having one of those barges be batteries or a fuel cell, et cetera, to power the vessel. And so we're definitely seeing a push in a movement for these technologies to be embraced. And one of the beauties, I guess, the silver lining of COVID is when you had a lot of that vessel traffic slow down, we actually saw bluer skies, and communities were changed because simply there wasn't the amount of traffic that was existing pre-COVID. And so that set us up for the mentality of we need to make a difference. We can see what a little bit of change can effect in the environment, and so now we need to use technologies to help us to have a sustainable life with the amount of traffic that's necessary to keep goods flowing, but do it in a more greener fashion.
That's super important because I think the one thing that people think about when they're like, why would I, the first point comes to point of price, in shipping. It's sometimes I'm a farmer in the Central Valley and it's probably maybe cheaper just for me to invite a truck and to take whatever I'm doing rather than go to the port of West Sacramento and then utilize some vessels to take it down. But we've also seen that congestion happen at our ports to where the price differential now may be different because they're saying, I don't want to go through a situation where my ag product is, stuck in traffic or due to supply chain swell. What are my alternatives? I really like the idea of utilizing, you're right, you made a great example. They're not roads that are being hit by the pavement. It's literally, we have a river that takes us right to the bay. So how do we utilize that in a space to do it here? I want to open up, does anyone else have questions from the audience here for our panelists?
What is this really bringing to me? Do they believe in that clean initiative, or are they just, it works fine, why do we have to change it?
Yes. I think, especially for most of the maritime industry, people don't want to invest in something unless the regulatory environment forces them down that path. That's why right now, according to the EPA, we're capped out at Tier 4 emissions. And no one is going beyond that. Or if people can avoid Tier 4, they do avoid Tier 4. And that's kind of the wrong mindset. We do need to be better stewards of our environment and be looking at the future. Most of my customers, I call them eco-pioneers because they're people who are choosing to go down a path and they want to set the example. And the bottom line is not what they're looking at initially. They're doing it for the cause first, but what we're finding is that there is a positive impact to the bottom line. One of the things that people totally forget is the maintenance costs are completely reduced. The time that you spent fueling your vessel, who calculates how much time and labor is involved with fueling their vessel? All of that goes away if you're simply having even a robot plug in your vessel to charge. That's all gains that can be realized. So we do have to look at the total cost of ownership.
I would just add to that in terms of looking at the total cost. So, for example, the LNG container ships that Pasha just built, one launched and one coming, $225 million per ship. That's not just pocket change, right? That took a lot of investment, a lot of planning. We were happy to do it though because there were other ways that we knew that we were going to benefit. The fuel costs are skyrocketing right now. I was looking at just a charter price for a RoRo, an international carrier RoRo vessel, $125,000 a day, right? I mean these are insane prices. So luckily we signed contracts with the shipyard in Brownsville, Texas in 2017. If we tried to build that ship today, it would be closer to $300 million. But where I was going with this is there were other aspects where we knew we would be saving. So the LNG fueling, where we have some control over that with our joint venture. It's one of the most hydrodynamic vessels in the world for its kind because of the way that we built it. It wasn't just an off-the-shelf design. It's wider and shorter. It's 774 feet. And there are other ways that we knew that we would be saving. And so I think looking at the whole picture like that, not to mention with other things, with the terminal sustainability initiatives, funding from the government to help close that gap, are vital. I think that's where it's really a key partnership with the state and with the federal government, even local initiatives to help pay for infrastructure and other things like that to make it affordable.
Any other questions from folks in the audience for our panelists? Well, I think I'm going to kind of do maybe similar to what I did last panel, which is maybe think about, we're here at the end of the year, we're going into 2023. What are you most, excited for in this space? Where do you think the biggest challenge is? Maybe just for the next year. Maybe I'll start with you, Joe.
Yeah, for me, what I'm most excited about is now we have ways to help get people to zero emissions. They don't have to jump all in and go all electric or straight to a fuel cell. There are some simpler solutions and ways to employ technology that's available today to have people start reducing their emissions. So that's what I'm most excited about, even starting next year. Again, on the challenge side, there are some conversations that we need to have as far as bringing hydrogen to the ports, beefing up port infrastructure for the charging solutions. Again, some of this involves literally tearing apart a terminal facility to get the cable connections made. And that can be a long and laborious process when it does come to environmental studies and permitting, et cetera. But the end goal is all for the good. And so I'm hoping that we can jump over some of those hurdles.
I'm most excited about exploring a lot of the renewable opportunities that we have going on right now. I know that the port is eagerly awaiting some renewable proposals that our company has for National City Marine Terminal with both wind and solar to help us continue to be, I want to be able to come back here in next year, the year after, and say we're the most sustainable RoRo operation in the world. That would be really, really cool to be able to say. And working that angle. There's so many things that we can do. It's just we have to be strategic and we have to plan for it.
Great. Well, that was awesome. I feel like I learned a lot in that panel, and this is part of my job. I need to be learning this more. So exactly. So I want to thank our panelists here. I think we're here at the end of the hour, so thank you so much. And then an applause for the panelists. And with that, I believe Matt. It looks like they're wrapping up in this room as well. It looks like next we do have 2 additional panels. The panels for the next hour: advancements in autonomous shipping and water technologies, freshwater production. The advancements in autonomous shipping will be in this room. So for those who are interested in staying and keeping on the track of talking about shipping here, we'll be staying here. So with that, we'll take a break. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Autonomous shipping guys up, please.
I also cover local defense too, as well as
If we could ask the next panel to come up, please. We're going to get started right away. Where's Mike Ford? There he is. So do you guys want to come up to the... Okay. Okay, we're going to get started. If I could ask everybody to take a seat. I think this is going to be a very exciting follow-on to the last discussion. Autonomy is, of course, a very important topic. It's important for the U.S. Coast Guard. It's important for the IMO. It's important for those companies that are developing these unique new technologies. If I could ask people to either move outside for their conversations or sit down and listen, it'd be great. Okay, so we've got 3 representatives of 3 different companies. So each of them are going to talk about what they are doing related to autonomy. But there are multiple kinds of autonomy. And I think what we're going to talk about initially is the autonomous technologies and techniques that they are developing for their specific vehicles. And then I'm going to ask them some questions about kind of how do we promote this on a national, international level. You'll notice that 2 of these companies are French, and one is Finnish. There's a lot of work being done on autonomy outside the United States, and I think we're really pleased to have 3 companies that are in the forefront that will be talking. So again, I'm going to ask each of these companies to talk for about 10 minutes at most, so we'll have plenty of time for Q&A. And I think what I'm going to do is ask Ixblue to come first, and then second Wärtsilä, and then third will be DICE, because I think DICE does a little bit broader approach to grabbing the information from a lot of different people. So I'll let each of them introduce themselves, because I'll never do as good a job as they could do. And then I'll come back and then we'll have some Q&A. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. When I was first invited to speak at this panel, that said, this is probably the wrong slide. This is not the right slide presentation. Just one second. Okay. There was one sentence more. Do you want to go to the next one? Anyway, while we're doing that, I'll just introduce myself and just speak a little bit about who XBlue is, just to keep things forward. So my name is Shayan Haq. I'm the Business Development Manager with XBlue in the US. My role is to promote the XBlue solutions, mostly our maritime autonomy capability in the renewable space, also in geoscience, and just the maritime domain in general. Just a quick word about iXBlue for those of you who weren't here yesterday. We're a French technology developer. We develop solutions for photonics, lasers, space, etc., as well as in navigation, so naval defense, autonomous cars, mining, and then also in maritime autonomy. And pretty much everything that I will be speaking about today, and I have been talking about the last couple of days, is about maritime autonomy. Okay, sure. So I really want to do that first.
Somebody else to go first?
Sure, I think that might be better.
Okay. Then, Michael, why don't you go? Sure. And introduce yourself as well.
Can you bring up?
Are
you able to bring up the Wärtsilä one?
While you're downloading.
Get you multitasking. Perfect. I'm Mike Ford. I'm with Wärtsilä. As Mike mentioned, we are a Finnish company, mostly known for engines and thrusters. What a lot of people don't know is there's a whole different side to Wärtsilä that does controls and digitalization. We'll talk a little bit more about that aspect later today. But right now we're going to talk about what we're doing in autonomous vessel controls and our approach to that. We've taken a little bit different approach than some of the other companies that dove right in and said, all right, we're going to come up with a control system and a computer that's going to tell you where to go and follow call regs and make all these decisions. Functionally, there's a lot that goes into that. Fundamentally, relatively easy in a lot of ways. At the end of the day, there's still two problems. Somebody has to go clean the filter and somebody still has to jiggle the fuse. So Wärtsilä has kind of started from the foundation and looked at how can we add assistance systems and slowly start adding those capabilities. We all have cars that have little parking sensors. We've gotten very used to that. It beeps when we get closer and closer and closer. Then we took another step and we added cameras. So now we can see all the way around our car. Then we took the big step. Now we went from a cruise control that just set a speed to what everybody's enjoying in their Teslas, the autopilot, so they can eat their bagel and have crashes as they drive to work. But extending what those capabilities are, not taking anything away from the skill set of the captains and the operators, but really supplementing it, is where Wärtsilä has gone with the assistance systems. And we started out with kind of the risky situations, docking and going into spaces, and came up with an automated technology for what we call smart dock. Everybody loves the smart moniker these days, but the idea being it's a consistent, repeatable, safer effort because it follows the same path every time. You're no longer reliant on an operator to make those choices. The system does it. The system accounts for those issues. Through COVID, we've all heard a lot about flattening the curve. We're looking to do the exact opposite. We want to peak that curve. We want the docking times and the undocking times to be as consistent as possible so that you can plan on those. That led into, there's an awful lot of other things we need to be aware of. Sensors that we needed to bring into the fold, similar to what you've seen on cars, for them to be able to automatically park, for the cruise controls to work automatically. So we looked at different things. What we call our panoramic edge camera that gives a 360-degree view around the vessel. Okay, now we've added a display to the bridge. Then we added a high-resolution radar that can find, it's a shorter range, but it's much higher resolution. So instead of you maybe seeing that little sailboat approaching, now you definitely see it. Now you can have resolution down to 4 people in kayaks, individually resolved, so you know what's approaching your vessel. Then we added a secondary radar to that for longer range that allows you to position off seashores, larger things in the mix. And the last thing we added was essentially a radar bumper system, similar to what you see in your cars, so you now are aware of how close you are to docks, what those things are. Initially, each of those had its own display, its own little piece, so now you're adding burden to your operator. And the next step we took from that was to come up with an augmented reality view, fusing all of that information together so that you have one display for the operator to see what's going on as the system's in control. They no longer have to look at 5 different places. They look at one. They see that information. They understand what's there. It all comes together with AIS data, with other information for the system. So the operator has a much better perspective of what's happening while this control system is moving them around. Now, there's lots of smaller autonomous vessels out there. There have been for years. The big question has always been, can we scale this up? What can we really do with autonomy? It's one thing to have a survey vessel that's 20 feet, 30 feet running around. It's very different to step into the real world, to step into a big vessel. We have a system on board the American Courage that is in operation, that the Coast Guard has been on board and has signed off on. This particular vessel is about 600 feet long. It's a bulker, goes up and down the Cuyahoga River just outside Cleveland. As you can tell, the path is not exactly straight. There's lots of twists and turns, and there's 1 or 2 moments where the clearances for the shore are just a little bit tight. So you're all looking out up at me going, really? This is for real? This is for real and is in operation. This is a time lapse of one of our trips up and down the river. The American Courage case is unique in that it goes forward up the river. While there is a turning basin, that takes too long. So they go backwards down the river. The docking system and transit system automatically goes forward up the river and automatically comes backward down the river. So that's a controller that's robust enough to handle normal ship operations going forward. And if you've ever driven a ship backwards, using a rudder to steer backwards is a lot more challenging. The system still controls it. The heart of what this system is technology that's been around for 60 years. It's dynamic positioning. We're now repurposing it from the idea of just doing station keeping to doing automated control. That's a big step forward. You're now moving from a 3-axis control problem to a 2-axis control problem at higher speeds. While we have the American Courage, we also have several other case studies that are in operation or in various stages of development using that same controller, not just for lower speed operations like this, but for operations as high as 40 knots, going in and out of harbors, spinning around. So the controllers are in use. We're moving them forward. We have 2 ro-ro cargo vessels that will come online early next year in Canada that are using this system actively and for day-to-day operations. So autonomy is coming, but we're starting to build up from the assistance system side. These are not doing this all by themselves. The captain's still in control of the vessel. He can still speed it up and slow it down. In the case of American Courage, that was critical. Sometimes the railway bridge can't open, sometimes it can. The other piece that really came out of this, I talked about all those sensors. As the American Courage is going up the river, it has to go under no less than 14 bridges, one of which is a 12-lane freeway. GPS drops out. What do you do? Using laser sensors to scan both sides of the river and recognize that profile and position was our solution. So now you're using different sensor capabilities to allow, in conjunction with the control system, to move up the river during times of sensor blackouts, things like that. So there's a lot of pieces, and these are stepping stones towards the end goal, which is truly autonomous shipping in various aspects. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. All right. So I'll start where I just left off. So today I'll be talking about our maritime autonomy solution. We have developed an 8-meter long vessel called DRIX, which I'll talk about a little bit more. So I'll talk about what we have and the advancements that we have made in the last 5 years. It was actually in this event 5 years ago in San Diego where we launched this DRIX USV in the US. So, and this is where we are from that point, and also I'll talk about the advancements that we're making in the intelligence, speed, and endurance to kind of keep up with the global demand. So the first thing I thought about was this, and I know that there's attendance from NOAA here. So back in 2020, DRIX was actually identified as one of the USVs of choice for the NOAA NOMEC strategy for mapping the US exclusive economic zone, as well as the Seabed 2030 initiative. NOAA's vision, and I think we have observed this ourselves, that NOAA has taken a very active leadership role on this, is that ultimately they want to see a better and more sustainable use of the ocean. And the one way to ensure sustainable use of the ocean is through safer ship navigation. And sustainable use of the ocean is what we're talking about for the last few days, which is blue economy. So what I will talk about in the next 3 slides will show how the ocean mapping capability that can be done through the DRIX kind of achieves some of those goals and objectives that NOAA has. And so first thing I'll talk about is the intelligence of the system. So I mentioned this yesterday, the AI-based software framework that we developed for the DRIX, it encompasses the obstacle avoidance, the data fusion, data management, and also supports the supervised autonomy. Supervised autonomy basically for us means there's always going to be a human in the loop. Yes, the robot will perform its work, it'll do it efficiently, but there's always going to be a person involved kind of overseeing the operation and kind of get in any critical situations. And powered by this software, the vehicle is able to do multi-domain operations. So I'll talk a little bit more about that in my next 2 slides. And it also enables very scalable multi-vehicle operations. And we actually have demonstrated that last year where we had 2 of these vehicles operating in 2 different parts of France, but command and controlled over the horizon from one single location. So that was a big achievement as well that we did last year. And finally, the vehicles can be used as force multipliers with mother vessels. That's something that a lot of wind farm developers, operators are interested in seeing, working side by side with a survey vessel to essentially force multiply the survey operation. And then the multi-DRIX operations can be performed over satellite communications and from remote command and control centers that I already mentioned. So the scenario that I depict here are actually actual scenarios that the DRIX has performed. So we have done seabed mapping operations, fisheries and biomass surveys, as well as command and controlling underwater vehicles. So the DRIX has operated as a command and control hub from the surface and also as a data transmission hub for these AUVs. And then also in terms of the versatility of the platform, it can host a multitude of sensors as this kind of shows. So it can take fisheries sensors, biomass detection sensors, other environmental sensors, wind LiDARs for measuring wind speed, a lot of applications in the wind farm world, and also, of course, for seabed mapping, so sub-bottom, multi-beam, etc. This is an actual operation at a wind farm in the North Sea. I cannot just mention the name as yet. But on the top right, what you see is the real-time data acquisition performed by the DRIX. The DRIX has a Kongsberg 2040 multi-beam on it. And the bottom right image, the red, if you can see it, that's the DRIX operating, and the green dot is a traditional survey vessel that is conducting the same survey in the same location. And on the bottom, I don't know if it's hard to see, the Drix is operating at about 8 to 9 knots, and the traditional vessel is going at about 3 to 4 knots. So again, this exemplifies some of the efficiencies that can be gained doing the same type of box survey for either wind farm or just coastal mapping, etc. And then this is an example, my final example. This kind of highlights operations in harsh conditions in remote areas of the world. So this is a project that started last year. It was in the northeast of Canada called Saint-Pierre and Miquelon, which is actually a French territory. This has been almost 2 years in the works. It involved 2 governments, France and Canada, as well as 6 government departmental agencies working together to make this happen. So the concept was to basically map the seabed and classify or characterize the seabed in Saint-Pierre and Miquelon, where about 60 years ago there was a shipwreck, and the goal was to basically do the seabed mapping to find this wreck. So this was done last year. Some of the operating conditions that you see over there. The Drix performed 34 days continuous survey without any weather downtime. But the conditions were quite challenging, as you can see. The winds were basically at 45 knots almost consistently, and this is supposed to be the good time of the year. And poor visibility, I don't have the picture here, but we have seen many pictures where we can't even see the vehicle. The average wave height was about 1.5 meters, and the water, we were operating at water depths about between 8 to 270 meters. And then what came out of this 30-day operation was we were able to provide data to the client without any post-processing. So the data quality that was gathered by the Drix was almost ready to be delivered directly to the client. We did over 3,000 line miles in those 34 days. And the feedback that we got from the client, again, was the results that they got, the multi-beam data was almost 5 times better than the legacy data that they already had. And this year, and I don't have the results right now because we actually went back this year to do a 60-day mission to kind of continue surveying the area, and the results are being processed as we speak. So really my key message here, hopefully, is that the platforms that we have today, they are already very safe. I showed an example of that yesterday where the Drix was operating at a wind farm also in Europe. The wind farm was under construction and there were other vessels going on, so it was a busy area. But we're making them safer and we're also making them more intelligent. How? We're adding more redundancies in terms of either data communication or perception sensors. We're improving the situational awareness of the vehicle through that. As well as improved data management and data fusion, because at the end of the day, as I mentioned earlier, there will always be a human in the loop. That's why it's supervised autonomy. But what we're trying to do is make the robot and these platforms smarter so they're able to make these decisions faster and quicker. And in some cases, they are reacting faster than the human operators who are far away watching this, because the amount of data that is being collected and processed on any given second feeds into those intelligence. We're also making our vehicles to be able to integrate larger sensor payloads, and this definitely has, we have California in mind for that, because a lot of the operations that we foresee are going to be farther out and in deeper waters, so there's a need to integrate larger seabed mapping sensors, and so we need to be integrating those sensors in those payloads. And we want to be able to make sure that the vehicle is able to go out farther offshore and map even the deeper parts of the ocean. And as we know, there's quite a lot that is yet to be mapped, and that goes back to the NOMEC strategy as well. And the last point that I want to make is that we're seeing just a massive change in the way we interact with the ocean and how our clients are interacting with the ocean. And we're seeing that in 3 real broad areas. One is we're seeing more new ocean discoveries almost every day. We're finding something. And if you read closely, you'll always see that there's always some sort of marine robotics involved in those discoveries. There's also an increased awareness for ocean conservation. And finally, what we've been talking about for the last 2 days is just the sustainability and a sustainable use of the ocean. And we see that our marine autonomy solutions will be a key enabler for all of this and to support all of these activities. So thank you.
Introduce yourself as well.
Right.
Good job, guys.
Hi everyone. So I'm Sylvain, the Chief Sales Officer for GIS Engineering. We are a French-based company. And first of all, I would like to thank Matt and the cluster for giving us the opportunity to be here today. Eventually, you might have the PowerPoint. This is a PDF, I think. Okay. So I must also thank the CNES, the French National Space Agency, thanks to who are here today. They support us in our works toward the ship control and the autonomy of ships at the sea. Right. So GIS, we are, as I said, a French-based company. We were created in 2015. We are quite a young company. We started as an engineering office and now turning into a system provider with the ambition to answer 3 goals: reduce the greenhouse emission of shipping, increase the safety of life at sea, and contribute in producing clean energy at sea. So we gather a team of 25 people, mostly scientists and software developers. As it was mentioned yesterday, when you start treating a lot of data, a big amount of data, you need the software developers to be able to treat all those data. Here is the quick overview of our clients, which are ship owners, energy providers, and engineering offices. So just to give you, or to remind some context, the goals of the autonomous shipping is to, of course, to increase the safety of life at sea, to increase the performances of shipping, and to reduce eventually the cost of shipping. Again, the human factor is still important in the incident at sea, and the crew on board the ships are still an important part of the operational expenditures. So autonomy at sea implies to tackle quite a lot of problems, and among those problems are the unhomogeneity of the system on board, the diversity of the system, especially when you're talking about retrofitting a ship and making it autonomous. So that's what we are tackling when we treat the autonomous shipping. So in our journey to define a system and to develop a system, we have identified 5 main pillars that drive the system. The first one is the ship behavior. The second one is the performance of the control of the ship. The third one are the features that we will have on board and that will fit the system. The fourth one is the integration of the system on board the ship, and the last one is the supervision. So I will go through all those pillars and how we treated those. So first of all, the ship behavior and how we model the ship. So that really has been the main work at the start of the company, is to develop the framework, the modeling framework, the models, the ship models, to have an accurate impression of the model behavior at sea and how it is impacted by the environments. So the more accurate you are in your modeling, and the more accurate you will be able to control the ship. So it's a few examples of how we worked on. We worked on the interaction of the ships with ice, with environment, with wave, with wind propulsion, and we developed our own framework that we can exploit then. The next one is really on the control, improving the control. So on this one, we have been working on innovative control strategies to be able to control ships in DP, to control ships underway, and including different propulsion system, the wind, mechanical propulsion, dagger boards, rudders, and everything. And we've worked a lot also on the software side, the human-machine interfaces. The features that we have developed, or at least we have worked on for now in simulated environment. As I say, we are quite a young company, so we haven't put those kind of system on board ships yet, but that's what we are targeting for the next years. So we've been working on detection and identification of obstacles, on collision avoidance methods and control strategies, but also new control strategies to answer some very specific operations like docking, like collision avoidance, of course. And just to come back, as mentioned, Michael, an important part is to be able to merge all the data available on board and to get the right decision from those data. Next is to really put the system on board, so to install the system and to communicate with all other sensors and systems on board the ship. Right now we are putting our first systems on board ships, and we made an important work on the software side of our system. We have developed our framework so that we can control a 120-meter ship like the canopy one that you can see on the top right corner, which is a wind-propelled ship, wind-assist propelled ship that will transport the Ariane 6 spacecraft from Europe to French Guiana. But we also can, with the same software, control a DP vessel and also models. So really the strength of our system is to be flexible and generic and adaptive. The very last pillar is really the supervision of the vessel from shore, and the supervision of the ship, but eventually of the fleet of ship that would be autonomous. So our supervision relies on two main features: our digital twin that we call hypertwin, and the route planning. The idea behind our hypertwin is really to be able to correct the model of the ship, treating the navigation data. So onshore we have the computation power to be able to run algorithms on the ship navigation data and eventually correct the model of the ship to be more accurate on the next navigations. Then the route planning is quite important. You'll see on this. I don't have the animation here, but the weather events on the Atlantic, for example, but also on all oceans will definitely be on the main trading routes. So it will impact, of course, the trading, the ship routes. And it is very important to then focus on this weather routing. So to treat this problem, we recently, from the beginning, we've been working a lot on the routing algorithms to allow working with hybrid ships, taking into account the wind propulsion of the ship to find the best way in matter of routes and speed. To respect the ETA, but in the meantime to have the best conception of the vessel. And very recently we acquired the activity of a Belgian company that was on weather data download and analysis. So with this new feature, we have really a complete system to prepare the route of the ship at long term, and then to control the ship more locally when we are at sea. So in our journey to the autonomous shipping, right now we are putting our first system on board ships, and the next step would be to test the different features, the detection, the automatic collision avoidance on the first ship on which we will be installing our system, and we hope to use the canopy vessel, this vessel I showed you, to eventually test those first technologic bricks on board a real ship. So thanks a lot for your attention, and I'll be happy to answer any question.
So 3 really interesting presentations, starting with a big vessel, hundreds of meters, where they're trying to manage and assist the captain on board, or whoever is on board, the crew on board. So this is crew assist. And you talked about, at least your one example was an inland waterway. Obviously, you can't use the same mechanisms if you don't have banks, like they're out in the open ocean. But, so that was autonomy for a big vessel. And then XBlue has autonomy for its 8-meter vessel. Primarily, I don't think you do anything inside a port. You're basically out in the ocean, open ocean, right? So 2 different kinds of vessels, both developing their own autonomy. And then de-ice, at least seemingly to me, pulling together different kinds of vehicles, bringing the weather, route planning, and really trying to create what looks like a fleet management opportunity, where there's a command center and somebody can look at mini vessels and try and assist them. Now, theoretically, I guess you could be working with Wärtsilä, somebody that has a Wärtsilä autonomy vessel system, and then you would incorporate it in what you're doing. Would that be correct?
That could be possible, yes.
What's that?
That could be possible, yes.
Okay, good. So I recently, I was asked to write a chapter for a book on autonomy for the World Maritime University in Malmo. And I said, are you sure you want me, because I'm not an autonomy specialist? And they said, well, I said I can only do a case study. So I ended up writing a chapter in this book. Now this is a book of 300 pages or something, and there's 35 authors. So a lot of it is, what is autonomy? You know, and where are we going with autonomy? So, you know, when we think about autonomy, there's vessel autonomy, which I think for the most part we talked about here. And then you've got navigation autonomy, and to some extent weather has something to do with that as well, telling it where to go and when to go, and to decarbonize as much as possible, to be efficient about that. You've got the mission autonomy, which of course bleeds over, if you will, into navigation autonomy. And then you've got data processing autonomy. So there's different aspects of autonomy. And so just in our small vehicle, and yesterday I presented that we have a 32-kilo vehicle, and we've talked to the Coast Guard, like I'm sure all of you have talked to the Coast Guard, and you've talked to the IMO, and they're all struggling to figure out, as we put more and more vehicles in the water with autonomy, what are the rules of the road? And many of you may know that a company called Saildrone was working with Task Force 59 in Bahrain, and the Iranians decided to pick up 2 of them and try and take them home. Now this is a pretty big vehicle, and theoretically they have the right to do that because these are unoccupied vehicles somewhere that could be creating a problem, right? And so they have the right to pick it up and avoid, you know, get rid of that problem. Now the US Navy didn't take nicely to that, and they went out and kind of forced them to give them back. But it shows that the rules of the road are very vague at this particular time. So what I really want to kind of build up to is you know, what's holding us back, and things like insurance and classification societies. And when somebody says, I've got autonomy and it doesn't work well, how do we deal with that in a bigger sense? Because we will all be tainted by that. My vehicle's 32 kilos, the one I'm selling now. I'm floatsome to the US Coast Guard. I mean, I bounce off of things because I'm 70 pounds, right? But still, they're telling me that they're interested in my vehicle and autonomy. So let's have a little discussion now about what are our big problems and how do we begin to tackle those together? Because I think those reputable companies really need to be working together in this. So Michael, you.
If I can lead us off, I think you brought up a really good point as far as what is autonomy. And Cheyenne mentioned it earlier, supervised autonomy versus autonomy. Right. If you watch the evolution that went through the unmanned aerial vehicles, they went from autonomous flying planes, oh my goodness, they're flying by themselves, making decisions by themselves, this is scary. Public didn't like that. Then they became unmanned aerial vehicles. Now they are RPAs, remotely piloted aircraft. That's a very key distinction, and I think that also plays into what you were saying, Michael, as far as what are the legalities of these vessels. Are they really just, excuse me, sent out by themselves without any supervision? Or as Cheyenne mentioned, they are supervised. They're simply executing a mission. We're still monitoring them. We're still aware of them. And I think that's part of an evolution that we in the maritime industry have to expect to take as well as we get into those questions.
So how do the Iranians know that he's got a vessel out that is supervised? I mean, this is the kinds of issues that the IMO is facing as we put more and more vehicles out there. There's, of course, the obvious collision avoidance as well. That's a very front and center kind of an issue. But I think the effectiveness, or even the issue of we are so dependent today on GPS and GNSS that if you're in a denied environment, what are we going to do? Now, that could be a sunspot as well as the Chinese. So how are we going to deal with things like that? And how does the IMO say, I think this is a really good system? So, you know, Shan, how would you deal with that? Do you rely on GPS or GNSS?
We do. Yes, we do. But again, there's perception built into that. There is, I mean, I think the question that you're asking, I think it's quite broad along those ways. So, I mean, a couple of examples I can give is there's the perception issue in terms of like what it's seeing, what it's avoiding, and trying to stay out of like harm's way. And there's supervised autonomy to that, but there's also its own built-in perception to that. With regards to IMO, I think one of the things that we're doing, mostly in Europe, and we want to replicate this in the US, is we're working with individual governments in trying to establish, who are trying to come up with like rules and regulations. And in certain cases, we're actually working hand in hand where they're asking us to provide input in terms of what those regulations should mean. There are certain countries who are taking a very practical approach and a pragmatic approach. They want to make this work. They want to see these autonomous platforms being utilized because that's where things are going. But there are certain countries who are a little bit cautious and not quite there yet. I think part of it is from an experience standpoint, and I think the difference is in Europe, there's a lot more of these vehicles that are operating in wind farms in coastal waters. And again, I would think, I mentioned this early in my presentation, I think NOAA in the US is taking a very leadership approach to that, to see these type of platforms for coastal resiliency, for disaster management, and to take it to a further extent, like in terms of ship navigation, like mapping the EEZ, or you know, there's even like a tourism aspect to that in terms of marine sanctuary mapping, etc. So we're seeing different aspects. We're seeing different parts of that in different areas, but I think at the end of the day, is to be able to work with the regulators, the lawmakers, to make sure that there are practical approaches to this that promotes the use, but also make sure that there's some safety aspects to that.
I think that's really interesting, and I agree with you. There's a lot of partial solutions or ways of addressing certain things, but a bigger solution, even country by country. As soon as that vessel goes out of the country's waters, I mean, how are you going to deal with it? So how are you guys dealing with it with de-ice?
For now, we are dealing it with a simulation, so we haven't put a system on board a ship yet. But so far, as Sean said, the different governments have different view on this. In France, I think we're a bit behind in terms of autonomy at sea. There was some test of remote operated ships in the Mediterranean port. Compared to Norway or I think Finland also, or Netherlands, they have some area where ships are already operating autonomously. I think that the system will have to get some new features that will be able to communicate with other ships to indicate how they will behave in a collision avoidance maneuver. Just because when you will see an autonomous ship coming at you, you will not know what it's going to be doing. So I think the intercommunication and interconnection in between ships at sea will be an important matter.
So obviously the world is moving faster and faster, and the coal regs, the international regulations, are from like 1976, right? I mean, they're decades behind, and as soon as they think they're up to date, our vehicle will be able to submerge. And so when we think about collision avoidance, the way we're going to avoid is go underwater. Well, if the regulations come out and say, you know, that person has to start moving away. I mean, we know that sailboats have priority over powered vessels, and there is a whole priority list. But as you get out further, it becomes a little more difficult. And then we throw a curveball at the regulators, like, I'm going to go underwater, and they go, never thought about that. So I'm really curious how how companies like ours can work together, because I'm a little nervous about the IMO coming up with regulations without a lot of industry input. So, and the Coast Guard, we went to see them, and they said that much bigger U.S. companies like Liquid Robotics and Saildrone are saying that they are flotsam, even though they're thousands of pounds. Which they don't believe at headquarters in Coast Guard, but there is no regulation. So we at 32 kilos, so 70 pounds, are being kind of looked at as if we were thousands of pounds, because there are, again, no rules of the road. So how do we do this together? How do we work on this?
I think from our perspective, one of the key factors is really getting regulatory involved at the forefront. The first autonomous system test we did was on a ferry in Norway. They were on board for all of the tests. The Norwegian Maritime Directorate got to the point that they were confident enough in the system that they actually allowed the ferry to operate with passengers on board while we were doing the testing. I think that's really the key aspect, is getting each of the regulatory bodies involved as you're building these systems in, as you're doing the testing, so that, one, you don't get to a point where they suddenly go, oh my goodness, wait, you're going to submerge? Never thought of that. You're actually bringing those ideas to them, so they're considering that aspect early on.
Mike, is all your autonomy though on a crewed vessel, or are you doing any?
No.
No. So you are going to be doing, or you are doing completely autonomous, nobody on board. Okay. Well, I think you're right. Are you working with the IMO in that same situation?
Yes.
Okay.
We're working with them in various circumstances. We work with a relatively well-known company doing some rocket landing stuff that we're working very closely with the Coast Guard on different aspects of as well.
I know that Finland's got, I think it's called One Ship, that there's a kind of an association where they're trying to bring everybody together and collaborate, and I've talked to some of those people, and it seems like a great effort. I'm not sure who else is doing that. Certainly in the United States, I'm not aware of anything like that. Are you?
There are a couple of different consortiums in the U.S. in pockets that are starting to really bring together industry as well as regulatory, as well as, you know, we heard earlier from the port side of things. As you start looking at applications for autonomy, it really does spread out to a lot of different groups that have to be involved as you try and bring some of this online. So you do have pockets where they're looking at that, but there's no overarching group just by virtue of the size of the country that's looking at it just yet.
So one of the things that we're going to do on our vehicle, because we expect that it could be used in GPS-denied environments, is looking at celestial navigation. So that when you don't have GPS or GNSS, that we will still know where we are, not constantly, but often enough. And we're really not on inland waterways. We're not in a bay. We're typically an ocean-going vehicle. But it'll be interesting. I haven't seen any kind of requirements for people to incorporate celestial navigation, for example. And it would seem to me that that's the kind of thing that will be important. And every single vessel has a signature. I mean, a radar, a heat signature, and typically wake. So there's no vessel that of any size in traditional monohull that can't be seen from space. Why are you laughing?
Just an interesting perspective. I think that's.
Well, I mean, it's unfortunate, but at a moment when we have solar flares, solar sunspots that are really significant, or somebody decides to deny whatever it is, we have to be thinking about the backups.
Absolutely, and I'll do a little plug for Cheyenne here. We've been working with XBlue in various discussions about some of their sensors that are inertial navigation systems supplemented by Doppler velocity logs. So while you're still taking a reference from GPS or some other system for that starting point, they're incredibly accurate, and when you combine the two, you're actually getting a really good redundant sensor that can go anywhere. It's shipboard only. It doesn't care if you have sunspots. If somebody's jamming your GPS, it does its own thing.
Yeah, we're actually.
Thank you.
Go ahead. No, Shan, go ahead.
No, like he mentioned, I'll just take another step further. These are north-finding instruments. So even in the GPS-denied environments that Michael is talking about, and they're also, this is something that I touched upon yesterday, these are reliable, very, very accurate. So even in GPS-denied environments, they can sustain themselves and do their thing for a long periods of time. So that's just the sensor side of it.
So we're going to, obviously I'd love to get some people from the audience. We've got about 12 minutes left before lunch, I think. What about CapEx and OpEx? What do you think that autonomy will do for the cost of these vehicles and for the operating costs? So I mean, obviously we already talked a little bit about the weather and the routing and things like that, but are you thinking that people are, when they talk to you, do they start thinking about, I'm going to build differently, the vessels differently, particularly all autonomous? You don't have to have crew the same way. But let's talk a little bit about CapEx and OpEx.
Indeed, the CapEx will be more important for those kind of ships.
I'm sorry, it'll be more? Or
more important, yeah.
You think it'll be more expensive to build them?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because more system, because more sensors, more redundancy. But then the reduction of operational expenditure that we do, removing the crew, will help in getting some good return on investment.
And how about operational efficiencies? When you you said mostly what you've done is simulation, but what kinds of reduction in costs, operating expenses, do you anticipate by using autonomy and using the fleet management, all the weather control that you're trying to bring into it?
No, we haven't much done simulation on the financial global building of autonomous shipping. We more and more look at what the consumption reduction that could provide wind assistance on ships. And for this, we could reach some 20, 25, even more if we
20 to 25%
on a vessel like Canopy that I showed earlier. On purpose-built ships, when we accept to reduce the speed, then we can go further to 80, 70 to 80%. But this will be a topic of this afternoon panel, I think. But that's another matter. The reduction of consumption is a global thing, and it will be new fuels. But also we should also look at the wind assistance. And to come back on the regulatory thing and how we bring this to IMO, I think the clusters and association of professionals behind this should act in this way. I mean, for the wind propulsion, we have this International Wind Ship Association that does the job and that goes to the IMO to present some ideas, some texts. So I think for the autonomous ships, that should be the same way.
Yeah, we're a member of the International Wind Ship Association as well. So Mike, go ahead.
So just to add to that, a lot of the simulation that we did in the background in support of the project on American Courage was targeted at does this make sense? At the end of the day, financially for them, it absolutely made sense because the cost of the system was very minimal and it gained them one extra trip full of bulk ore across the Great Lakes. That one extra trip hit their bottom line directly.
One extra trip, what, per month, per week, per day?
One extra trip per season.
Per season? Really?
One extra trip. One load made up for the cost of the system immediately and actually was a direct hit to their bottom line.
Fantastic. And so that was the operating side. How about, and you're saying it was a nominal expense for them?
It was a nominal expense compared to that. The OpEx savings and the increased revenue easily overcame the CapEx and the OpEx issues.
John, I mean, it's a little different for you because you have a form-built vehicle, so it's hard to compare against anything. But what do you tell your customers in terms of why they should buy this and what they're going to get done versus, some other comparison?
No, that's a great question. And, with different customers, depending on the concept of operation, what they're using it for, those are hard to measure, at least by ourselves. But I think one of the things that I talked about is the efficiency. So if somebody's using, manned platforms, given the number of people, the fuel consumption, so the efficiencies come from those type of savings. So come from the OpEx cost. And we have shown, and at least I'm speaking again from wind farm surveys here, or just basic multi-beam survey, is the savings are like 3 to 4 times compared to a traditional vessel that's operating at around the same speed. And they're not even operating at the same speed. So then you're worried about the data collection, the amount of time it takes to collect the data, the post-process the data. So I think there are 3 aspects to that in terms of saving. One is the collection of the data, it's the mobilization, and also the post-processing and the back end, and the data quality that you actually deliver to your client. So they all kind of play in the factor, and they all vary based on what the operation actually is. Because as you know, like, we are the technology manufacturer, the way our clients use it is different for any different operation. And most of the time we're not involved in those planning purposes because it's their vehicle, they want to use it, that they want to use it. But what we have seen ourselves, and our selling point is the operational efficiency, and I think that's the game.
So again, I'm inviting people up to the microphones. I'm kind of keeping an eye here. So far it's been very empty. What are the prerequisites to do this kind of autonomy? I mean, to me, GPS, for example, satellite communications. Without those kinds of things, we couldn't have open ocean autonomy. So what are the things that you think are really critical? Computing power, sensors getting smaller. I mean, what makes it work, do you think, versus what it used to be?
I think all of those contribute to it. I think the biggest aspect that we're missing right now is the machinery side of it. At the end of the day, we can come up with smaller, faster computers, we can come up with better positioning technology, but we still have to have somebody that's going to actually handle the machinery, or we have to get all of that to a point where the machinery is intelligent enough to handle whatever issues happen. Does that mean we have bigger vessels because we have redundant filters? Does that mean we have filters that clean themselves? All those aspects. The machinery aspect is really the piece that's delaying a lot of this from the open ocean standpoint, because there's just no solution for what happens when right now.
In a minute we'll go to you. Thank you very much for coming up. Let me ask a little more question to Mike. Mike, Wärtsilä has a venture firm or an accelerator as well, as I understand it. Are you familiar with that?
We have lots of different avenues that we're going after right now. So yes, we do have a rapid innovation group within the Voyage team. We also have aspects like that in marine power.
So if there were companies in the audience, for example, that might be of interest to you, you're not here just to explain what you're doing, but you're here as a tech finder. Would that be a fair thing to say?
Absolutely.
Okay, great. So, Sean?
I just wanted to add something to what Mike said. From our side, one of the prerequisites, and I think we're catching up to that, is the data transmission, especially when we're operating satellite communication over the horizon. And with the Starlink that is now available, we have implemented that, and we're starting to see some real benefits to that. So until that point, I think the data communication, the bandwidth was a challenge, especially to do remote operations. But that's changing.
Go ahead. Love to hear your question.
Thanks.
Would you introduce yourself, please?
Yes, Tim Jenkins with Resynergy Incorporated. We don't do navigation. We do pyrolysis, scrap plastic into petroleum, other things. But I used to work in the navigation realm, and the challenge at that time was the IMUs, the inertial measurement units, were great when GPS was denied for a very brief interval, and then the math got too complex and the dead reckoning fell apart. Has that changed? Can you lose GPS for 24 or 48 hours and still know where you are?
I guess I'll answer that. So it depends on how many years ago you were talking about and the type of technology. And that actually really matters because there are many different types of technology offering navigation systems. Could be fog-based, could be RLG-based, could be HRG-based, could be many different ones. Now there's MEMS-based. So that's another technology that's available. So it really depends. And also, at the end of the day, it's the laws of physics. When it comes to inertial measurement, there's always going to be a drift because you're essentially computing the position, not to go into the math, but you're essentially adding error almost every second as you're computing this. So that's just a physics problem. That's not going to be solved. But I think one of the things that Mike touched upon is an inertial navigation system also, let's forget about GPS if there's no GPS, but it also relies on other aiding sensors to aid its performance. It could be acoustic, it could be Doppler velocity logs, it could be temperature, all of that. So I think in those realms, I think we also manufacture navigation systems, as you know, but we have been able to add new sensor technologies to kind of feed some of that information. So in terms of, yes, has it improved? It has. There's always going to be that drift problem. That's a physics problem that is not going to be solved. But then there's a whole range of systems that offer different types of performances. So that matters as well. So I hope that answered your question.
Thanks for your question. I think we have time for one more question. Yes, Rod.
So my question relates to mission for autonomous.
Do you want to introduce yourself first?
Oh, yeah. I work for the U.S. Department of Commerce up in Oakland, California, and I work with drone companies like Saildrone. And my question relates to mission more than the technology on illegal fishing and undocumented, unreported fishing and the role of surface drones in mitigating that. Any commentary, especially in Europe, since you're from that part of the world. Is there any EU funding around that? Is this an issue that you see drones playing a role in?
Yeah, I'll start a little bit with that. Yes, the answer to your question is we do see that, and I'm speaking strictly from a US perspective here, is NOAA Fisheries is interested in that. Illegal fishing, but also just understanding, what exists, impact of construction, impact of vessel navigation, etc. So yes, a surface drone integrated with different sensor platforms can do that, yes. And we're already involved in some of those activities with NOAA Fisheries.
To add to that, a number of the lease requirements for the wind farms talk about the North Atlantic right whale and ceasing operations, because as you're hammering in pilings, that's a very noisy environment. So one of the things that the drones are going to be used, while this doesn't touch on the illegal fishing, it does touch on mammal detection and being aware of what's going on in the environment. So they're very definitely considering and implementing that in those aspects.
Right, and compared to a traditional vessel, a USV will be much more agile in terms of getting out of the way of a marine mammal and avoid a strike.
So I'll add a little bit. I was asked to give a talk. There was what they call a deep dive on combating IUU for the National Maritime Integration Office, NIMIO. And the problem isn't finding the bad guys. You get them from space. If they turn off their EIS, you can still see their wake and you can still see their heat signature. So we know where they are. The problem really is prosecuting. It's gathering the information. And so you've got to either get very close, or you have to either quadcopters or satellites with very good picture capability that you can route over that particular vehicle and prove that they had fish on board. In our case, because we're such a small vehicle and we're basically invisible, we will get close to them and take pictures, and we will listen. If they use their hydraulics, for example, to put things in the water, we'll know that. We'll know exactly where they are because of GPS and GNSS. So the opportunity is to put out lots of inexpensive vehicles, because the problem, again, is not identifying where they are, it's getting the proof to take them to court. And then you got to worry about corruption and things like that. But leave that aside. This isn't a problem for the most part around the United States. It isn't a problem around Europe. It's a problem around Africa and island states, and Argentina's got this problem, Peru's got this problem. So I mean, a lot of developing countries that have that problem more than anybody else. But there's no question USVs are going to play an important role in that. Well, you've been a wonderful audience. Thank you. And just a couple of questions, and thank you very much for those. Great panel. Thank you so much. I learned a lot, and I know just the discussions I've had with some of you guys the last couple of days, there are some ways to work together. So I look forward to pushing those forward as well. So let's give them a round of applause. Good job. Good job.
Hello. We're ready to begin the afternoon session of BlueTech Week. Do I have to clap again? I may have to clap. Woo! It's time to start the second session. Come on down. Very good. I know, right? Just love it. Love it. Yep. Well, it got quiet then. Outstanding. We're going to start the afternoon session of the last day of BlueTech Week. This one on sustainable commercial shipping is going to be ports as key players for sustainable commercial shipping. And your moderator for the track is Kendra McDonald, who is the CEO of Canada's Ocean Super Cluster, here with us direct from Canada. Welcome, Kendra.
Okay, for those of you that were here yesterday, I made a wardrobe change so I can sit in the chairs today, so that's awesome. Good start. So it is my pleasure to facilitate several panels this afternoon, the first of which is focused on ports as key players in sustainable commercial shipping. I am hoping that you will ask questions. We have the last day after lunch, which is sort of not a super fun spot to be trying to have an interactive conversation. It will go much better if you are asking the questions and not only me. So with me today, do I only have 3 or is Richard Chow in the room somewhere? Okay. Okay, so we have Wei-Hua Tam, who is the Director, Chief Engineer, and Project Manager, Chief Sustainability Officer, Maritime and Port Authority of Singapore. Okay? And then we have Renee Yarmy, who is the Program Director, Maritime Sustainable Development for the Port of San Diego. And then we have Chris Cannon, who is the Director of Environmental Management and Chief Sustainability Officer for the Port of LA. Okay, so with that, I will ask Engineer Tam to start with your presentation, and it should be just about ready to go, and you can use this to move the slides forward. Okay?
Good afternoon. Thank you, Kendra. Yeah, before I start, it's a pleasure to be here. I just wanted to thank Matt for inviting the Maritime Port and Port Authority of Singapore for this conference. It's my first time here in San Diego. It's a wonderful place. Quite cold, but the place is actually fantastic, quite clean and neat. Okay, just to start off. Now, maritime is in Singapore's DNA, right? We have been trading since 700 years ago when we were known as Temasek, has a global trading center along the old Maritime Silk Road, connecting east and west. Right? During colonial days, we became an entrepot, serving the global maritime hub or trade. And as a young budding nation, we tried our hands at containerization in the 1970s, and we never looked back because we became the world's largest transshipment and bunkering hub. What's next for us right now is that we will focus on Tuas Megaport. Our Tuas Megaport focus on the future growth of the container handling capacity to make sure that we are able to handle the future needs of the shipping needs, right? So that to make sure that Singapore remains very competitive as a global hub port. Now, as a leading maritime agency for Singapore, MPA will perform 3 key functions to drive our global decarbonization aspirations, or maritime aspirations. Firstly, we need to develop Singapore as a global hub port by making sure that our port are safe and efficient, and making sure that the port capacity is sufficient to meet the needs of our shipping industry. Secondly, we also need to grow Singapore to be a vibrant international maritime center. We need to engage competent or reputable companies, right, and try to engage them in Singapore. And lastly, we need to advance Singapore's strategic interests, both internationally and regional platforms, by ensuring that our ports are safe and easy to access and open to and from Singapore, and also to create many enabling factors so that companies themselves can actually work happily in Singapore and making sure Singapore remains a global hub port and a vibrant international maritime center. Now, to maintain Singapore's position as a key maritime nation and also a global maritime hub, we need to tackle the existential threat of climate change. And to do this, we need to accelerate our climate actions and also our decarbonization efforts. Now, to achieve this effectively on the long run, MPA cannot do it alone. We know that we have to get everyone's support in the industry to help us to run this long decarbonization journey. Now, we launched the Maritime Blueprint 2050 in March this year, right, to outline our approach towards the maritime green transition. Now, this blueprint was launched after a deep consultation within the government and also with the private sector, with over 50 organizations giving us 200 feedbacks and suggestions to improve this blueprint. It charts ambitious and concrete steps on how we want to build a sustainable maritime Singapore and establish Singapore as a reputable or responsible hub port, and as well as an international maritime center. Now, the blueprint actually takes on board the recommendations and suggestions of also an international advisory panel formed specially on the maritime decarbonizations. Now, our blueprint covers essentially 7 key areas that actually includes how we intend to go about doing or greening our maritime sector. Now, it starts off from greening our port terminals, hovercrafts, as well as our Singapore registration of ships, to pilot trials of future fuels, setting bunkering standards and developing the infrastructures, all the way to promoting carbon awareness, carbon accounting, and green financing. But more importantly, these 7 key focus areas actually reinforces our recognition on the need to green the entire value chain and the concrete steps that we need to take to enable the decarbonizations of Singapore maritime sector on both the domestic and the international front. Now, we have already set ambitious emission targets for our port terminals. Now, Singapore port terminals will transit towards a low-carbon future through the adoptions of clean energy, automation, and digitalization. Now, by 2030, our port terminals will aim to collectively achieve at least 60% reduction of total emissions from port operations and as compared to 2005 levels, and to reach net zero by 2050. Now, these achievements, the terminal operators, both our terminal operators called PSA and Jurong Port Private Limited, have deployed electrified port equipment, improved the energy efficiencies, and adopted clean energies, right, alternatives. But they don't just do it for the sake of decarbonization, right? They do it in tandem with the implementations of automations, digitalizations, and robotics to improve their port operations. Now, at the same time, this also reduces the numbers of carbon emissions associated with port operations. Now, in fact, our sustainability initiatives have started much earlier with a sustainable development. We have used energy efficient construction equipment in the reclamation of our Tuas megaport. We have also used innovative and construction methods or circularity methods to reuse these recycled dredge materials generated from our fairways and also the excavated materials from our projects in place of sand. So in this way, not only are we saving billions of dollars for the government, but it also reduces the need for offshore dumping of this waste material, right? At the same time, reduces tremendous amount of carbon footprints. Now, beyond Tuas Port, right, we are also planning to cluster synergistic industries, right, who uses sea freight in a port-centric system at the dockside or the TOS port. Now, this will actually facilitate the efficient flow of cargo, avoid any long haulage journey by road, reduce logistic costs, and more importantly, reduce carbon footprints through shared facilities, optimized resources, and more importantly, shorter supply chain. Now, I think the key point here is that once the container operation in Singapore, as some of you may be aware, starts to consolidate into one single location to the western part of Singapore, that is Tuas Megaport. All these measures that I've just mentioned will actually transit the Tuas Megaport to a low-carbon future expeditiously, and at the same time, maintaining our Tuas port competitively in operation. Now, today's port already started contributing to the emissions abatement of international shipping through efficient transshipment and digital transformation. Now, instead of direct port-to-port, transshipment in Singapore has actually helped to reduce the number of service routes and port calls. Now, this allowed cargo consolidation and also give rise to larger vessels to be used for cargo transshipment. Now, as a result, carbon emissions for every container moved by sea will be reduced significantly. Now, moreover, our digital port at SG enhances the efficiency of port operations. Digital port at SG is Singapore's version of Maritime Single Window, which some of you may be aware. It is a port that actually deals with regulatory transactions. It actually streamlines 16 applications via 3 portals into one single portal. Right? It actually improves the operations, the port operations, and also the transshipment operations. And this, in turn, reduces the idling time of ships in the port waters and the terminals. And at the same time, correspondingly, reduces the carbon footprints generated by these ships in the port waters and terminals. Now, domestic harbour crafts. Now, this morning, I heard some of the panel talking about electrified harbour crafts. Now, Singapore is doing likewise. Fully agreed with the panelists with what they discussed just now. Now, we have about 1,600 harbour crafts in Singapore, and it's our aim to transit them all to a low-carbon future by either using biofuels or to fully electrify them. Now, we have to do this because in support of our nation's updated climate target to achieve net zero by 2050. Now, our immediate goal in 2030 is that for all licensed harbour craft, operators will be required to operate on the low-carbon solutions. Now, what this means is that we will ask them or suggested to them to use low-carbon solutions such as blended biofuels or full electric propulsion system. Now, for smaller harbour craft, we would expect them to transit to these full electric harbour crafts or full electric battery systems or using the bio-blended fuels. Now, but for larger harbour craft, such as the bunker tankers, this is not possible, right? So we would expect them to adopt maybe greener alternative fuels such as ammonia, methanol, or in future, hydrogen. Now, because ships are generally amortized over 20 to 25 years, so we would expect that ships who are actually being built for the next few years to be still remain in operation, right? So what it means is that when the new fuels, such as the ammonia or even methanol, becomes more matured, we will still see some of them in operation. But we would expect or fully believe that a full clarity of what is the future energy or fuel options for the industry will be made known after 2030s. Now, as a top bunkering hub, it is also our interest to carry out pilot trials of green fuels through the formations of value chain ecosystems with stakeholders across the entire marine ecosystem. Now, at present, MPA is actively participating or collaborating with industries to carry out pilot trials for green fuels, such as ammonia, methanol, or even hydrogen. Now, we aim to be the standard setter and also the first mover in the overall maritime decarbonization agenda. Now, for example, MPA has actually collaborated with Port Rotterdam and MLIT of Japan to develop a roadmap to explore the harmonization of standards for the clean marine fuels and to collaborate on joint bunkering pilot runs with the identified shipping lines. This is the one. Okay. The regulations, we believe the regulation of emissions for international shipping need to be done at IMO because we believe that this will actually provide a level playing field and avoid discriminations of port state and flag state. Now, as a responsible flag state, right, to ensure a more sustainable international shipping industry, MPA has participated aggressively or proactively in global discussions on maritime decarbonization efforts. Now, here on the global stage, Singapore plays three major roles or primary roles. One, we want to become a standard setter to develop new and harmonized standards for future green fuels, and also be a bridge builder, right, to provide connections and consensus for adoptions for measures at IMO. And lastly, as an advocate of inclusive climate actions, so that we leave nobody behind in our green transition and journey. Now, green and shipping corridors, we believe that these are actually efforts to support and complement the global bodies such as IMO. Now, so in April 2022, Singapore becomes the 23rd signatories of this Clydebank Declaration. And in August 2022, we also signed the first MOU with Port of Rotterdam, all right, to establish one of the longest green shipping and digital corridor, right, to establish low and zero carbon shipping. Now, just recently, I think at the COP27, MPA has also announced the potential of collaborations with Port of LA and Port of Long Beach, as well as C40, right, on the potential green and shipping corridor between Port of LA, Port of Long Beach, and Singapore. Now, what this means is that Singapore will continue to establish green and shipping corridors with like-minded ports and terminals to build low and zero carbon supply chains, conduct joint bunkering pilots and trials, and develop bunkering infrastructure. Now, Singapore other international partnerships includes the zero emission shipping missions, where we actually attended many of the EXCO's meetings and workshops, and also the First Mover Coalition, where MPA becomes a government partner in May 2022 to encourage some of the industry to also participate in the FMC to harness some of their purchasing powers and supply chains, right, to create early markets for innovative clean technologies to tackle climate crisis. Now, apart from international partnerships, MPA is also progressively actively accelerating R&D efforts with the industries, right, to accelerate on the maritime decarbonization. Now, what we have done in Singapore is that, for example, the Singapore domestic harbour crafts, we have actually awarded funding to 3 consortiums to build the first electric harbour crafts, which we hope to expect it to be on waters by the second half of next year. So in the interim, we also funded for biofuel trials for the existing fleet of harbour crafts with the effort to reduce the greenhouse gas emission. Okay. As mentioned earlier, to tackle the challenge of challenge of adopting these green fuels, I think MPA has worked very closely with the Port of Rotterdam and MLIT, right, to actually bring together coalitions of industry partners and so forth, right, to make sure that they actually work collectively on potential solutions. Now, beyond alternative fuels, the MOU also aims to optimize maritime efficiency and safety and the transparency or the transparent flow of goods, right, by creating a digital trade lane where relevant data, electronic documentation, and standards are actually shared. Now, launch for this, launched in the Singapore Maritime Week in April 22. This is the WAVES. It is the waterfront integrated development for maritime decarbonization. It includes facilitating test beds by the industries across the value chain to collaborate to joint projects and to trial decarbonization technologies. It will be a one-stop center for all things in maritime or hub for maritime decarbonization. Think about the registry of ships. We also want to recognize those ships that actually adopt green fuels and green practices, and we also award them with the recognitions of the SRS Green Notation. Now, if any qualifying Singapore registered ships meets these requirements, they will also receive additional benefits, such as reduction in their IRF or initial registration fee, or the rebates on their annual tonnage tax. We also have the MSGI. This was launched in 2011. All right, Singapore has pledged about 100 million to reduce the environmental impact on the maritime sector transport. Now, MSGI is currently being updated or extended to 2024, right, to include the carbon emission-related incentives with the sulfur emission-related incentives, right? We have 4 programs to promote this, to achieve this outcome. And the main focus, right, apart from just encouraging ocean-going vessels to adopt green fuels, we also focus on pilot trials and new technology research on decarbonization and green fuels, and also promote greater awareness of internal carbon accounting and advanced sustainability reporting amongst maritime companies. Okay, in terms of time, I will have to skip this. Okay, maybe you just go to this part here, internet shipping. Oh, sorry, put it forward. Okay, for increasingly, we also find that green awareness, environmental and sustainability is also very prominent in the company's mission statements. And MPA aims to support and enable a culture of carbon reporting and accounting amongst the maritime companies. And in 2021, we have signed a tripartite MOU between the Singapore Shipping Association and the Global Center for Network Singapore, which is a specialist in carbon accounting and management, to conduct carbon accounting and management workshops for all our maritime companies. Okay, so in closing, our approach towards maintaining sustainable Singapore is summarized in this slide. But beyond the commitments pledged, our approach and actions are focused to these 5 key objectives, in particular, our national energy strategy. Now, so that we hope that collectively, positive spillovers, right, will happen over the coming years. But more importantly, we hope that it will help to catalyze and give rise to green growth opportunities for Singapore. Thank you.
Hello there, I'm Renee Yarmy from the Port of San Diego. So welcome to San Diego if you're not from here. I think they're pulling up my presentation. Here we go. So I'm going to focus today on the infrastructure side of our sustainable operations. My background's in architecture and sustainable development. So whereas our colleagues here may focus on other areas, I wanted to present to you the efforts that we're doing on predominantly the land side of our operations. So the port is a public benefit corporation, essentially established in 1962 under the Port Act. We're one of the 4 largest ports in the state of California, and we're one of 18 ports designated as a strategic port. And so as I talk about some of the projects ahead, I think these are important factors to keep in mind. We work to promote commerce, navigation, recreation, fisheries, and environmental stewardship around the Bay. So many of our initiatives, I don't know if folks here had attended the Scripps discussion on BlueTech. We have a whole other arm of our organization focused on the Blue Economy Incubator and technologies that we're testing in the Bay as well, which I find very interesting and a significant nexus to our maritime operations. So we manage approximately 34 miles of waterfront along the bay, as well as the bay itself, which represents over 14,000 acres of jurisdiction. So to give you a bit of background on the port's maritime operations, we have 2 cargo terminals, our 10th Avenue Marine Terminal and our National City Marine Terminal, and 2 cruise ship terminals. We specialize at our 10th Avenue Marine Terminal in break bulk, refrigerated containers, and dry bulk, and it's a 96-acre complex. Whereas our National City Marine Terminal is solely ro-ro, and we import 1/10 of the nation's vehicles through that site. And that's just 10 miles north of the US-Mexico border. So a huge driver for our environmental initiatives in terms of sustainability has always been our Climate Action Plan, which was established or adopted in December of 2013. This is essentially a way ahead for our emissions reductions in terms of greenhouse gas emissions. So a lot of our development initiatives initially had focused on the carbon intensity of our operations. In 2016, we had conducted our last emissions inventory, and it had shown that we're on track toward our 2020 goal. We're going to be doing an updated inventory this coming year, understanding that COVID had some kind of abnormal reductions in our emissions. So we're going to sort of cast our inventory in this coming year to really understand if we're on track to meet our goals. So more recently, in October of last year, 2021, we had proceeded with the adoption of the Maritime Clean Air Strategy, which now becomes sort of the driving factor for a lot of the work that I do and my other colleagues do at the port today. So initially in 2018, the neighborhoods of Barrio Logan, Logan Heights, Sherman Heights, and West National City were designated in the state of California as one of the 10 communities selected statewide as a community of concern with a high density of pollution and poverty. And so in these areas, which are collectively referred to as the portside communities, the Air Pollution Control District was essentially directed to create a community emissions reduction plan. From that plan, the port has taken ownership of our role as a maritime steward of the emissions reductions necessary in our operations to help fulfill some of the clean air objectives of the SERP. So the SERP really is a plan to accelerate new actions to improve air quality, and as our complementary effort, we've identified several different areas, as you can see in this slide here, across the maritime sector where we can take hold and take stewardship of our role in the improvement of air quality in these communities. So within these areas of cargo handling equipment, commercial harbor craft, heavy-duty trucks, and ocean-going vessels, I'll go into some more detail of some of the initiatives that we've already taken or had progress on in this past year, just 1 year after adopting this Maritime Clean Air Strategy. So we have a lot of long-term goals identified in the Maritime Clean Air Strategy out to 2030, and much of these are more aggressive than the state of California's goals established under the California Air Resources Board. We've established a goal that by 2030, 100% of the truck trips coming in and out of our terminals are zero emissions, with an interim goal that by 2025, 40% of those truck trips are moving towards zero emissions. We're equipping our terminals with shore power so that we can offer at-berth emissions reductions at our facilities. We have a goal to transition all of the cargo handling equipment by 2030 to zero emissions technologies. And there are many initiatives in the harborcraft side in terms of moving ahead with some of the CARB, or California Air Resources Board goals, to move towards renewable diesel and other zero emission technologies. And we've taken this commitment to heart, and our own port fleet is transitioning slowly. We already have 16 of about 100 vehicles procured, but moving towards 100% zero emissions by 2030 as well. So we'll work our way from the north of the bay to the south, so from this perspective here, the left to the right, highlighting some initiatives at our cruise ship terminal, our 10th Avenue Marine Terminal, and at the furthest end south, our National City Marine Terminal. So the first one is our shore power initiatives at our various terminals. We were an early adopter of shore power and installed our first system in 2010 at our cruise ship terminal. So this allows vessels, cruise ship vessels, to be plugged into electricity when at berth, zeroing out emissions that would otherwise have emitted into the adjacent communities. We implemented our second shore power installation at the 10th Avenue Marine Terminal, which is utilized by Dole Fresh Fruit Company, so you may be familiar with their pineapples or bananas. So this year, the port is completing the second phase of shore power at our cruise ship terminal. So nearly all of the cruise vessels will be plugged into shore power when at berth. And this represents an additional $3.3 million in investment. This significantly reduces pollutants such as nitrous oxide, diesel particulate matter, and greenhouse gas emissions. National City Marine Terminal, we're implementing our first phase of shore power, which will be done in time for the 2025 California Air Resources Board at berth regulation. The system includes new service coming in from the utility and is taking significant collaborative work with SDG&E or San Diego Gas and Electric to ensure that we have the type of electrical capacity at our facility to support all of the other initiatives coming ahead of us. So this represents $9.7 million in investment that the port will be placing in this new shore power system. My colleague Zach here administers another program, which is not an infrastructure program, but is really an outreach and voluntary program focused on vessel speed reduction. So we have a target of 90% vessel participants from both our cruise and cargo lines, essentially slowing down their vessels, which has several benefits and co-benefits within our port and our jurisdictional area. So cargo vessels are voluntarily asked to slow down to 12 knots, and cruise vessels asked to slow down to 15 knots within 40 nautical miles of the port. Not only does this reduce our emissions by 60% and offers fuel savings by about 60%, it also reduces underwater noise and reduces mammalian or strike incidents within the bay. The port has also made significant strides in 2022 to advance zero-emissions cargo handling equipment, and one such investment is the purchase of the first 2 all-electric cranes in the United States. These will be implemented at our 10th Avenue Marine Terminal. The equipment, or the cranes, are about $14 million with an infrastructure investment just under $9 million. So we're starting the construction effort now to implement the crane plugs or charging infrastructure, and we're also modernizing segments of our electrical distribution system, which dates back to the 1950s. So slowly, as we implement these advanced technology projects, we're also confronted with upgrading infrastructure that dates back to before the port was the port. So this effort will replace one of the highest emitting diesel particulate matter pieces of equipment, our diesel crane on the terminal, and have significant air quality benefits to the adjacent communities of Barrio Logan and those just east of our terminal. In addition to cranes, our tenants are making investments in zero-emission cargo handling equipment. Terminal Lift, for example, has been an early adopter and demonstrator of zero-emission equipment and had some of the first electric trucks at our terminal. They've also progressed with electric top handlers and more recently an electric reach stacker. And just in April of 2022, our tenant Dole procured 5 electric yard tractors or utility tractor rigs, which replaces 1/3 of their fleet with zero emissions equipment. In addition, in 2016, we had applied for funding to install the first microgrid at the Port of San Diego. Since then, we're actually about to energize our batteries associated with the microgrid, and the solar will be coming online just before the 4th of July next year. This will not only advance some of the modernization efforts I mentioned of our electrical infrastructure, it provides us with the type of energy resiliency and reliability which further our role as a strategic port. It helps us achieve some of our emissions reduction associated with electricity at the terminal, reduces our energy costs by about 60%, and helps us advance some of the initiatives related to our zero-emission infrastructure that we're going to need in the future to support cargo handling equipment. So altogether, this project includes rooftop solar just under 1 megawatt and battery storage just under 1 megawatt or 2.5 megawatt hours. In addition, one of our tenants, make sure I'm on the right slide, Crowley Electric Tug, and Zach in the back is also supporting this initiative by our tenant. They're implementing the first 100% electric zero-emission tug in the United States. This is an 82-foot vessel and includes shore power infrastructure along with a microgrid system that represents an investment of just about $26.3 million by Crowley and the various funders that they sought grants for. So this infrastructure that they're installing will have a lot of flexibility to support additional charging needs, potentially for trucks or other cargo handling equipment that is procured for the site. And the last slide, just giving you a glimpse of what's ahead. Altogether, these initial investments represent about $65 million in transformation that the port has committed to in 2022 and leading into 2023. But as we look ahead, we have plans for another $100 million that we're seeking in funding to support additional projects to help us fulfill our maritime clean air strategy objectives. More recently, we've been working on identifying locations for regional truck charging infrastructure, and seeing as we're one of the first in the region to really think about this, we've pulled in other partners like Caltrans, Sandag, and others whom I'm sure we'll be making or developing a memorandum of understanding with in this next year to look at how we can better leverage park and rides and other regional assets for the state of future charging needs in California. We'll be issuing a request for proposals to develop sites on tidelands, and hope to bring something to our board about the summer or fall of next year to do our part in terms of putting in charging infrastructure to support heavy-duty trucks. And we've also made advancements to procure an emissions capture control system. I'm not sure if Port of Los Angeles will speak to this, but kind of modeling after them where there are vessels not ready to plug into shore power or not have retrofitted their vessels. This is an alternative bonded approach to capture those emissions from the ships. And then we're working closely with San Diego Air Pollution Control District on a number of initiatives to help support and incentivize our tenants, either getting them into zero-emission trucks or getting zero-emission cargo handling equipment to offset some of the emissions needs at their facilities. And that's a glimpse of what we're doing at the Port of San Diego. So feel free to reach out to me or refer to our Maritime Clean Air Strategy online if you have any other questions. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chris Cannon, Port of Los Angeles. It's nice to be able to come here, and as I was telling one of the organizers, we came here with my family on kind of a vacation thing, and we were in this little complex here. It's beautiful, so it's a very nice place for a conference, and so happy to be here. Port of Los Angeles is the largest container port in North America, and with Long Beach, we're the 9th largest complex in the world. And so we're starting to focus on, or have been focusing on, clean air programs for a long time, but starting in 2017, we did an update to our Clean Air Action Plan. It really changed our focus to climate change. In my opinion, climate change is one of the largest crises facing the world. Before the pandemic and before Ukraine, I always said it was the worst, but those are probably a little worse. But certainly, climate change is something that is no joke and demands our immediate attention. And so as we begin to focus on what we do at ports, increasingly we need to ask ourselves, what can we do to reduce our carbon footprint? Like San Diego, we've set zero-emission goals for ourselves for cargo handling equipment in 2030. We hope to have all our major terminals operating on zero-emissions equipment and the drayage trucks by 2035. We've also got decarbonization initiatives for hovercraft with tugs, trains, and even ships. And so in our view, what needs to be done in goods movement, maritime goods movement, is really to begin to focus on reducing our carbon CO2 emissions, decreasing our carbon footprint. And so I want to talk a little bit about that today. There are a lot of different things that we've done at the port, and happy to talk about them under questions, but really want to talk a lot about decarbonization. In our view, certainly, it's obvious that the ships are the biggest source of emissions at any port. So we've begun to really start to focus on shipping and on reducing emissions from shipping. And sort of conceptually, we really believe that we have to be strategic about how we move goods really across the United States. We need to identify key corridors, and not just green shipping corridors, but on land and even in the air. We need to begin to focus on how we move goods, focus resources on those corridors, identify infrastructure that can support introduction of the cleanest technologies along those corridors, and even advocate for government policy and government incentives to begin to focus our attention and focus our resources on key ways to move cargo around the world. And so it isn't just at the ports. We for the longest time, all of us, and we all work together. We talked earlier about San Diego, how we talk a lot on state calls and so forth. But it used to be we focused only on, okay, we're going to reduce the emissions of the port. And then this port is going to reduce the emissions of that port. But really, increasingly, we need to begin to think about reducing emissions of all goods movement. So that's the port and the journey in between. So we're working with, as I said, we're talking about these corridors. We've developed, we started a green shipping corridor we announced in February with the Port of Shanghai. And the purpose of that is really, it's one of the biggest, it is the biggest port in the world, and between Shanghai and LA Long Beach, it's probably one of the most important corridors for moving imported goods into the United States. And so focusing on that corridor, we began to identify goals to begin introducing the cleanest ships between those two locations, to demonstrate the ability to operate a zero carbon fueled container ship by 2030. But even beforehand, starting to introduce things like methanol ships and so forth, operating in between those two corridors. Identifying bunkering opportunities for support of these kinds of ships. And really beginning to establish incentives and work out so that the movement between those two ports can be as green as possible. And then, as was mentioned, we just announced at COP27 about a week ago that we're going to start working with the Port of Singapore MPA, on a similar program. And what's exciting about that, and you heard the presentation that he gave, is not only are they the second largest container port in the world, but they're a very, very important hub for bunkering and fuels and infrastructure. That's a critical thing that they do. Probably more important, really, than any other port for that purpose, at least in the Pacific and maybe anywhere else. So in addition to moving a lot of cargo, they do that. And so one of the things that we are really excited about working with the Port of Singapore is identifying ways to facilitate green movement of cargo, not just between our ports, but throughout the region. Because an awful lot of ships, when they're moving in the Pacific theater, they actually stop over at Singapore to pick up fuel. And we talked to our colleagues at Singapore MPA, and they're ahead of us already, thinking about fuels and bringing in the cleanest and greenest fuels in that location and providing bunkering for those. And so we're really excited about that opportunity to work with the Port of Singapore and have it really be part of a network. And that's the other thing that we think is important. This is not my corridor is better than your corridor, or this corridor or that corridor. It should be about a network of corridors. It should be a way, as I said, a network of goods movement routes that allow us to move goods around the world in a way that is efficient and clean. And so we want to work with fuel providers to identify clean fuels. We talked about methanol, there's LNG, there's ammonia, which is still being developed, and even hydrogen as a fuel. And so we want to start to facilitate those discussions. And then a very simple thing, you heard the discussion about digital and data efforts. It sounds like a lot of IT stuff, and isn't that interesting, but it really is important. Probably the first thing you can do to reduce emissions is reduce activity associated with each container. If you can reduce the amount of activity it takes to move a container from point A to point B, and now when I say activity, not just the ship, but all the handling and all the different activities, if you can reduce that, you've already taken a big bite out of the carbon footprint associated with that container. And we believe that you should report the carbon footprint for every single container that's moved. There should be a number associated with it. So you can see exactly how much it took to move that container, and not just on the ship, but also at the terminals as well. So even places like San Diego, which is not as big of a port as the Port of Los Angeles, but still very important port, we want to optimize, identify the direct routes, things that come here directly, and optimize, and even things that might be indirectly coming here after maybe making a stop somewhere else, optimize those movements as well, so that we, again, reduce activity and improve efficiency in the movement of goods everywhere. And that's really a very important. And finally, the last thing, and it's not the least by any stretch, is jobs. As we move to a new economy, as we move to green shipping, green maritime goods movement, green goods movement in general, as I say, we're going to have new jobs. We're going to have people to learn how to build zero emissions equipment, learn how to operate it, learn how to maintain it, identify the raw materials and develop those materials for those types of equipment. Workforce development, workforce training, the people that actually do the on-the-ground work, that's all going to have to be built into whatever we do as we begin to change the culture here and start to focus on clean technologies and reduced carbon footprints. So I'll stop there. I don't want to belabor all of you, but I'm happy to answer any questions, and certainly we look forward to working with our friends at Port of San Diego and Singapore as we work on these very important initiatives, and thank you again for inviting me to come today.
Awesome. So we started a few minutes late, so does anyone have any questions before I ask questions? Yep. Go ahead.
Hi, this is Sushil Tyagi. So it's really good to see all the efforts you're making about decarbonizing on the port side, the harbor crafts and the port machinery. How do you influence the behavior of the vessels, because a huge amount is happening over there? And let's say whether we talk about invasive species coming into a nearby aquaculture, or we're talking about emissions, like how New Zealand has simply mandated certain ship inspections. How do you see any kind of a mandate, if the right kind of tools existed, to have these ships be checked a little more regularly than what tends to be sort of once in a year kind of a situation as to what they're bringing in?
Are you talking about for invasive species? Is that the concern you have? Well, I'm sure you guys have a lot. I'll start, and maybe you guys have some comments on it. That certainly is a very important problem. For those that just, I think we've got a knowledgeable audience, but the ships actually take in ballast water from an originating port, and then they leave it, and then when they come to the destination port, they discharge ballast. But when they do that, there's little critters that are inside the ballast. And you may not know it, but then they are in the discharge, and all of a sudden those critters are in a brand new environment with nothing to stop them, no natural limiting factors in those environments. And so sometimes those critters in the new environment just take over, and they absorb a lot of they disrupt the biohabitat, absorb a lot of things, and in some cases even foul up water systems and so forth. So the solution is, there's a lot of solutions. They've been talking about them. Right now they have you exchange ballast water in the middle of the ocean. That's the big thing that they do right now. But there are a number of other ways to do it. Your question about who inspects and monitors that, I think it's the Coast Guard that does that. and if it's not being done enough, it needs to be. They've talked about actually treating the water at the port on site. You run it out, but it's very expensive and it takes up a lot of space on the docks to try and do that. So that's something that they don't prefer to do, but it is a very serious problem. Some ports, we've been lucky, we haven't had as big of a problem at Port of Los Angeles, Long Beach as others, but it is a very, very serious problem and something that demands immediate attention. And as I said, they've been trying to do with mid-ocean ballast exchange. That has helped a lot. But I'm not, other than knowing that it's the Coast Guard and the EPA, it's Coast Guard and the EPA who are setting up the standards, and I don't know exactly who does all the enforcement, but those are the two.
Yeah, I just want to answer the gentleman's questions pertaining to decarbonization for vessels calling at the port. Yeah, you're right to say that we have done much on the port itself, but for ocean-going vessels that come to the port, what are you going to do about it, right? In Singapore context, there's nothing much we can do for ocean vessels that's coming to the port of Singapore. But what we can do is actually we want to shape the behavior and influence the behavior for these ocean-going vessels that's coming at the port of Singapore by encouraging them to actually adopt green fuels, right? By encouraging means, we are actually giving a lot of port due concessions for those vessels that's calling at the port of Singapore. I just mentioned about the MSGI very briefly, which I didn't go into details. One of which is actually if you are ocean-going vessels that's registered with Singapore, you will receive a lot of benefits if you actually adopt green practices and adopting green fuels. For those vessels that are not registered with Singapore, we do recognize it also if you actually exceed the EEDI or IMO stat targets or using LNG, right, instead of those very low sulfur fuel, then we will also consider, right, to give a very big benefits in terms of port due concession, right? Knowing the fact that international shipping is an international business, it's not related to the government port itself, so we can't do much, but we can influence the behavior. Thanks.
So, question for you. So, Chris, you mentioned the importance of data and using data to be able to minimize sort of or operational efficiency in terms of the movement. So, is it the port's role to drive or to be that data hub? How do you get everyone that is producing data and doing the handling, and how do you coordinate all that data to get to an optimum solution? Maybe I'll start at this end if you have a comment to that, but I'd be curious because I think you hear, certainly for Halifax, we talk about Pier as a key hub, but that's a lot of work for the port on top of all the other things that you're doing. So just curious how you're handling that.
Oh, I can start first. Right, before I'm the director of, or rather the chief sustainability officer, I was actually a director of technology. So 5 years ago, when we started this, we feel that these data collections within the port is actually very important. So we started what we call a maritime data hub, where we collect all the data within the port operations, as well as shipping data and so on and so forth. Now, for port operations to operate effectively in managing its vessels coming to the port itself, we need to have systems, right, to ensure that the data that's collected can be kept and shared. But that said, it's only for port operations. But for port that's calling to for vessels that's calling to the port, we need to manage the kind of communications. And we need to have data, right, or digital or system to manage this kind of communication. And in order to do that, I think Singapore context, we have actually developed what we call a digital port at SG, right, where we actually allows the communication between the vessels calling at the port, right, with Singapore, even before they reach the shore, right, and then we can actually clear all the clearances for them to arrive at Singapore without any delay. Having said that, I think it is also important that we must have some standardizations of the data that is being shared, right, for vessels that's calling at the port. Now, for vessels calling at the port, if they adopt our system, it is fine. But if that vessel actually calls at the port, adopt our system, and when they reach the other port state, and that port state does not accept the system, that's another problem, right? So in order to do that, I think Singapore has also tried to explore, or rather progressively trying to encourage, right, the use of what we call a digital ocean, where we actually have standardizations of data formats that can be actually used by ports to port, so that when ship calling at our port using one format, they can likewise use this port data format to call at the other port. So collectively, we hope that we can encourage more ports to use our digital port at Ocean, and hopefully you can actually be more efficient in terms of port calls at Singapore and to other port states too. Thanks.
So I can add to that. Because of these environmental regulations, it's requiring the port to take a greater role in the data management focus versus our tenants that, say, have those relationships with the carriers or the liners. So there are a couple of things that we're doing in terms of trucking. Or creating a truck registry to better monitor which trucks are coming in and out of our terminals. Oftentimes these are leased out arrangements, and so we're 3 or 4 parties removed from who those truckers are. So we're looking at how license plate readers and other technology solutions can be implemented at our gates to monitor and create better records of the trucks coming in and out. We're also looking at how, and this is where Zach works on this, how GIS data, AIS data can be used to monitor vessel movements throughout the bay and the 40 nautical miles out of our bay. A lot of that stuff has been done quite manually in the past in terms of monitoring the vessels calling on the port. And so if we can leverage the telematic data that's coming out of other resources to better inform how we're monitoring these types of movements in the bay, that's one solution we're looking at. And we're creating lots of dashboards as well to inform decision making. So when we're looking at the prioritization of which infrastructure projects we're implementing, we're trying to put the various factors involved with that, whether it's emissions reduction, energy savings, efficiencies in cargo movement, et cetera, into a more palatable environment and a dashboard environment on a lot of our initiatives as they're related to sustainable development.
It's interesting, if I were to ask you, we have something at the port called the Port Optimizer. It attempts to do exactly the things that you talk about, but to introduce the idea, if I asked you, it takes 15 days to get from Asia to the Port of Los Angeles, and up until about 5 years ago, how long do you know in advance did we knew exactly where every single box was going to go, what its customs requirements were, who was picking it up, when, etc.? What would you guess? 15 days, about when would you have guessed that we would know all of that information? He's right. You work at the port, obviously. The point is that it's about 24 to 36 hours is when you start to get all the information, and then it's, if you're a football fan, you know what a scramble drill is. It's a scramble drill to try and figure out how to get all that information organized and get the port set up. And so somebody 5 years ago came up with an idea that I have no idea why they didn't think of this many years ago, is set up a system on the cloud so that everybody can log in, the shippers, the cargo owners, the freight forwarders, the customs people, the truckers, the trains, the terminals, all the different parties that have the potential to handle cargo, they can all log in now, and the information is all there. So now we know, really even before cargo leaves, we know what's coming. And certainly within that 15-day period, we know exactly what's coming. So we can plan, and we can do things like appointment systems for trucks, and set up all the different ways in which the gangs are assigned, and various other things are done for terminals to unload the systems. And this is all, to your point, this is what this digital thing is about. It's we call it our Port Optimizer, and it allows us to see that far in advance all the different pieces and how cargo can be moved. And that kind of efficiency, I didn't want to get into it too much in my talk because I didn't want to take too much time, but that reduces the average. 10 years ago, 15 years ago, let's say at the Port of Los Angeles, the average box sitting at a terminal was moved around 8 times before it left the terminal. Somebody would come in, a trucker would come in and say, I need box 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's at the bottom of a pile. So they got to dig it out. And then they put it on a truck. And then the next trucker comes in and says, I need 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, which was at the top of the pile, but now it's at the bottom because they had to dig out the previous one. So then they move that, and meanwhile, all these boxes get moved and removed and moved and removed until finally they all are left the terminal. But all those moves, from us, our perspective as environmental people, is fuel, carbon, and emissions. And if you can just make that simple, you've taken a big bite out of all the emissions impacts that you could have at your terminals, and that's what we've been trying to do. And I think others are doing. I know Singapore does this, and we look forward to working with them and others on these kinds of systems to implement them worldwide.
Excellent. So we're out of time, but before I move to the next panel, 30 seconds from each of you. What is the thing that gets you most excited in terms of what's happening at your port? I know there's lots of things based on your presentations, but you had to narrow it down to one. What is one thing that gets you most excited in terms of what's happening at your port? We'll start with you, Renee. You've got the mic.
Sure. I feel like in this world now, money attracts money, and thankfully we've received a lot of stimulus money and grant funding money to get us over the hump of being one of these sort of ports in the corner of America. And with all of the investments that have happened more recently and the grants we've received, it's stimulating a lot more modernization than we had anticipated in a very short period of time. I mean, to the point where we probably need to hire more people to do all the projects that we're doing. So I think I'm excited about the momentum that we have now and this sort of catalyst environment where once you start doing one project, it's attracting all of these funding opportunities to stimulate more of that type of development. So that's what I'm excited about.
Well, I've gone beyond this excitement. Actually, I'm too busy to be excited anymore. Right? But if you ask me, I feel very excited the fact that the maritime sector right now has taken a strong interest, right, in sustainability and decarbonization. This is something that is very wonderful because in the last few years, everybody does not even bother about what is decarbonization until the last 1 or 2 years. And this is getting very exciting because you can see a lot of ports are starting working very closely together and signing MOUs and taking note of the fact that if you don't collaborate with each other, you can't survive it. So this is something very exciting to see. Thanks.
I think you know what I'm going to say. It's what I've been talking about. It's planning for goods movement across the oceans. We have a cleaner action plan for our port with goods movements, corridors, green corridors. We'll have basically a cleaner action plan for the entire journey. And to me, that's the best thing we can possibly do for the environment and for the global health.
Excellent. Well, thank you all for a small glimpse into what's happening at the ports, and we will move on to our next panel. Thank you.
Innovative ship designs.
Okay, so who's first? The list I have is Ole, Mike, and Robert. Ole, Mike, Robert, so we'll do that order. Does that work? Okay.
Should we do it in that order?
Does that work?
Maybe to go first.
All right. All right, so I'll just do a brief intro and then so we switch mics here. All right, so we're going to get started. Very fast switch. So now we are going to talk about innovative ship designs and advanced propulsion. And so with us, we have a very exciting group. We have Ole, who is the President Americas from Corvus Energy. I'm excited about all these speakers, but Corvus Energy actually runs one of our supercluster projects, so it's very exciting to have Corvus here. Mike, who is the head of growth with Wärtsilä, who we've heard from a couple of times, and then Robert, who's the managing director of Spira. All right, so with that, we will first hear from Ole.
Corvus, you got it? There we go. Okay, thank you. Ole Jakob Bergens is my name, from Norway originally, but I'm based in Houston, Texas. Look after Americas for Corvus. What I'll give you today is kind of an update on how we see the market and how we're responding to the challenge, and how batteries can play a part in this green shift in the maritime industry. So Corvus is, as of today, in fact, the leading supplier of marine batteries. As you can see on the screen, we're involved in quite a large, different, diverse sectors in the marine industry. And I think some of the challenges here in growing is really some of the enablers that needs to be in place. So, you know, the early adapters of hybrid and electric systems were really ferry operations, where it was easy to put in place short charging, predictable operating profiles, etc. Hybrid systems for, let's say, offshore vessels, easy to adapt because you had kind of that electrical system on board already. But as you move into more complex vessels, it is going to be more challenging, and I'll get back to that in a minute. If you look at the market and demand for marine batteries, you can see here the expectation is quite exponential. And some of the reasons for that is that, you know, the assets in marine are built to sail or operate for 20, 30 years. So when you make an investment now in a marine application, you really need to think ahead. So for those emission targets that have been set for 2050, 2040, etc., you have to already start adopting those requirements now. So that's one big challenge. Another big challenge is that even though this is a fast-growing market, we're still a small application for batteries compared to, let's say, automotive industry. So we need to ramp up quite quickly the capacity. So when it comes to supply chain, when it comes to recycling, when it comes to second life of these batteries. We typically design batteries on ships to last 10 years, but that doesn't mean the batteries are useless after the 10 years. So we need to find a second life for them. And also we need to kind of move or find ways to move the investment incentives, because a lot of the applications for batteries are actually cost beneficial for the operators, but you move the cost from OPEX to CAPEX. So we are dependent on incentives and support from the areas where you're going to operate. The Corvus journey has been quite interesting. I haven't been part of it that long, even though I've always been in the marine industry. It started as a tech startup in Canada in 2009. And the good thing for us is that we then have really quite a long history already with experience, systems that have already been sailing for more than 10 years. So that gives us a tremendous amount of data and user experience that we can both use to develop new products, but also to feed back to our customers on how they can optimize their operations. One thing that you will see here with 40 innovations in that period is the acceleration. And I think now we are at a phase where we cannot continue to make these one-off solutions. We have to kind of start industrializing and modularizing and standardizing our systems, while at the same time making those systems adaptable to continuous innovation. So for a battery, for instance, cell technology is rapidly evolving. The batteries that we are supplying today weigh half of what they did, let's say, 10 years ago. The footprint is another one, efficiencies, charging rates, etc. So those are all factors that we need to look at. So one thing that we need to do, and we're focusing on now, is really making a modular product base where we can exchange the cell technology or the core components of the battery itself without changing the whole product. As we have evolved the company, we have also attracted some large investors. And that's really been a great help for us, because by having owners like Shell and Equinor that are heavily investing in renewable energies, we really get an insight in kind of the bigger picture of things. So even though we are a battery supplier, we have a role to play in that kind of overall vision of where the industry is going. So when it comes to what is our core technology, we're not making the battery cells. So we take the same cells as you use for a Tesla, etc. What we do is really packaging in it in a marine environment. And the kind of the heart of the system in our battery system is the battery management system. As you can imagine, safety is top priority, and also having a system where you can optimize the battery use to match the operating profile of the vessel. So voltage, current, temperature is key, and also, of course, the safety features. Just a little bit on safety. So the requirements in the industry is really looking at safety on a modular level. So thermal runaway is a term used when batteries are overheated and they catch fire. So what we have done, and also most of our competitors have done, is that take that to the extreme level. So within a battery module, you'll have 24 or more cells. And what we have said is that we want to take that safety barrier down to cell level. And that means that if you have a thermal runaway or an overheated cell, you can isolate that and still operate the battery with that part of the system disconnected. And then it's really a matter of risk mitigation or fire suppression in terms of making sure that the system doesn't overheat. And that also means that you have to have a system where potential gases, etc., even down to a cell level, can be dealt with. So you have quite an intricate duct system to get those gases out of the system and away from any sensitive area on board the ship. Applications of batteries are quite vast. Obviously, the batteries don't generate any energy, but they can be used to both optimize operation. They can be used in different modes when you want to go into zero emission. I would say today, still 95% of our systems are hybrid rather than purely electric. So let's say take a cruise ship. You want to go into a sensitive environment. You can go zero emission for a short period. You want to go zero emission in a port, etc. So those are typical applications. Another growing recognition is that batteries can be used in terms of redundancy. So let's say in a DP operation in offshore industry, instead of having an engine going standby on very low efficiency, you can use the batteries. So thereby you can actually save cost on your CapEx as well. So that's something that we see more and more. So we even see vessel applications now where the batteries become the main engine and the engines are more just there for charging. So there's new ways of looking at this. So we need to have a product range that is meeting all these different kind of requirements. A battery that is designed for power is very different from a battery designed for energy storage. A few words about what we've done in North America so far. We've been around, as I said, in Canada for a while. We have delivered to the US as well over the last 10 years. But we really see an uptake now. So what we did this year is that we invested in the first manufacturing facility in the US. So we just opened a factory in Washington State. That gives us the Buy American component, which is great. But it's just the first step. So we really need to go further. We need to develop a local supply chain. We are looking at further investments in this area as we see this market being a huge potential. We're also involved in some port infrastructure projects. So a lot of the container cranes you see here in California, for instance, have our batteries to take the first step of making those hybrid. The Port of San Diego showed or presented the Crowley example. I just want to add a few words to that. This is an artistic impression of that system. What we see now with these kind of port infrastructure systems is that actually you have an ability to not only charge the vessel, but you can also create redundancy to the grid. So by having a huge energy storage system on shore side, you can charge the batteries during night or when when the grid is not so heavily loaded. And in some cases, in some applications, you can actually even use the vessel as a backup to the grid. So we see this in many more remote areas. It's starting to become an interesting concept where actually the ship becomes an energy source itself. Last slide for me. I think the key for us to succeed is really kind of connecting the dots between all the key players in the industry. I think that is where Norway has been quite successful, so kind of bringing the industry together. And we took a consequence of that quite early on. So in our team, we have shipbuilders, we have ship designers, we have people with ship operating background, we have classification people, we have regulators, etc. And that's not because we want to take control of the whole value chain, but we need to understand, we need to be able to influence all the parts. So I think that kind of connecting the dots, full collaboration is key, but still I would just highlight again that to be able to get over the hump, there has to be incentives provided for the industry. That's the only way you could really make that shift. So it's really important to work with local and federal stakeholders, and also with the public. You need the people on board with making these kind of changes to make it happen. I think that was, thank you. Yeah.
There was a comment that you'd heard from me before. Yes, you have. This kind of gives you an idea of just how widespread what Wärtsilä does, what it encompasses. And this will cover a lot of that and show you just how far it goes. We're well known for engines, mostly in the marine sector, but it covers a much wider spectrum than that. So this will give you an idea of just how far Wärtsilä reaches into other aspects of energy as a whole, not just the maritime community side of it. Obviously, decarbonization is the buzzword of the day, whether that's reduction of greenhouse gases or other aspects of emissions around the world. Controlling what we're doing to the environment is a major issue for everyone to consider. So we're looking at a range of ways to do that, from alternative fuels, cleaner burning, to hybrid propulsion systems, how we're integrating those different energy aspects, to improving the performance of the assets that are out there. There's a lot of ships that aren't going to be retiring anytime soon that need better methods, that need to be more efficient to maintain where they are operating and prevent us from having to rebuild new assets and use those resources. It's as the gentleman from Port of LA mentioned earlier, it's a much bigger scope to look at than just individual segments and slices. And the last one is where the maritime and the energy community collides with big data. As we've seen what Amazon Web Services, Google, these big IT monsters have done, now we're realizing we have a lot of data and we have easy ways to collect all this data. What can we do with it? Is there more that we can do than just say, yep, this is a good route, or this is a time to change the oil filter? Can we really optimize that and improve the efficiency of the overall maritime ecosystem to do that? So obviously the combustion engine is where we start. That's the heart and soul of what Wärtsilä is. Everybody knows us for maritime engines. What not a lot of people know is that we also build power plants. When you have engines that are that big, you can use them not just in ships. You bring them land-based, and so you're doing a lot of investigation in both worlds. So we're not just looking at using alternate fuels for the ships that impact the blue community, but we're also looking at using different fuels. We have dual fuel technology already in the marketplace, but we're looking at using those for power plants as well. That leads to a lot of discussions about, yes, there's different fuels, but how do you really use those? You heard all the ports talk about, yes, we're investigating alternate fuels. What do you do when one port has great access to ammonia, but another one has great access to methanol? You have to have the tools, the engines that can run on both those so that you support that end-to-end functionality. So we're looking at methods to have not just dual fuel, but multiple fuel engines without losing performance, without losing those capabilities. So we're looking wider at that ecosystem and what we can do. Then you start looking at different methods for doing that. Adding hybrid power plants to the ships as well as to the shoreside facilities. We're teaming with Corvus on a number of different projects for doing exactly that. Batteries are a great way to help ships adapt to what their operation profile is. They're not always operating at full power. Lots of times they're operating very low, where simply having batteries online, you can turn almost all your generators off. Now your emissions go way down. So you're looking at really optimizing what that profile is and the power to support that, as opposed to just saying, I've got more than enough power, let's go fast. So you're really starting to impact from what you're burning to how you're burning it, all the way across that spectrum, and improving the capabilities. The next area, again, where you're seeing just how widespread what Wärtsilä does is. We've got the engines, we've got the power systems supporting it. Then we also have the hydrodynamics, the computational fluid analysis for our thrusters. We have a couple of different systems that are current developments. The Energo Pro fin, which is essentially adding small fins to increase the performance of existing thrusters. It's a little cap that fits on an existing propeller hub, fixed pitch or controlled pitch, so that you're now gaining a little bit more performance, sometimes as much as 2%. 2% for a long journey becomes really important, especially when you start thinking about cruise ships that make multiple trips, multiple times. You're putting a lot of mileage and a lot of emissions out there. That's a significant savings. The other one is Energo Flow. Improving the flow into the propeller can do an awful lot for that performance as well. There's lots of different aspects to it. You can put nozzles, you can do different things. This is a fancy alignment of that, but it resulted in massive increases, up to 10% efficiency. Are there other questions? You know, these are developmental aspects, but we're looking at the overall cycle of making existing assets more efficient at what they're doing with relatively low investment to get there. So it's not a huge capital investment. We're looking at things that are incremental steps for improvement, but low cost, low impact to get there. And then the last piece, which is more in the world that I spend a lot of my time in, is the big data and digitalization and looking at virtually every aspect, from the routing and what we're looking at for weather, wave data, optimization for that, cutting through various spaces, looking at how that comes together, to we do some very simple calculations for draft. We had one vessel improve their fuel consumption by 15% by just adjusting the draft, because the operators on board adjusted it for the most comfort for them, which was definitely not the most optimal for getting the ship there. Once they found a happy medium so that the crew was happy and the owners were happy, it was a significant savings. And that's just monitoring the trim of the vessel. We also have systems monitoring the trim for vessels going in and out of shallow water spaces. So it's what we call a draft information system. You're getting it just to the right point so you can carry the maximum cargo and maintain the operational efficiency of that vessel as well. And then there was a comment earlier during one of the panels about looking at the fleet optimization and where your assets are and how to handle those. Wärtsilä also has a very large electronics group called FOSS, Fleet Optimization Solutions, that's looking at that, looking at vessel traffic systems, controlling everything going in and out of the ports, and supporting that idea that it's an overall system. It's not just this ship, It's how they all interact and where they get to just in time so that you can speed up traffic, slow down traffic, and have a much smoother flow that fits in with having those plans for where each container needs to go. Thank you.
Well, hello everybody. I figure first things first I should introduce myself and explain a little bit about what Spera is and what we're doing so that you understand why I'm on the stage with my more esteemed stage mates here. You've obviously heard of them, I think everybody has, but no one's heard of us yet, so that's about to change. My name's Rob Palin. I come from background in aerodynamics. I'm a physicist turned engineer who spent 20 years doing aerodynamics of land vehicles, everything from bicycles to semi-trucks and Formula One race cars to tanks. A little bit of everything, but around half of that time was spent on electric vehicles, most of which with Tesla, which everyone's heard of now. When I started there, it was a couple of dozen people with a crazy idea. Now it's like 100,000 people with a lot of crazy ideas. So I'm kind of glad to be out of that mayhem. But it did teach me three really important things, actually a lot of things, but three main ones. One, we need to transition away from fossil fuels for as many forms of transportation as we possibly can. Secondly, even very mature established industries can benefit from a fresh look from an outside pair of eyes. I've seen all sorts of strange crossovers where a problem in one industry may seem intractable, but somewhere else is solving the same kind of problem in a very different way. One example was we once used software that does imaging of MRI brain scans to improve some software for 3D printing race car parts. It is a strange crossover like that, but there are many other examples. So sometimes just being aware of what's out there can yield quite a lot. The third thing was that individuals do matter. I don't know about anyone else, but I grew up always thinking that the grown-ups were in charge and that things were generally being handled by people who knew what they were doing. It's not always the case. Tesla showed that one sufficiently motivated and somewhat crazy individual can change a whole industry, several industries, and now social media. We won't get into that, hopefully. But that's very empowering. For all of the crazy stuff, it's actually empowering that a lot of the secret, as we're all discovering, that particular guy isn't a super genius, nothing that's special, he just tries really hard. And that's empowered me to start Spera, along with a collection of other electric vehicle and racing car people, created a company with a mission to create a zero emissions powertrain platform for ships. Whenever I introduce ourselves like that, people always say, oh, electric cars and racing cars, you're just going to make everything out of carbon fiber and put iPad touch screens and everything? No, well, maybe. But it's more about the approach and really understanding what led us to where we are, kind of backtracking along the decision path, looking at the different forks in the road and saying, okay, why did we choose this path? And sometimes it's just because of circumstances at the time. It could be very trivial, it could be very big, limitation on budget, someone needing to go and pick up the kids from school. It's amazing how widespread and diverse the reasons are that led to a particular decision that becomes the standard. And if you do go back and look, you may find that a different path can lead somewhere more interesting. So we're working on what we're calling Project Lovelock. If you've heard of James Lovelock, who wrote the Gaia hypothesis, he was a scientist who studied ecosystems originally to help NASA understand what to look for on foreign planets to see if there was life there. You know, obviously, if there's someone who can wave back at you, there's life. But it could be much more subtle than that. And so he wanted to understand what systems, what traces, what is required to initiate and sustain life. Fascinating guy, died earlier this year, sadly. But from our point of view, we wanted to create a sustainable future, which means living within sustainable cycles. So it's quite a profound influencer for us. Our project is going to be a cargo ship with a platform that is a mixture of free energy. So being an aero guy, I automatically think of the wind. It's out there, it's free, it's completely clean. Why wouldn't we use it? But then that's not enough, it's intermittent. So we need some kind of stored energy. We looked through all the different possibilities for that, and we decided upon a combination of green methanol and solid oxide fuel cells, which I'll dive into more in a minute. And then efficiency. In electric vehicles, that is everything. A Tesla Model S, the battery contains around about 3 gallons of gasoline's worth of energy, and the car can go 300 or 400 miles. So how do you make a big, heavy sedan do 130 miles per gallon equivalent? That's by really being very frugal with every joule of energy that you can carry with you. Going backwards. Sorry, in reverse. There we go. So far all this seems good, but everyone wants to know straight away, what will it cost me? And I think that's an area where we take a step back and we say, if you have a baseline of what it costs right now, is that really a fair baseline? And we looked into the hidden costs of fossil fuels currently. The heavy fuel oil's relatively cheap in the grand scheme of things, but there's a lot of extra money that goes into the consequences of that, the externalized consequences, which do not get wrapped up into the price the customer pays. And there's a huge amount of money gets spent dealing with climate disasters, public health issues. We heard before about particulate issues in the local communities around ports. There's a lot to that which doesn't get incorporated into that cost. So it's not really a level playing field when we're trying to look at green alternatives. But we generally came to the conclusion that for assuming the same amount of energy required to go from A to B, we could get there using green methanol, more efficiency, and wind propulsion, and some batteries as well. And the whole thing would cost about the same, or conceivably less if the wind was good, and certainly avoiding all of those extra costs, which carbon taxing is going to address a little bit, but turns out CO2 is one of the least offensive things that a ship actually emits. It's just the quantity that's the problem. At this point, someone normally puts a hand up and says, hold on, your decarbonization plan involves carbon. Methanol is a hydrocarbon. I don't think you understood the assignment. Well, we did. We looked at it and we realized that there's a very nice opportunity with the solid oxide fuel cells and methanol, where the whole process of, the methanol is essentially just a hydrogen carrier, but you can use methanol directly in a solid oxide fuel cell instead of going through a reformer process. So you put the methanol in with some water, you get electricity out plus CO2 and water again. And we thought, that's quite useful. It's a very clean process with none of the extra elements from imperfectly burnt hydrocarbons. You don't have any oxygen, you don't have any NOx, you don't have any particulates, no nitrogen. It's a very simple, sort of pure waste stream. So we came up with this idea that decarbonization is probably the wrong phrase to use. Carbon is kind of the boogeyman, I'm not sure. And it's a little bit unfair. We're made of carbon. Carbon's kind of cool. The reason it's been so successful as an energy medium over the years is because it's really good. So we don't necessarily want to throw it away. What we want to do is use it more intelligently. Going back to the James Lovelock and the cycles, carbon cycle is already there, but we dug up a whole load of fossilized carbon, brought it into the present day, set fire to it, and literally blew up the current carbon cycle. I won't make an analogy to Jurassic Park, but it's a little bit like if you bring something from the past, it can make a mess of today. So we thought we could use carbon as a battery where we temporarily store hydrogens on it. We get CO2, we add water and electricity, we make methanol, we put it onto the ship, we take the hydrogen back out of the methanol, so it returns to just CO2 and water. We return that to the port, we recharge it with some more hydrogen, and we have methanol again. So rather than consuming a fuel and then it goes away and we go and get more, and we have this open loop cycle of we'll plant some trees or something and it'll be fine, we can kind of use exactly the same carbon atoms just over and over again. So we're not introducing anything new, we're not digging up anything from the past, we're just using what we have now, which is truly sort of the definition of sustainable. How does that work on the ship? Don't really have time to delve into this, but if anyone has questions, I'd love to go through it. We take methanol from the fuel tank, mix it with water, because part of the hydrogen we use comes from the water as well. Goes through the solid oxide fuel cell, a mixture of things come out, and we can loop those around so that all of the carbon and all of the hydrogen get reacted. The water is easy to get out. The CO2 goes to a compression system, gets stored. We have batteries, we have wind assistance, smart routing using the cloud, all the sort of fairly obvious stuff like that. But then the CO2 comes back to port, we reduce it to carbon monoxide, it gets turned into syngas, and then we put some more hydrogen back on that and we have our fuel again. So all this is leading towards, as I said, a scalable zero emissions powertrain with all of these elements integrated, the harvesting of energy from the environment, stored energy from green sources, and with sort of responsible stewardship of the minerals and the assets that we are using, the natural assets. But still, I could talk about it all day and people won't be convinced until we have something that does what we say it does. So we're working on developing a ship. It was going to be a large roll-on, roll-off car carrier because we're coming from a car world and we've been a little bit bitter that we make zero emissions vehicles and then deliver them to a customer on a big oil burning ship or truck. So we need to fix that. We've had some other people contacting us recently trying to persuade us there are other applications that might be more suitable, and they have a good point. In terms of timeline, the first thing is we want to make what in the car world would be a powertrain mule. So we take a ship, put our various systems on it, drive around for a while to make sure we understand how everything works, figure out the integration especially because that's going to be a very big part of it, make sure we're managing our energy flows very carefully. That should be in the water at the start of 2024, and then we're going to use the knowledge we gain from testing and developing that to bake into the design of the full-size ship, whether it's a car carrier or more of a short-sea cargo ship. And if you think this is all a bit Looney Tunes, it's not the first time I've heard that, so I'm not offended at all. If you have any questions, love to answer them. Thank you.
Okay, any initial questions for our panel before I get started? Okay, I will get started then. So Mike, you talked about, well, you've talked a few times about different investments that Wärtsilä is making. One of our previous speakers on the last panel said we're not going to see the winners in terms of the different technologies for decarbonization until past 2030. So would you share the view that we're kind of about a decade away and we need to keep investing in all these different solutions, or do you see some clearer winners in what you're seeing? What would you be your view on that statement?
I think there's a couple different aspects there, and it touches on what I said earlier as far as different ports, different geographic locations may have different solutions that make sense. When it comes to alternative fuels and that side of it, there's no one specific one that wins. And one of my questions to the port group was going to be, how do they see all of those working? Because it does become a combination of the different pieces. And I really liked your presentation from that aspect. It's combining those aspects. Will we see that solution in a decade? Absolutely. So I don't think that there's going to be a single silver bullet to any of this in the decade. I think there'll be definite winners in certain areas within that time frame.
Anyone else want to add to that?
I would just simply say that I think in order to make some of the greener options work at the moment, we do need to have them working together in harmony with each other, should I say. So it isn't just going to be, we remove one piece of the puzzle and drop in something else, burn it, and everything's fine. I think it's going to be, we need to pull out some more pieces of the jigsaw puzzle so we aren't just replacing another one, which would have to be exactly the same.
Yeah, I would agree as well. And I will even add nuclear into the picture. I think we have to look at all options, and there's different applications for different types of fuels and opportunities.
So you touched on with your presentation, on the one hand, you had some pretty strong backers. On the other hand, there was more support required in terms of making sure that these technologies move forward quickly. So are you getting the resources that you need to scale? I think Superior may be a little bit too early to be thinking about scaling, maybe not, but do you feel like the resources are there for us to accelerate these technologies at the speed with which we need them to be able to achieve our decarbonization goals?
Yeah, I'm very encouraged by what I've seen, especially over the last few years. Living in Houston, you would think it's all oil and gas, but having the oil majors on board, having drilling companies start to think in new ways, you can feel that it's not just playing lip service to lobbyists and green environmentalists. It's really, they're starting to see the opportunities. So I think we are on that right trajectory now to really make that change.
Any other comments on that?
I agree we're on the right trajectory. I think one of the challenges we face is that the corporate side of the country and the world sees some of the benefits coming, but for a lot of the John Q public, it's harder to see those benefits. They're at the level where they're still looking at it going, oh, my car can only go 300 miles. How am I going to deal with this? They're not seeing the bigger benefits and the overall gains that can be seen, because they don't see, as was pointed out, that their car's delivered by a great big ship that's burning fuel. They don't see a lot of those aspects of it, so it's not really in their consideration. Only their day-to-day life is. So I think we need to bring more of that story and more of how renewables can benefit John Q public, as opposed to just seeing where it is at the higher end. And that'll really drive the investment, because they'll drive the government and say, we need this, as opposed to right now the government trying to just say, you're going to have this.
I mean, just to add to that, like take Norway as an example. This year, 80% of all cars sold were electric. And it's mind-blowing, really. I don't think many of us would have thought that would be possible just a few years ago. And of course, it started with some incentives. But now, really, it's looking at the cars almost become a part of the grid, and it opens up a lot of new opportunities.
It's certainly fair to say, in 2008, when we were talking in the early days of Tesla, and said, we're going to take over the world. We all laughed. And then again in 2009, 2010, 12, and now it's the best-selling car and biggest car company. Huge changes are possible. On the scalability side, I would just say one of the kind of shortcuts we're taking is in looking around, seeing what's already out there. Our fuel cells are essentially the inside of what Bosch sell currently, made by, or the core tech is somebody else's, but they sell it. It's an existing product. We would be marinizing it, but the core stuff is already there. Carbon capture is coming kind of literally from a farm in Scotland where they use it on fermented cow poop. Sounds ridiculous, but that's where they do, and they've been doing this for years, and then they sell it to distilleries, craft breweries, whiskey. It gets used a lot in food and beverage. And during the COVID crisis, when we had vaccines that had to be stored at very low temperature, that equipment was used to capture CO2 to create dry ice to store the vaccines in. So it isn't some far-flung future where give us $20 billion in 20 years, we'll find a way. There is stuff out there now. If we can assemble the pieces correctly and tweak them where we need to, we can arrive much closer, or much sooner, I think.
You defended the world of carbon. So when we look, is decarbonization the word that we should be using, or should we be thinking a little bit differently when we're thinking about actually what we're trying to accomplish when we are reducing emissions in the shipping space, for example?
I think I have a very long and complicated theory about all this, but before anyone goes to sleep, I'll just say I think we need to be more careful about the terminology, because how we formulate the metrics and the rules really determines the evolution of the system. As I say, we look back at where are the crossroads. What terminology we choose now will determine the next 10, 20, 30 years. Focusing on CO2 specifically misses out some of the black carbon, the particulates, the NOx. I mean, there's one thing when evaluating ammonia versus any of the carbon-based fuels. People love the idea that ammonia doesn't contain any carbon. Great, but you can produce NOx. You can scrub it, but you're not going to get it perfect. But NOx is 300 times worse than CO2. So we need to be mindful that we aren't jumping out of the frying pan into the fire. We're making genuine steps forwards, and I think it sounds pedantic, but that really does come down to what are the forcing functions for the evolution of the system. Regulations are the most powerful. Calling it what it is, rather than something adjacent, really will help us pick the right solution for the future.
So I come, obviously, Canada's Ocean Supercluster. One of our big areas of focus is collaboration. So when you talk about all of you have big goals, are you collaborating, partnering with others to be able to achieve those goals? Are you doing that differently than you might have done in the past? And do you see that as, if you're doing it, making a difference in terms of helping you move forward?
Yes, we're definitely partnering, and it's on large-scale projects for entire wind farm installation programs, all the way down to smaller-scale projects. We're doing what's called the Green Hopper. It's a pedestrian and bicycle autonomous vessel going back and forth in Denmark about 100 meters across a river. But it's all those different aspects trying to look at how they come together, and just as you mentioned, how the different pieces really fit together, because it's not just one solution. It's not just replacing burning one thing for another. That comes with new complications. We might find something that's wonderful to burn, but the bunkering of it, the transport of it, now you've increased risk. Now you've added issues. Ole talked about the safety measures on the batteries. That's always been one that lurks in the background, because everybody sees or hears that anecdotal story. Oh, my cell phone blew up in my pocket. My laptop, caught fire in the airplane bin. That's a piece of how this all fits together. The presentation to the public has to be such that the partners are there, that they are vested in that for each of these aspects.
Yeah, I mean, we work with our competitors one day and our customers another day, and you have to be open-minded to this. Again, for us to get over that kind of moving from OPEX to CAPEX investments, we're looking at battery leasing as an opportunity. That's a new concept in the marine industry. So I think it's gonna evolve quickly.
Okay. I think, Mike, you talked about data and the importance of data, and we've heard the theme of the importance of data. To drive sophisticated machine learning, you need really good data. I'd be curious as to where you feel you are, what you're seeing in terms of that data journey. Like, are we at the sophisticated end of data? Are we at the much less mature? Are we all over the place? What would be your perspective on that?
I think there's a wide variety of data usage and quality of data that's out there. In our particular case, where we've started our big data journey is with the engines themselves. And essentially, we started with great big huge data sets, because you can monitor everything on the engine, the cylinder temperature, the vibration, all of these different parameters. What does it mean? And our initial impression was not to try and consolidate it down to something. We took a different approach to say, where are the anomalies? where is there a significant change in some of these parameters, and start looking at that as a performance indicator. And that's really driven our overall approach, whether it's with thrusters, with voyage data, always looking for where's the change, not how do we consolidate all of this into something meaningful. Because often where that change is indicative of the start of something bigger or a better path to look at for that.
I think we have to, we have enough data. I think what really is needed to take it a step further and apply the data. And to me, my background was from ABB and Rolls-Royce, competing with our friend here. But training is key. We see that the crew on board vessels today are not used to these kind of systems. And a lot of ships we have with batteries installed, they're not hardly being used. So we need to spend a lot more time in training. It doesn't help to just overload them with data if they're not using it for anything.
And just to add to that, Ole, you nailed it. You think of how long it took people who bought into the idea of hybrid vehicles. They went out, they bought their Prius, and they drove it just like they drove their old car. And then they complained because they didn't get any better mileage. It wasn't any different. They had to learn, be trained. This is a different tool. You have to use it in a different way. And that's something similar to what you have to see in the maritime market, is have the groups able to understand how best to use that tool, not just use it the same way.
I think along those lines, it's very, very relevant for us when trying to integrate wind-assisted propulsion, in that, especially since people have been really researching climate change, there is data about wind speeds and temperatures all over the planet now. So at any given moment, you can plan your route knowing what the wind will be when you get there. And that's something where we want to be able to distill that down to the point where you don't need to be a trained sailor to operate your ship. You can basically have the touch screen on your helm, and you just say, either get me there quickly or get me there cheaply, however you need to do it. And you will either use stored energy primarily, or you may take a bit of a deviation and you say, well, 50 miles east from here, there's a really good gust of wind, let's go over there. And then you can turn all the engines off and just go on the wind for a little bit. Same with routing. We heard before about the digitalization of the ports and abandoning the kind of first come, first serve queuing principle, so we don't have to just make sure we get there making our best speed. We can get there when we need to be there. They know exactly where we are from GPS. They can say he's 3 days out. He can have the slot Saturday night at 7. That way you get there just in time. Outside Long Beach last summer, I think the longest waiting time was 45 days, which is kind of absurd just to be sat there idling your engines. They even move them over the horizon, so it's less of an eyesore. It's crazy. We don't need to do that now because we have the information. And yeah, it'll help with training as well, so that we can make things more effective.
Before I ask my last question, are there any questions? I am told the other room asks a lot of questions, so I don't know if people are coming into this room when they don't want to have to ask questions, but we really need to up our game. I have one more panel to deal with. I want 2 questions in the panel after, so talk amongst yourselves, come up with some questions on the topic. I want some questions. All right. Oh, you have a question. All right.
I have a naive question. You're all so intelligent and know your industry sectors so well when it comes to propulsion systems, et cetera. As a naive question, my biggest question is safety. When I see pure hydrogen or pure CO2 and some equation on the board there, I start getting nervous as a citizen, or ammonia for that matter. In terms of the safety of these new propulsion systems that we're looking at. And if a ship goes down, when things go bad, what are the consequences?
On behalf of the sort of the newfangled crazy kids, we're very mindful of that. That was a big part of it. Methanol is pretty widely used currently as a combustion fuel, and also as a commodity for feedstuff for chemical processes. Inks and dyes use a lot of methanol. So there's a lot of established safety about it in its pure form. It will never be
well, it won't be hydrogen for very long on our ship because it goes, the good thing about the solid oxide fuel cell is it can take almost anything, and all of the necessary chemistry happens inside the cell. So there won't be pure hydrogen floating around anywhere. It will be within the cell. We will have some carbon monoxide and some CO2. Neither are great to have around people, but we can keep them contained because, again, there's decades of industrial expertise on what to do around those things. So it's a new application, but none of the individual ingredients are new or need new safety precautions other than, let's say, if you're going to be using it differently, make sure that doesn't increase the danger from what we already know. And then, again, with methanol, if we sank and we spilled it into the ocean, it biodegrades in about a week, so it's not as bad as ammonia or any kind of oil, and it doesn't have a global warming potential associated with it, unlike hydrogen, LNG, or just about any other substance, really. So we think it is the safest option in all of those respects, and we can make it work most easily. We did want to go for pure hydrogen, but I'm not convinced. It's too close to very extreme physics, and as a physics nerd, that makes me nervous.
All right, so 30 seconds to each of you. Same question I asked the last panel. What gets you most excited when you think about propulsion systems? And you are between now them and their break, so 30 seconds.
Propulsion systems. I happen to have a propulsion background, so.
Well, topic overall.
Yeah, topic overall. So I think we heard about, propulsion efficiencies, hydrodynamics. I think there's a lot to be gained also by saving. It's not just about transitioning to new fuels and hybrid systems. I think there's a lot still to be done. I also worked for an underwater maintenance company for a while, biofiling and cleaning of ships, new types of paints. There's lots of potential still, untapped potential to take out. Limiting speed, again, making systems that are more efficient, running at different types of loads, etc., along with these hybrid systems. So yes, I think all those will contribute.
I think for me, the biggest thing that I look at and I'm most optimistic about is that it's now being at the forefront. We're starting to think about slowing vessels down, just-in-time arrivals, coordinating with the port, using the propulsion systems in different ways, using batteries in that, finding an overall solution that makes a better solution in the end, as opposed to just one parameter. You touched on, the parameters often drive where you're going. I think we're finally realizing other parameters need to be considered, not just how fast we get there or how much can we carry. So I'm very optimistic seeing that we're bringing it all together and we're actually starting to talk about it and make policy and make moves to bring that into play.
I would just add that what excites me is that we, as I said a little bit earlier, we don't have to invent some magical new device that will fix the problem. We have a lot of advantages, a lot of tools already accessible to us, and it's putting them together in a useful way. It can be relatively trivial seeming things like we're doing wind-assisted propulsion. Often those are just kind of bolted onto a ship and they say, does it make it better? But you have to recalibrate the engine for running at a different RPM. You should really have a slightly differently designed hull because your ship will now be have some leeway. You'll be side slipping a little bit in the water, so you're not going straight ahead. That's something else that we did in electric cars. I'll extend my 30 seconds very quickly for a nerd bit. For the Tesla Model 3, we didn't get the absolute aero performance that some other cars were quoting, and we got some stick for that. It's like, oh, you've lost your touch, and it's not. What we did was we optimized it for real-world conditions, which are windy. You never actually see zero wind unless it's in the middle of the desert at night. I know because we tried to find it, and it's hard, but we drove across the entire US, we gathered data from lots of cars, we saw you're always at least 2 degrees of yaw, so we designed the car for that. The sort of marketing brochure performance went down, everyone said, that's not very good, but the car is better. And I think we can do stuff like that for ships. We know this, we know some of the tricks. We can use what we already have, and it's not something that we have to wait for the future for. We have it right now.
So please join me in thanking our panelists for sharing their perspectives. And we will see you back here in 11 minutes at 3:15. Thank you.
Give you a card.
Yeah, absolutely.
so I know it will be a great discussion. So with me on stage, I have Sushil, who is the CEO of Berkeley Marine Robotics. I have Adil, who is the Executive North America West Coast, that doesn't seem like the right title, Marine Traffic. And then I have Courtney, who is the founder and CEO of Blue Ocean Gear. And magically on screen as the fourth speaker will be Gavin Allwright, who is with the International Wind Ship Association. And they are speaking to ocean data, wind propulsion, and swarm technology. So I guess we just put together everything that didn't quite fit all onto one panel. So I think it'll be a very exciting discussion. So with that, I will hand the mic over to Sushil. Get us started.
All right, do I have a tale for you? Let's see. Oh, we're already up here. So, as you can see, my name is Sushil Tyagi. I'm here representing Berkeley Marine Robotics. And as the name suggests, it's really were a bunch of PhDs at Berkeley who was thinking of putting lasers on the heads of sharks. And that seemed like the thing to do till they heard about something called biofouling. And in the beginning, it really seemed like some kind of a sports term, like in a soccer, probably the ball hits you at the wrong angle and you have an unfortunate biofoul. And we really thought but then it seemed that biofouling is really kind of fascinating. It's been around for thousands of years. Since ships have been coming into the Phoenician times, there was always biofouling. Things grow at the bottom of the ship. It makes the ship get slow. It always kind of gets taken care of somehow. Only in modern times is leading to new problems, because as the biofouling happens, the ships get slow and the driver has to crank the gas on it, because now the ship has to get there on time. It's not like the Vikings who could just show up a couple of weeks late. So as a result, this issue of having to make it on time and cranking that gas is where the problem lies. Now you have increased fuel, you have increased emissions, simply because you were not tracking what's going on underneath. And so now let's look at this. The IMO just had a report a couple of months ago. We presented in London at their conference. And really what they're saying is that right away, the moment a slime layer started to build on the ship, you have 25% to 55% increase in fuel cost and emissions, almost correlating together. And that happens very, very quickly. Now you have to know it doesn't always happen. It could be colder waters, it could be different kind of speed. But you have to know that if it happened, this is costing you that much. As you can see, in global fleet, we just simply kind of estimate, this starts looking to tens of billions of dollars of fuel just going in and hundreds of millions of CO2 tons being emitted simply because there was biofouling that should have been monitored and wasn't monitored. And this is like a quick hit problem. This doesn't require having to come up with a fantastic fuel or some amazing thing. Just manage the bottom of the ship and you could make this happen. On top of it, now we have the issue of invasive species. This stuff, and I'm not talking ballast water, when you have biofouling coming underneath the ship, it's bringing all kinds of guests over. And now you would think that given between the fuel and the emissions and the invasive species, wouldn't this be a great idea to keep these ships clean all the time? But no, things are actually not that straightforward. Most of the port will tell you, don't clean here, please. No, do not do this. And also, many a times, the coating and the paint that's gone on the ship, they have told you not to touch it. Doesn't matter what's going on it. On top of it, if you simply just wanted to clean it for cleaning's sake, it's costs. And it costs in delays. If you hold up a ship to clean when it didn't need to be cleaned and you didn't know, that's going to cost you bigger than what the fuel saving was going to be. So the issue then comes up is this. You have problems of trying to clean too early, and you have a problem if you clean too late. There is obviously a point in time when it would have been the best time. It would have been, that's when you optimize your costs, plan your schedule. Wouldn't this be great? Wouldn't it be good if we knew that? Except nobody knows. Nobody knows when that time is, because what really happens is this. You have divers who go down there once in 6 months, sometime once in a year. And they take hours to take essentially subjective narration of what they are seeing. This report then sometimes arrives after the ship is long gone. And then even if you wanted to act on it, it's going to take you hours to review this and make another subjective judgment. So when we started talking, when we were doing National Science Foundation research, we started talking to the big industry shipping lines, and they kind of said, you know, if there was only a way that every time the ship came into a port, it just got scanned, the bottom of it just tricked. But it has to be fast. It can't be hours and days. If it was just within minutes, somebody scanned it, and I had this data, and on which we could make a better prediction of when to clean it, when to hold it, optimize cost, optimize schedule, wouldn't that be great? That kind of doesn't exist. But we said, hey, we were thinking about a swarm of robots talking wirelessly with lasers underneath. Now let's bring that into play. What we are saying is, if we had autonomous devices, nobody was operating them. If somebody's operating them, it's worse than divers. At that point in time, now you have an expensive device, an expensive operator. You really need things that are doing things on their own. They can follow the hull well line, and they can scan a ship, and because there are multiple ones, they can cover it in one go, and we have been doing some of these field tests. And you would say, if you do it fast, and it's reliable, and it's not a guesswork, and it's not like just a GoPro on a stick, if it's real data that can also help in prediction, now we got something. Now we can really reduce those hundreds of millions of tons of CO2 in a pattern. Now, I'll give a few seconds of swarm tech primer. Essentially, when we talk about a swarm, what we're talking about is how do small robots somehow work as a group? And in very simplistic ways, like a leader and a follower. You know, usually it'll be like one doing everything and the other one is following. But that is really kind of doesn't work underwater. It'll take too much power, and if you lose the master, then the rest of them are useless. So what's really done is what is done by the fish and by the birds when they're together floating. That's called a consensus driven, that they have a consensus among each other. They kind of know where they should be. The group kind of knows where you should be, and they tell each other. And then similarly, the robots are adjusting to each other and get it. Second thing they do is formation control. What we are doing is when we get near a ship, they're not just in a big group, but they're going to have a sort of a formation that is going around the ship and making a form that they maintain. Now, this would be all very simple in the air, actually, because you just use radio frequencies and they talk to each other. In the water, there is no radio frequency. There's no GPS underwater. The moment the thing goes underwater, it doesn't know where it is. Also, it cannot really talk to any of the other ones. The radio frequencies die off after a few inches. So unless they're all kind of huddled together, they really don't know about each other. That's where we come into the using a wireless method. The wireless underwater through lasers is extremely cutting edge tech. It's like really trying to bring something that's so cutting edge to an ancient problem and a global problem to solve it, because it can be done. Otherwise, you have these ROVs with a bunch of cables and tethers that are going around. They can't really form a swarm that way. So it has to be that there are no tethers and there's a proper swarm that is safely operating. It can go around obstacles and it can do it within minutes. So, sorry, I just went a little bit too far. Okay. What I would do is I'll just quickly go to, I think it's moving only in one direction, seems like. Can you rewind a little bit? Okay, but I'll just go with this, that what happens here is that what we are proposing is something more reliable than just pure kind of prediction based on weather or something on which you cannot lay hundreds of billions of dollars on that kind of methodology, nor kind of relying on something that is just so manual. What the lovely thing about this is that with the swarm and the wireless, you've enabled the system. What has really happened is most people who love this is who thought will be our competitors. We thought divers would say, wait a minute, you are suddenly making us redundant. No, divers love this. Divers hate doing inspections. It makes them no money. They would rather be welding and repairing and properly cleaning. That's the real high margin, high growth job. They are looking to make immediate partnership with us and say that, you know, you do the inspection, automate the inspection part of it, get the data out there. When it needs cleaning, call us. That is what the real thing needs to be. So what we are really talking about here is that we started the research, and then we had some grants from National Science Foundation. We started to do field tests, doing sort of a mini swarm and around stationary vessels, and then started to incorporate the laser signal into it. And then we are moving into doing the field test up there. We believe with this, as the CII penalties come onto the ships, and if invasive regulations start to come in, the need for this data, the California Land Commission or any other authority would increase. And if we have a tool sitting in the port and the port supports it, then suddenly you will have everybody benefiting from this data. That's the beauty of it. It helps the ships, it helps the divers, it helps even the regulatory agencies, because they can mandate a use of certain tool. And eventually, this kind of technology can go even help in the dual use in the defense, because if you have underwater swarm that can do a certain task on its own and communicate wirelessly, you could be monitoring a port, you could be monitoring a channel, have almost an underwater wireless mesh network. So we feel this is something we can do to help create a real solution to a burning pain point tomorrow, at the same time help the climate, and also hopefully contribute to the security of this country. Thank you.
All right, we're going to switch gears a little bit, literally to fishing gear, and the role of fishing gear can play in ocean data. So I'm with Blue Ocean Gear, and we provide smart buoy technology for commercial fishing fleets so that they can track their gear out on the ocean. Where did the clicker go? It's getting late in the day. But besides just tracking gear in the ocean, it can also be used to provide ocean data. But first, why do we track gear out in the ocean? Because right now, we're not tracking gear. And what happens is that a tremendous amount of gear is lost every year throughout our oceans, and the impacts are devastating both economically as well as environmentally. From an economic perspective, about 700,000 tons of gear is lost in our oceans every year. And that's a significant cost for the fishermen to replace. It's between 10 and 30% of their gear lost. In some places, it's even up to 80% if there's high hurricane activity. But as we started working with commercial fishing fleets, they were saying things like, well, they don't necessarily lose my gear, I just have a hard time finding it. And what they meant was that they would eventually find it, but it would take them hours. If you've ever seen Deadliest Catch, the ocean is a very volatile place. So fog, inclement weather, high seas, strong tides, that can all play a role in how long it takes for a fishing fleet to find their gear. There are also very lucrative fishing fleets at risk of being shut down because of ghost gear and marine mammal entanglement issues. But from an environmental perspective, that gear continues to fish. Everything that's captured dies and becomes bait for more fish to become captured. It's a cycle known as ghost fishing that can deplete fishery stocks and really have a devastating impact on marine ecosystems. It's also, fishing gear is one of the largest sources of ocean plastics. That very few people know this, but a recent study from the Ocean Cleanup showed that between 75 and 85% of the Great Pacific Garbage Patch comes from fishing-related sources. So we've developed our smart buoy system. These are GPS tracking buoys at their core, and this lets fishermen know where their gear is at all times, and they get an alert if something anomalous has happened, like it's moved too far beyond a certain threshold. But we also started putting additional sensors on the buoys. We found that the fishing fleets needed to know more than just where their gear is, but what was going on. So being able to differentiate between a storm washing gear away, a marine mammal entanglement, a boat dragging their gear, strong tides or strong currents dragging it under, all of this impacts what their response is. And so as we added sensors, we were able to create more of an eyes on the water or a superpower for the fishing fleets now to know what's going on with their gear. And the data is sent via either radio or satellite to our cloud database. We have multiple different ways that the fishermen can interact with that data. We have a mobile app, web interface that has all of their data, or an API. We have text alerts for things like your gear has been set or hauled from the water. Some fishermen are using this to detect gear theft. And then we also have the ability now to integrate with their onboard chart plotter systems. And so these are their GPS systems that show them usually where their boat is. Now they can actually see where all their gear is. And to roughly quote one of the fishermen that we work with, it lets them fish like it's a sunny day, even when it's an extreme fog out. So then how can we use these buoys to not just tell fishermen where their gear is, but also create more of an environment from this ocean, the ocean sensor data that helps both the fisheries as well as other ocean industries. So I'll talk about a few different ways that we're looking at this. This image here is of a GPS chart plotter, and it shows the nautical maps, and they have weather overlays. And normally it just shows where their boat is, but these little scribbles up here actually show where a couple of their smart buoys have traveled. Out in Alaska, this can be about like a kilometer radius every day, and some of the smaller fisheries it might be less. But that's a significant range for the buoys. Now, one of the main ways that gear is lost, one of the big issues out in the ocean is gear conflict. This is where vessels that may or may not be fishing, but other maritime vessels transiting through an area of high density fixed gear can get tangled up in the lines or the nets or the traps, and so that can cause damage to the vessel. It usually ends up in the gear being cut loose, so nobody wins. So being able to share this information of where there is gear with other vessels can now let them plan their routes around that and avoid gear conflict. This picture is of a mussel farm, an aquaculture farm up in Nova Scotia that has been using the smart buoys. Aquaculture runs on data. And so for this farm, particularly the sea surface temperature, it lets them know when to raise and lower their pens, when to harvest. It also happens to be in an area of high vessel traffic, so they do also need to keep track of where their gear is. But as we add more sensors to the buoys, they become more of a player in the aquaculture realm as well. Now this picture is from a snow crab fishing boat up in the northern Bering Sea. That's ice that's formed on the rails. A lot of vessels tend to operate up near the Arctic sea ice, and when ice forms on the rails of their boat, it actually becomes a safety issue. If the crew can't keep up with getting the ice off, and literally they use baseball bats to hack the ice off, if they can't keep up with it, the boat can actually capsize. And actually, an incident like this happened a couple of years ago where they lost a crew. Very tragic accident. So we're looking to help with sea ice behavior prediction. Why do boats end up operating in that area? Well, for a snow crab, the crab like to hang out there, so they fish right at the edge of the ice shelf. And then, if the sea ice prediction is off and they're back in port offloading, the ice can come down and slice off all their gear, again leading to more gear loss. So just earlier this week, we now have a signed MOU with NOAA, the National Weather Service. So data from fishing gear buoys in the Bering Sea, that sea surface temperature data will be shared with the National Weather Service to help with sea ice forecasting and hopefully help predict more of the behavior that goes back and benefits not just the fisheries operating in that area, but also any other vessels operating there as well. Right now, we've delivered about 700 buoys to customers all over North America, mainly focused in that area right now. And you can imagine now, as we get a higher density of smart buoys out in the water, this becomes a very hyper-localized coastal data set, with spatial resolution that you're not going to get with other means of collecting ocean data. And so this can play into some of the other ocean data sets that are out there in a very complementary way. And that is all I had for now. Thank you very much.
Hope everyone is still awake. I know it's been a long day. My name is Adil. So on the topic of ocean data, the ocean is big. So with a big geographic zone, there's big data that's out there. And with our topic of driving data towards sustainable goals, how can one utilize such data to make it valuable for reaching an objective? And I've been humbled to hear from a lot of you that you are aware of marine traffic, that you have used it. I just thought It's the afternoon, everyone's a little tired, but let's have a little fun. If you want to download it, if you don't already have it on your phone, by all means, I have both QR codes up there. The app is not only the only thing that we do, we also have data services via APIs. We have an online dashboard and raw data that is accessible, and that complements many different use cases in many different sectors. Just a little background about marine traffic. We're a maritime intelligence platform, and we've just celebrated actually yesterday our 15th birthday. And without those years of hard work, there's a lot of data that we've been able to accumulate, and a lot of different scenarios, use cases, projects that we've been able to support and been involved with. And a lot of it also goes towards sustainable goals, whether it is for the global maritime fleet or it comes down to a logistics issue. AIS itself, it is you call it a legacy system. It was designed back in the 70s as a collision avoidance system for vessels. And it allowed the seafarers to have visibility based off of a range and bearing if there's other vessels within my vicinity to reduce risk of collision. Now, at that time, there wasn't really a means of thinking outside the box. What else could you do with the data? But when you do harness that data, and we'll talk a bit more about what is included in that information, you can really create amazing visuals and insights. And this data has been used to support various use cases, from security to fishing to energy and protecting environments, and even just getting situational awareness outside of a specific geographic zone. So in this screen here, this is just typical data that tends to come off from vessels, and vessels are required to have an AIS if they're over 300 gross tons and for commercial usage. And with that information that is transmitted for authorities to understand the intent of a vessel, the crews would ideally input where are they coming from and where are they heading to, and other characteristics of that vessel's voyage, so speed, its course, its status, if there's any draft information that's being reported that can also be captured and captured for various types of vessels. And from our standpoint, we enrich that data from our own intelligence. And in this scenario, this vessel is going from one location to the next, and that is a voyage. And that voyage has a specific route that it'll follow. And historically looking, we can cross-reference, is this vessel taking the usual Great Circle track that other vessels of a similar type, similar route have taken? If not, what is the reason? Could there be other data layers fused with this information to provide a response to that deviation? And when we bundle all of this together, we go into the analytics, the insights of what is possible with the AIS. And some of the ways that we've been able to enrich it is through geospatial geofencing. We've done a lot of work in geofencing ports, terminals, anchorages themselves to understand the health of a region, of a port. What is this capacities? How busy is it? How congested is this place? How many vessels are on their way? That we can help forecast and predict whether there could be additional backlog. It also helps to enrich data that's out there, but not necessarily accurate. So if you can have a supplement data source to verify an original source, such as in logistics cases, carrier data. Carrier data can be delayed, it could be inaccurate, but when you utilize something like AIS with geofencing, you can say in real time that the vessel has indeed, in fact, arrived versus it actually have arrived, or carrier stating it arrived 13 hours earlier. And in this slide here, that predictability, since we have data that extends years and looking at how vessels maneuver throughout the world, we see these sea lanes of communication, these trade lanes. And based off of those routes, we can start to make predictions. You could say these route forecasts are much, or these routes should be taken in this scenario versus this route that could have been an alternative. So these types of insights can help drive ships to sail just in time, reduce speeds, or take a different route based off of weather routing, and to assist with fuel savings. In a general sense of marine traffic's capability of visibility globally, today we're tracking over 300,000 vessels live. From that, we are collecting hundreds of millions of positions a day and millions of events that correlate to those vessels' movements. And with all that data combined, we can produce the global maritime world and how the world functions as an economic engine. And this is just a screen grab, just a few hours ago actually here, just what's happening. And when you're on the app, you'll notice the different colors represent different types of vessels, so you could drill down to see how that specific market is operating. And this is a screenshot of activity just south of Nantucket, where we know that the US is going to be embarking on offshore wind projects. So we can already see a lot of the survey work that's being done out there in that region to prepare for those installations. In this session, I want to talk about a few use cases and how the data from AIS has been able to prove ways that we can be more conscious of our marine life and also of the environment itself. And there is a use case where a program called Blue Whale, Blue Skies. And it was embarked upon with collaborations from NOAA, various air quality management throughout the state of California, various ports who also signed on to this program. And the idea was to essentially reduce vessel speeds along the California coast to reduce impact and on whales so that there's less mortality rates. While at the same time, you reduce speed, essentially you could reduce emissions. And this program helped to incentivize a lot of the shipping companies, all the big fleet owners out there. And they could sign on voluntarily, and they could get graded. And at the end of the season, depending on how they performed, there would be incentives that would be provided. The program itself focused on California's coast, and it takes place every year since 2014. And the criteria is that if a vessel is transiting within these specific zones, that the speed should be at 10 knots or less, if it's possible. And that certain seasonalities, the whale migrations are more. And looking back from the AIS to determine the performance of these vessels, which were owned by the carriers, pre-VSR, we can see that the majority of vessels were moving above 10 knots. So they really weren't conscious or aware of, we're not going to do this. And if we look the next year, it flipped. Most vessels went below 10 knots. So there was a great percentage of participants that actually followed that program's rules. And they, of course, were awarded. And this was the awards from last year of the carriers that performed best. And of course, it's a lot of the major players that we're all familiar with. But that helps to show that, in the economic engine that moves trade, there are incentives for even the big conglomerates to say, yeah, we care about the environment, that this program is reasonable for us, and that we will do that to protect the marine life. And at the same time, we can help reduce emissions. And this was the statistics of all those results throughout the years, and most notably 2021 and 2022. You can already see just the number of vessels participating, but also the tons of reduction into of the greenhouse gas emissions. So the numbers speak for themselves, and a lot of this was verified via the AIS. And actually, since I have a few more minutes, or just about a minute, the future. So how else can we start to think long-term for a sustainable future? And we've embarked on a project to introduce new hardware that will help drive data out from vessels. Vessels, on average, can generate over 20 gigabytes of data per day. Now, how do we harness that? And of course, there are many sensors, but we've taken a very vendor-agnostic approach. Doesn't matter. We can definitely find a way to capture all that information from the propulsion, the machinery, the cargo control rooms, and the bridge to then feed out into the world, have a virtual navigation bridge, but also at the same time, from the perspective of weather, if you have the capability to get weather live on the surface, on the ground, and of course with buoys you can do that, but imagine a world where all vessels were a mesh network and we had live data being fueled into the models that we currently use today. We'll be able to predict weather more efficiently, more effectively, in more real time, and then allow vessels to navigate more safely and more efficiently. So that will help reduce a lot of emissions and fuel usage and make the world a greener place. But I think that's my time.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so now that I've mastered, whoop, I turned this off, not microphone management. Now that I have mastered 3 speakers, we added a 4th virtual speaker to this panel just to throw off my time management skills. So I think you have a video to play for us? Yes? Yes. Again, this is Gavin from the International Wind Ship Association. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sorry I can't join you today. Unfortunately, I'm stuck over in Tokyo. But I'd like to welcome you all to the Decade of Wind Propulsion. And my name is Gavin Allwright, and I'm the Secretary General of the International Windship Association. And today I'll be running through, just to give you a little update on an exciting area of development in decarbonisation of shipping, which is the provision of wind propulsion for commercial shipping. So to quickly introduce the International Windship Association, we're a group of over 150 commercial companies who are members and registered supporters. That's the active group, and then we have another 50 or so supporting actors as well. And our main role is to help facilitate and ultimately deliver wind propulsion for commercial shipping worldwide. Some interesting news happened at the beginning of this year. We had the Financial Times and The Economist both indicated that wind propulsion on commercial shipping was one of the 22 technologies for 2022 to be keeping an eye on, and these are emerging technologies. The International Chamber of Shipping actually chose to use a wind ship on its 4th propulsion revolution report recently, and they represent the vast majority of shipping interests in the world. We also were given or awarded consultative status at the International Maritime Organization, which is the UN body which oversees shipping interests and maritime aspects worldwide. And finally, we had a historic moment just at the end of last year where the 2 largest wind assist vessels, a very large crude carrier and a very large ore carrier, both over 300,000 deadweight tons of shipping, actually passed each other off the coast of Durban. So quite a historic moment. Now, what are we talking about when we talk about the direct application of wind power? Well, it's pretty easy. It's moving a ship with wind. But from an energy perspective, if you put the wind through a turbine, transmit that, mine it, if you like, mine it, refine it, transport it, bunker it, and then store it on board and put it through an internal combustion engine into a propeller, for every 10 units of power that you're delivering to the turbine, you're likely to get 1, possibly 2 units of power out of the propeller. Of course, if you deliver that directly to sales and directly to the ship itself, you're getting 100% of that. 10 units in, 10 units of power out. So what does wind actually deliver? Well, it's a zero emissions energy source, and we're talking about the energy source here, not the technology, which is delivered for the lifetime of the vessel at zero cost. So zero volatility in that. It'll be zero at the beginning of the life of the ship, zero at the end. And as I mentioned before, there's no infrastructure there. You don't need to store it. The wind propulsion technology itself, zero development time. Well, what I'm trying to say here is actually that there are technologies already in the market. We have a very robust R&D pipeline coming through as well. So if you want to buy wind propulsion systems for your ships, you can. Zero compatibility issues. This meaning if you choose any other fuel, ammonia, hydrogen, methanol, batteries, whatever it may be, wind is compatible with those. Zero additional crew. We're not talking about going back to the heyday of the clipper ships, although there are ships like that being developed and deployed. But these are fully automated, modern systems, which don't require any new crew. And zero capex, which I put a question mark on here. There are developments where we could be looking at leasing these systems rather than heavy capital expenditure. You move the cost over because it's the only propulsion system you can deploy that's cheaper than the one we already have. So you have a return on investment. So zero capex is possible. And we like to call that a win-win-win situation. With retrofits, we can deliver 5 to 20% of the propulsive energy needed, optimized up to 30. So remember, that's when you're putting wind onto an existing motor vessel and still running it as a motor vessel. With new builds optimized, 50% plus is very doable as primary wind. Of course, the higher percentages will be on the windier routes. And there are 7 different technologies that we're looking at, and I'll just quickly run through some slides. I don't have much time, so it'll be very quick. There's the rotor sail, which is uses the Magnus effect, which is similar to the curveball in baseball. So a spinning cylinder with a small electric motor. The wind hits that, creates a differential on either side of pressure, and that sucks forward the ship. Indeed, that's really the way all sails work. A sail doesn't push the ship, it actually creates a difference in lift, if you like. And just think of an A380 jumbo jet, very small wings, huge body. Those wings generate a huge amount of lift, and simply what we're doing is making those vertical and creating that lift or thrust aspect with those. We have suction wing, which actually has an active suction device inside, so pulling in the wind around the wing itself. Hard wings or hard sails, various different types there. Again, if you've watched something like the America's Cup, you will have seen these deployed, and the ships or the boats are going 3 times the speed of the wind, exactly because of this suction or thrust aspect that I talked about before. Soft sails and hybrid sails, this is well known to most people. Interesting, there are various developments in this. The one at the bottom of the slide is actually an inflatable wing made by Michelin. We then have kites, which are deployed either as a passive system or as an active figure of 8 system, which increases the thrust. And a lot of people would say, but what happens when the wind doesn't blow? Well, at 300 meters, the wind is blowing consistently. Maybe not always in the right direction, but you're not going to lose the kite because of a lack of wind. And these deploy with quite a lot of drone technology on them now. Then we have turbines and also the hull form itself, which can generate thrust by the hull becoming a wing cell. Now, widening this to a wider decarbonization aspect, we adopt the idea of hybrid wave, wind plus activity plus vessel plus eco-fuel. each capturing around 20% plus of the propulsion requirement, either reducing it or delivering that. So reducing that eco-fuel component makes that much more manageable. It's going to be expensive. It's going to be difficult to deploy that worldwide. Wind is already globally available. Now, if we extrapolate that and say, if we mandated all ships, retrofit old ships, all new ships have wind, and we equal that out of, say, around 20% of the fleet, if all the fleet was had wind propulsion deployed this decade, the savings accrued by 2050 would already reach $1 trillion based on a fuel price that's lower than today's. And then increasing incrementally as new fuels, more expensive fuels come in and a carbon price comes in. That 1 trillion meets the IMO target for 2050 of 50% decarbonisation, and in fact goes a tremendous way towards the full decarbonisation, because wind will have paid for itself and also reduce the requirement for those fuels. So in effect, we could have full decarbonisation of shipping with no additional cost, effectively getting it for free. Now, a lot of people would say, well, okay, you've talked a good shop here. Where are we today? Well, we have 22 ocean-going vessels. These are large vessels across the tanker, bulker sector, roll-on, roll-off ferries, ferry crews, and general cargo, and one large fishing vessel. This equals about 1.5 million deadweight tons of shipping already. And as you'll notice, container ships are not here yet, although we have some designs that will likely be tendered for entry into the fleet by 2024, early 2025. This also excludes 20 small sail cargo and fishery vessels. Now on this slide, this is showing the increase for next year. And effectively, we'll be doubling the number of ships within 12 months that we've actually deployed in the previous 12 years. So it's a really large increase in the momentum around the shipping. Some upcoming developments, we have 6 ships in development at the moment or waiting installations. Probably 3 of these will be deployed within the next 3 months, the other 3 in Q1. A couple of interesting ones, obviously the Kite on a Cape-sized bulker, very large ship. We have the largest roll-on, roll-off ferry there, and also the Ariane Group MV Canopy, which will be transporting Ariane 6 rocket parts from France to French Guiana. She's already in the water, but she hasn't got the wing sails attached yet. Just a couple of additional slides. We have the policy pipeline. And what this slide effectively shows you is the hatch line going through the middle of it is the market projections from the UK and the EU governments, looking at around 10,000 installations by 2030, increasing up to 40,000 installations by 2050. We think those are rather conservative. But what you'll see here is that the IMO strategies, the European strategies, and a lot of the non-government programs are really pushing the policy forward, decarbonisation, and effectively encouraging wind propulsion. My last couple of slides. One is on primary wind, which I mentioned before. We have a number of these systems being developed for deployment in the next couple of years. The Wind Hunter on the right side is an interesting one. It's actually a climate positive ship, so it will be generating an energy cargo from energy harvesting, because quite often a ship will receive too much wind. It could harvest by counter-rotating the propeller or having drop-out turbines to capture that, to make it into fuel to be used later for the ship when there's no wind. This one takes it one step further and tankers that fuel as well, so it becomes a revenue stream for when it gets to port as well. And my last slide, this is quite a busy slide with a lot of company logos on it. All of these companies, not all of them are members, but all of these companies are engaging with wind, either validating it, testing it, developing technologies, or putting these already onto their ships or planning to. So what we can see is, even though wind propulsion isn't quite mainstream yet, mainstream players are investing hundreds of millions into this sector. And we like, again, to call this a win-win-win propulsion situation. So thank you very much. And if you have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer those by email. Thank you.
All right. So the excuse cannot be you have your questions for him and therefore you're not asking any questions. That is not an excuse. Okay, so we have a few minutes. Who has my 2 questions? Thank you. Come on up.
This is a question for Sushil. I hope I pronounced that correctly. What sort of range are you expecting with the underwater laser communications? And I'm sure it varies with water clarity, et cetera, but just in general, what sort of communication specifications are you looking at?
Right. Of course, it depends on how expensive a thing I put on the prototype, right? You can have things that cost hundreds of thousands of dollars just to prove the point. We are focusing on making sure we say it works, that it transfers data, that the swarm holds together, the data is moving through wireless. For that, what we do is 10 megabits, it's the sort of what we use. It's good till about 10 to 20 meters if it's not a completely murky water. We've been testing in the Port of Long Beach here, which is a nicer water than, let's say, in San Francisco where the lab is. And what we believe is for the purposes of this particular swarm, because this is a specific use case, I'm not trying to talk to submarines. So for this particular use case, we have probably only 5 of them that can cover the ship, and they are fairly within a few feet of each other. And so this works out. It's a very doable thing, and we have done it. Mm-hmm.
Can't get to 2. Oh.
Courtney, as far as deployed with your devices, just one question. How deployed are they, and if you have deployed them, can you extrapolate about how much ghost netting you have saved from going into the environment?
I think this, yeah, it's on. So we do have customers all over North America. Like I said, I think we've shipped about 700 buoys at this point, so out with various different fisheries. There has been ghost gear that has been saved or retrieved using the buoys. So that's there's anecdotal ones that we get actual messages from the fishers. Others we do see on our own monitoring. And so I think the more that we get out there, it's about kind of getting that density of, so it's not just about having 1 or 2, people try out 1 or 2 buoys, it's having it on an entire fleet or an entire fishery. That's where you start to see the statistical significance of actually preventing ghost gear. And the other thing, though, that we do look at is the fuel savings. And that's kind of the daily pain point for a lot of these fleets, is how long are they spending looking for their gear? Because again, some of them, it's not so much the gear loss, it's the actual how efficient can I be at finding it? And with fuel costs the way they are right now, that's actually a much bigger financial incentive for them to use the technology. And so that's something that we'd like to track going out as well.
So we hear access to capital already a challenge for blue tech companies, and now we hear technology companies are all going to struggle with access to capital because of a tightening of the markets. Are you concerned about that as you think about your growth plans?
Yeah, I'll take this. What happens in these situations is that it says a little bit like this, that you have some PhDs who have a good idea, they can perhaps build a prototype, get it somewhere. At the same time, these are B2B plays. These are for the industry. This is not trying to sell at Sky Mall. So what happens is that somebody has to say, this is what I really want, and there's an exit at a certain point, except they are not willing to deal with the prototype. They want something that's kind of commercializable, this at least at the product stage. So the gap exists between the two. It's okay to get accelerator and small grants to get that thing going, but it's between the prototype and commercialization is the gap where what we hope really is that the ports who want to be part of the Green Corridor, or some companies, their innovation departments that want to be part of this, that they do put something in saying that this is not just for that financial reason that it's an investment, but it's actually a strategic investment in improving the industry.
I'm going to do a shameless plug for the NOAA SBIR program since they're here. So we've been fortunate to have the support of the SBIR program, and I think we just had our final demo day workshop with them, and I think it's really phenomenal the range of technologies that they support, from all the way from companies that are just forming all the way to ones that have many products out on the market already. And I think it's a great way for companies to try out R&D before it goes, but also support it on the way to commercialization. I do think that, I'll second what you said as well about having strategic partnerships and finding those right customers that can really buy in early on, and whether they can actually invest or be early customers, that always helps as well.
And all of you are using data, which is very cool, and machine learning and sort of advanced data analytics. So in Canada, we have a huge shortage of data scientists, data capability, and our companies are really struggling in terms of being able to hire. Just curious, do you have any challenges from a workforce perspective to be able to achieve your outcomes? If you don't, what is your magical formula, if you're willing to share it? And if you do, what are you looking at to try to address that?
Absolutely. I'll take this first. So here's how I look at it. I'm old as the hills, but I can make an AI program overnight. This is not that big a deal, really. I could get a high school intern, they're going to pull down something from GitHub, and you will have. This is like saying you have an Excel spreadsheet. What really is needed is the data. Data is what makes the model. Data trains the model. Data tells where the coefficients really are. If you don't have data, not right kind of data, you just have something that spits out something. So what happens here is that a lot of people will say, for example, in my case, that we will have people say, oh, we have taken a lot of diver videos, or we have ROV-based videos, they're sitting in cloud and they're geolocated. The thing is, they were all taken differently. How an AI program that's like an neural network program, there's simply kind of a black box that looks at a cockroach and thinks it's an airplane because somehow some pixels just kind of matched up. What we're saying really is that if we can come up with a way that you're generating data, what I believe is even now during the field tests, when we are largely testing whether the laser is localizing or not, what we're really working on is the laser is moving through the water, and we're making sure that it's still locking as the things are moving. But during the time we're creating data, keep creating the data in the same standardized way. It goes along the same path. And that kind of a standardized, classified, labeled kind of data, more and more we generate, you develop a better model. I don't think it's so much, I believe, is that you need so much the talent or the human power underneath, is the lack of the fact that people keep thinking that somebody programming something is what this is, while it's really the data and having a standardized data.
Well, I respect that opinion too, but from a business team perspective, I guess, talent is critical, even in our business especially. And I think that the big problem though is retention. But at the same time, maritime is one of the last major industries going through an evolution, digitization. So that talent that is aware, that's familiar, that's experienced, enough to understand the market, but also understand data. I believe that's pretty rare. It's pretty difficult to find. But again, we're in almost an infancy stage, I feel like. So, for the next generation that's in schools that, are data scientists or programmers, et cetera, are they inspired by our industry so that they could take a leap and say, oh yeah, maritime, or marine, whatever it is, I never thought about it because I never really see it. But maybe I have a career in that way. That's my opinion on that question.
And I'll follow with that. We actually have been fortunate to have some relationships with a couple of universities, University of Chicago and Southern Mississippi, that have specialized in maritime data analytics. Because you're right, ocean data it's different. Fishing data is even worse because it's temporally and spatially, it's not what any data scientist enjoys or wants. I guess it's not as constant as they'd like, but there's a lot of insights that you can gain from looking at this, but this also takes a lot of understanding of the industries, and so I think that's where a lot of the challenges are.
Awesome. All right, my last question for my last panel, which is very exciting for me. What gets you, 30 seconds, what are you most excited about when you look forward?
I'll go first. I think I'm most excited about all the different sensor technologies that are being developed, all the different, the newer presence of things like precision fisheries, smart ports, shipping that has much more intelligence to it that in terms of all of the sensors developed. And so I think we'll see a lot more motion in that direction. I think the challenge is going to be making it global and getting it accessible by all of the coastal communities.
As a former seafarer, I've been on the operational side and I've seen things done the way they've always been done. Very old school, and the mindset has always been whatever, it's always going to be that way. I'm most excited for the future because this is a testament. Everyone that's here understands that there is value in the future in the blue tech and in the marine space. And I'm excited to hear everyone always throw the word partnerships, collaboration. And it seems everyone's on that same page, whereas maybe 10 years ago, everyone was too scared to open up their minds and really share a little information about themselves because they don't know it yet, but there is some synergy. So I'm excited for that future.
Yeah, and as much as it can be exciting to see a swarm of robotic bees shooting lasers at each other, I really think that the fun part of it is to think which are the key ports that create that algorithm through which you can cover almost all the voyages, because you have to kind of say, I can be Long Beach, I don't have to be at all 150 ports. The ships, as they are traversing, I need to catch them only once in a period. If I can be in Singapore, can be in Rotterdam, can be in a couple of other places, I could take a large part of this TAM right there. And that's when coming to this conference, meeting somebody from Port of Singapore, meeting people from Port of Long Beach for that matter, that is the exciting part, that what we are working on, just by working in ocean, you're working on a global thing. And that is the exciting part of it.
Awesome. Well, please join. Question, sure. It's exciting. I'm going to go over time to let you ask your question. Go ahead.
To your point before you closed, when you made the point about access to capital and how it can be key in a company's growth strategy, I just wanted to point out that if your growth strategy includes going globally and taking your product to international buyers, please tap into the resources of the Export-Import Bank of the United States, or EXIM. That's the agency that I represent. We work closely with our friends at the International Trade Administration, and basically we offer solutions that can help U.S. exporters compete more effectively globally with less risk, more peace of mind. We also offer loan guarantees to encourage the banking sector to finance exports, and also help address the credit needs of your buyers internationally, especially if they're smaller or mid-sized companies. That's often an obstacle to be able to do more. So thank you.
Awesome, thank you. So someone else to look for if you're looking for help to find markets or money. Awesome, thank you. Okay, now join me in a round of applause, because now I've gone over time for this panel. And thank you so much for asking questions. I really appreciate it. I had my first board meeting at 4:30 this morning, so it's been a bit of a long afternoon, so thank you for helping me out.
And we have another panel coming up. That is the secret add-on panel, I think, and it's about the
last panel,
security technologies in maritime industry. And all right.
Don't go anywhere.
All right, to get this train on the road, I figure might as well shorten the break and get going. What do you think? Yeah? Sounds good. Excellent. Let's...
I'm going to have to turn around and actually face...
That's all right. Okay. So I'm going to have you start. Okay. Then you'll come. Okay. All right. Hello and welcome again. I really wish I could tell my entire biofouling story all over again, but I think that'll have to be on another day. This is an important panel. I really wanted to help on this because not only that I'd been working on these underwater technologies, I was volunteering at the California Military Department, and they figured since I knew something about robotics, I should probably know cybersecurity. So I ended up learning a lot of cybersecurity, even though that was not my field. And through that, all the other issues that exist in security and defense of our state and nation. So I've got to know a lot of people who work in that very important field, and we have got 4 very important guests here. I would say when we talk about maritime security technologies, we would broadly, for the purpose of this panel, split them in 2 areas. One would be the whole field of maritime cybersecurity, which itself has sort of 2 parts to it. There is the organizational cybersecurity, and then there is cybersecurity as the physical systems are connected, which is called the ICS, and when you have things that can get hijacked and valves and controllers can be moved because somebody hacked into your computer. So there's that whole gamut of cybersecurity. And then you have aspects of real physical security, of how the vessels are behaving around each other, how the unmanned vessels are going around each other and not running into problems. And finally getting down to what are the right kind of sensors and technologies that help make them work and make things secure and let the collisions and other things be avoided. So I will start off by welcoming Buzz Montoro. He's with United States Coast Guard in the cyber group, where he would give us a little overview of how the United States Coast Guard is here to help all the organizations in the maritime industry. Please.
All right, good evening, everyone. Just 2 seconds on my background. I just retired after 30 years of Coast Guard service. I was, my last position was as captain of the port for Chicago and Milwaukee, and now I'm back as a civilian working in cybersecurity here in San Diego. Much warmer, which is nice. I looked at the weather in Milwaukee, and I'm glad to be in San Diego. So one of the principal focuses now, just within the last 5 years, of the Coast Guard has been in the cyber domain, focused on protecting our maritime transportation system. As many of you already know, about a quarter of our GDP is in the maritime domain, 23 million people employed just in the US alone. And so the Coast Guard, although we may have been a little bit slow to the game, has invested millions of dollars just in the last 3 to 4 years in bringing in talent to focus in this area and provide support to industry in really two areas. One being prevention, and that's primarily what I do. I work with facilities in the Port of San Diego to ensure that they have cybersecurity plans and they conduct their proper assessments to ensure that they mitigate their risk and reduce the number of vulnerabilities associated with their cyber infrastructure. And then another capability that we've recently rolled out just in the last few years is a cyber response capability, which very closely aligns with the FBI's cyber response capability and CISA's cyber response capability. And we conduct very routine, almost weekly assessments at different ports throughout the country. So moving through my presentation, as you can see, 90% of commerce for the US flows through maritime domain. In LA alone, I just saw a study that showed that there's several 100,000 cyber attacks on the port of LA and LB every month. And so this is incredibly important to us. The number of attacks to facilities and vessels operating in U.S. waters, just in the last month, I just saw a report was significant attacks and breaches of security were greater than 50. So we're becoming more and more focused on ensuring that we work with our partners in industry and in other public organizations to ensure that we're securing the domain. And so how are we doing that? We're really focusing our lines of effort in 3 areas. First, and this is kind of predates a lot of the work that I've done, is ensuring our cyber infrastructure within our organization and those networks that connect with DoD remain secure. So we have a whole focused group on that. Where my focus is in the second line of effort, which is in securing the maritime transportation security infrastructure. And so we've spent quite a bit of time in the last 5 years focused on that. And then the last one is operating in the cyber domain, and that's a lot of, as a DoD, or excuse me, as a military service and a member of DHS, you think of all the law enforcement and national security operations that we're conducting that are more offensive vice defensive. So those are the 3 focuses of the Coast Guard right now in cyber. And so how are we doing this? One of the optimum tools that we've brought to the forefront recently are our cyber protection teams. So we have 2 teams, one in Virginia at the U.S. Cyber Command. Actually, it's in Fort Meade. And the second one is now just being stood up in Alameda. And they respond to cyber attacks. So if a terminal or facility is involved in an attack, they help identify the area, conduct the forensics, and help the facility get back on its feet. And as you can see, I mean, we're all familiar with the MTS supply chains. Obviously, during the pandemic, we saw massive disruptions to our supply chains. And what we also saw during that time was a massive rise in the number of cyber attacks to our MTS. So when we were all focused on the pandemic, that didn't stop nation-state actors and cyber criminals and cyber individuals that just wanted to probe at certain vulnerabilities, and we saw that impact the infrastructure as well. And so our focus in the Coast Guard is primarily on the operations technology side. So think about cranes moving, vessels moving in and out of port, anything that moves commerce is what we're really focused on. So PLCs and your SCADA and all those other types of equipment, we're ensuring, working with the facilities to preserve those. And it really comes down to, and Billy can talk a little bit more about this, segmentation and segregation of your OT to your IT, making sure that you close ports and you're ensuring that remote access is kept to a minimum, almost to the level of air gapping many of your systems, and definitely trying to keep your IT and your OT apart as much as possible. And again, these are the ways that our CPTs operate. They go in and they do their assessments. That's one of the things that I assist with. And then they do their pen testing and get into clearing out those vulnerabilities, and then providing their assessments to their clients. And one of the things that they provide to, I know for like the Port of San Diego, I just read an assessment that was done for another company here in San Diego. When they come out, I get to read these after-action reports and where these organizations are vulnerable, and it's probably all the things you hear whenever you're reading tech journals or just listening to podcasts. But it's the human source is the greatest vulnerability, right? It's bad passwords, not updating your networks, using operating systems that are out of date, and giving permissions to individuals that are elevated beyond the needs that they need, that they require. And again, our capabilities are both proactive and reactive. So we can come before, as the ounce of prevention beats a pound of cure. And so we get there, and really, so what we've done here in San Diego, we have 14 MITSA facilities here in San Diego. I work with the facilities to conduct their assessments and help them craft security plans that will eliminate future vulnerabilities. And then the captain of the port actually approves those plans, and we go out on an annual basis. We audit, we conduct exercises, we make sure that their training system is up to date. And then if, God forbid, they are the victim of a cyber attack, we can come in and assist them, along with oftentimes they bring in private contractors as well. So that's the Coast Guard's capability. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Buzz. So let me welcome Billy Marsh. He is Chief Information Security Officer at Port of San Diego, and he'll give you a more specific case.
Hello, I'm Billy Marsh. As stated, Chief Information Security Officer, Port of San Diego. I've been doing information security or cybersecurity in some way, shape, or form for the last 20 years, both offensive and defensive security. But knowing who I am isn't really going to help you a whole lot. You guys want to know how to defend yourselves from attacks on either your computer systems or physical systems. So on the computer side, the best thing that you can do is take your systems and just dump them into the harbor. That's the best way to secure them. No one's going to get into them if they can even find them. Failing that, though, there are some advanced things that you can do to secure your systems, but really the basics are what's going to give you the best bang for your buck. This is multi-factor authentication and setting up a patching system, staying current on updates. The other thing that you should do is develop an incident response plan. So I'm going to get into those in a little bit here. Multi-factor authentication, you use a password to log into your system, and then there's a secondary method. It's usually something you have, something you know, something you are. So a password's typically something you know. Something you have or something you are. Something you have would be like your cell phone. I don't have my badge on me, but an access badge, and a one-time password token, things of that nature, where you enter a code in or you badge in, and something you are would be like a retina scan, a face scan, a fingerprint, a vein scan. Those are very hard to forge. Not impossible, but difficult. So if you're logging in and let's say you log into a malicious site, they lift your username and they lift your password. They try to log in to your account and they're going to get to the username stage and the password stage, but they're not going to be able to fulfill that additional form of authentication. So that's going to stop them dead in their tracks right there. There are advanced methods where they can circumvent those, but those are very infrequent, not very common. And you're at that point, you're kind of chasing down that 1%. The other thing that I mentioned was system patching. So this isn't just Windows patching. While Windows patching is really important, and it does cover you a large percent of the way, there are more things that ports and critical infrastructure typically use that is not just Windows. It's proprietary software that comes from a vendor. It's firmware on, say, a crane or ship systems. It's software that you run on that machine. So your Adobe patches for Adobe Reader is not going to be part of your Windows updates. So it's really important to really establish a good catalog of what's being used in your systems, and just developing even if it's 3 months, which is, it's not great, but it's not terrible. And it's a lot better than not patching at all. So just develop a process of, we're going to take this time, once every month to patch Windows systems and once every 3 months to make sure the third-party software is up to date. And with multi-factor authentication and Windows patching, that's going to take you 95% of the way there. When I was doing offensive security, if a system was patched or if I had multi-factor authentication, that was one of our largest headaches. Because typically what we prey on is systems that have not been patched, sometimes in years. Sometimes it's systems that are end of life. And some vendors you sometimes just don't have that option. Sometimes there's critical software that you're running on ship systems or in port systems, and there's nothing you can do because either that vendor is no longer in business, or they're not responding to vulnerabilities that have been discovered in their software. So something that Buzz mentioned earlier is segmentation of that network, OT, IT, keeping all that separate. And then even within those islands, segmenting further. This is more advanced than just, multi-factor authentication and Windows patching, but it's also really important to note. Because if there are instances where you come up against that there's literally nothing you can do to patch that system, the next best thing is to shield it away as much as possible. I spent a long time in the medical industry, and they suffer a lot of those same problems where sometimes that vendor doesn't exist anymore, and that $500,000 MRI machine, the hospital can't afford to get a new one. So you segment it and you shield it as much as you can, and then when the attackers, because it's not if, it's when the attackers get in, you want to shield that equipment as much as possible, which brings me to the last thing that I mentioned is an incident response plan. Because like I just said, it's not if, it's when. There's going to be an incident, and having a plan established beforehand, knowing what to do, who to contact, which agency to get a hold of, it's going to save you a lot of time and a lot of headache when you're kind of scrambling, and when you're in the middle of an incident, you don't realize how many different directions you end up going. It's really important to know whose responsibility it is to do the forensics, whose responsibility it is to provide the communication to either upper management or out to the public. And developing a unified message really helps the organization both internally and externally so that you can get either the help that you need and also relay to other agencies where you're currently at in the process. So one of the things I'm also going to mention is we did an engagement with CPT, Cyber Protection Team over at the Coast Guard, and that was a fantastic engagement. They basically performed a pen test. So one of the other things that you can do from the almost kind of like a reconnaissance standpoint, but a kind of gathering information, is to perform a penetration test on your systems. So you can gather this information that you would obtain from that penetration test and say, all right, here are all of our vulnerabilities. You can then take that and give it to the legal team and say, hey, this is now your problem. You know about it, now you have to fix it. So it's a really good way of obtaining funding, which was mentioned can be very difficult. And if you have funding to fix these problems and you have a piece of paper that basically says, this is our ticket list, these are all the things that we need to fix, they have a much easier time giving you money to get those things taken care of or justifying a grant in order to punch those things out and say, all right, this is what we're up against. This is approximately how much it's going to cost. Let's go find a grant, or let's talk to finance and say, now that you know these risks are here and it's been vetted by a third party, let's get it fixed. So with that, multi-factor authentication, systems patching, and have a good incident response plan. All right, thank you.
Okay, so now that you have the nuts and bolts covered, let me welcome Jim Harvey. He served in the military in the Navy cryptologic technology, and I really think for somebody who was the head of innovation at the Navy SEALs has stories to tell. And not only that he has served in Iraq, Afghanistan, all that, but also is an expert in looking at new technologies in robotics, unmanned systems. Please, Jim.
Thank you. It's good to be here. Real excited to talk to the 12 people sitting around here. So just kidding. So I was like, oh, there's not many people. It's going to be nice. So yeah, just as he said, I had the pleasure of working with Naval Special Warfare Command, which is the headquarters of the SEAL teams. I was in the Navy for 20 years as a cryptologist, did multiple combat deployments with the special operations community, eventually getting put into a position where I was the head of what became known as the Innovation Directorate. And one of the things that they let us do in that office is they said, hey, we'll let you do whatever you want, but we're not going to give you a budget. We're like, okay, so that sounds nice. So I had to run out and I had to find money from other organizations to fund efforts that we felt were going to be innovative in changing the way that we did our job. And so what I'm going to give you an example of is one of the different types of efforts that we went after and how that pertains to maritime security, how that ties back into some of the cyber discussion that we've already had, and how that really ties back into really autonomous robotics. So one of the things that we first started messing with was we thought, what is a way that we could mitigate risk to the people that are doing these very dangerous jobs, but also decreasing their cognitive load at the exact same time? How do we take the burden away from them as we begin to expand into a more dangerous world, especially as we move away from what we were focusing on in the past, which was like the global war on terror, and focusing more on things like what we refer to now as great power competition, where you're dealing with larger nations and actual war with other larger countries. So one of the things that we first started working with, and this is in 2016, Secretary of State, the late Ash Carter, he established something called the Defense Innovation Unit Experimental. And what DIUX, now known as DIU, did is they used other transactional authority to establish contracts with small businesses to begin doing quick work for the Department of Defense. OTAs, if you're not familiar, it's the exact same way that SpaceX does contracts with NASA. It's really how the DoD is able to utilize and quick contracting. Well, one of the companies, I'm not going to name the company because there's a positive and a negative side of what ended up happening, but this company worked with unmanned surface vehicles. And what we started doing is we started putting lots of different sensors on these systems, like when it came to electronic warfare, like things that could detect radio waves, magnetometers, as well as cameras for doing electro-optical or infrared onto these systems that could stay out at sea for years at a time if we needed them to. And in the process of taking these larger persistent systems and putting them out at sea, and we experimenting with them, we come up with a number of different issues, both internal to our own organization as well as to the community, the emerging technologies writ large. And the first one was the model at which we were doing things when it came to integrating technology was always based upon, can we buy something rather than can we use something? And so earlier discussions, the previous panels, they talked about the value of data. And in Silicon Valley tends to go about things with like a service-based model where they offer a service to give you the data that you need in order to conduct whatever it is that you're trying to do, as opposed to buying the hardware. With these unmanned surface vehicles, they were offering their data as a service, as opposed to just selling you their vehicles. And to the government, that was a very confusing concept, because that's not how they operate. Ironically, that's actually how their money is set up. Their money is set up from a labor standpoint to pay for services, but they always wanted to buy things. Now, why is this relevant? Well, when we started playing with these systems, we realized the benefit of autonomous robotics and how it's going to affect the maritime space in the future and the issues with that. The previous speakers talked a lot about making sure that you have the ability to defend through multi-factor authentication and different cyber attacks that you might have. Well, as time goes by, we are going from an analog world of interacting with the maritime environment to a digital one, to one in which humans will no longer be involved in many cases. And that's going to happen at two levels, at a persistent level and in a non-persistent level. The persistent level we know historically has just been like with buoys, right? And those buoys have just added sensors, more power, more capability as time goes by. But as those things begin to move around and are able to do more, you're able to cover larger areas of space with these persistent systems. Now, autonomous robotics have the ability for us to not only persist, but to conduct particular types of behaviors and missions within those spaces, which changes the paradigm of security as a whole, whether it be somewhere smallish, as the San Diego Bay, or the entire coast. You could cover them with different kinds of capabilities. And that's really where autonomous robotics fills a different niche. And that comes into what you usually refer to as the 3 Ds. Those are the dull, the dirty, and the dangerous. Security, having been somebody who in the military had to stand a lot of watches, security is the most boring thing that you could ever have to do until that 1% when it's the most horrifying thing that you could ever have to be involved with. And that dull aspect of it, especially as you involve humans, leads to complacency. The dangerous, conversely, also leads to complacency for a completely different reason. You're either at a state where you're paying attention and nothing is happening, or you're at a state where something could potentially happen at all moments and you become weary. So as humans, we are the biggest limitation in our security. So how do we enhance that? Well, when it comes to the sensors we're able to implement, the hardware that we're able to put out in the field to do the job, and the communications infrastructure we're able to put in place to make all those things happen. All of those enhance and expand the ability in which we're able to secure and persist in certain environments that can protect the assets that we have in place, or to protect the environment that we're trying to protect. And so with that, though, you have an entirely different way in which we look at collision regulations when it comes to how craft are operating beyond just AIS and how they're pulling that data. We're really going into a space in which we're going from an Internet of Things, or as has been phrased in a recent discussion that we had at the Start Blue program, with an ocean of things, where the sensors are now both in every environment in which you're interacting, both in the air, on the surface of the water, and in underwater. And the underwater environment in particular is second only to space in its difficulty. And so when I go back to that dull, dirty, and dangerous aspect of things, putting people in this massive environment for long periods of time is not a sustainable way of conducting any type of operation. We are the limiting factor in that. So from a security standpoint, looking at robotics in the future is something that ultimately we found is something that's going to not only change the market, but it's going to be disruptive in the sense of how security itself is operated. And not just in the sense of how do we defend and protect, but from an adversarial standpoint, how other people will begin to try to penetrate, both from deploying those particular types of capabilities, and as well as doing it from a cyber standpoint. And that's about as far as I'll go into that part of the conversation. But yeah, it could happen on every level and every paradigm. And so security is not just there's every realm at which you can talk about it, from the cyber to the physical, as well as to the water itself. Okay.
Great. Thank you, Jim. Well, that's a good tee up because John Marcus from Norbit Subsea is going to take you to the next level, where what Jim was just talking about, the overall systems, John deals with the actual components and sensors that help us see the underwater data. I think so. Go for it.
Test. Okay. Can I grab the remote?
Sure.
All right. Norbit, unlike the movie, is a technology company based in Norway. We've been around since the late 70s. We have offices all over the world. We're involved in a lot of different technology applications, primarily at the sensor level. So we're providing the data that these guys are securing in a lot of environments. But we're a raw sensor manufacturer, and we have quite a few different examples of that. Since this slide was made, we're about 450 employees. We've got great core values, and we really we focus on employee refinement. So we have a pretty good team of people in the security domain. Where we extend to is sensors and software, applications that go on top of the sensors, which can be detection algorithms, et cetera. And we do services as well to enhance our security offerings. I only have 1,000 slides, so I'm gonna, don't blink. All right, so for most of our business is in acoustic devices. So what you can see here on the left side panel is a selection of our sonars. We have 360-degree sonars that are used for diver and submarine detection. We have very compact imaging systems that are used on vehicles. We provide mapping systems to USGS, et cetera, Army Corps for safety of navigation within ports and harbors. We also have a product we acquired a few years ago that is on Norwegian Coast Guard patrol boats, and that's the bottom picture there. That's actually not a subsea product. That's an ITAR-controlled infrared camera with some video and some really bright lights. It's used in a variety of oil and gas operations and for safety of those operations. So you can see most of our systems are extremely compact, and that's been one of the things that we've driven in the market, is making things easy to integrate. Again, keeping personnel out of harm's way and doing things that make it easier for one or two guys or women to install these what used to be complex systems that are now completely miniaturized. So we're looking at things like protecting LNG terminals or any type of asset or operation. We provide sensors that can detect moving objects up to a kilometer. So this is an interesting area that we're exploring, one of many. Anytime you have a facility like this with a lot of shipping, then the question is, do we need the security system, or is it sort of just like a feel-good thing? I've been working on diver detection systems since 2004 in the Greek Olympics, where we deployed a detection system to protect some of the vessels in the harbor that were housing all of the VIPs. They ran out of hotels. The truth is, in this security domain, it is a feel-good exercise. Until recently, now things are getting a little bit more critical, so we're seeing a lot more interest in the subsea security domain and the fusion of the sensors that we have. 10 years ago, a system like this was $1 million or something dollars. Now you can get it for a few $100,000. So the economy of scale and everything, we rely on the commercial market. We're a completely commercial oriented business. Offshore oil rigs, of course, we're heavily involved in that in Norway, so that's kind of a no-brainer. Blow through that. This is a new area we're trying to get into, which is luxury yachts. So a lot of these guys have huge yachts, and why not throw $1 million at a fancy system to detect things around your yacht when you're on the other side of the world? So, they have the money, so we're looking into that market as well as security. It's basically security of navigation and assets. Naval bases, we're involved in this in various areas of the world. We're engaged with a lot of the Navy research labs currently doing experiments and looking at how to integrate some of our systems, primarily on the East Coast and in Florida, if you know who I'm talking about. Protecting naval ships and foreign ports, we have a bit of influence there. Power plants, so you can see anything that is based on the water is where we try and focus, or underwater. This is our guard point diver detection sonar. We acquired this technology a few years ago. Does a fantastic job. We're in review with the U.S. Navy to see where we can push this technology currently. It provides a 360-degree capability to see everything around you. You can put 6, 7 sonars into one system. It can track more objects than you'd probably ever care to track. And it's configurable, so we usually come on site and we work with the people who purchase it and try and suss out exactly what are they looking to detect. It's not always the same thing. The behavioral analysis of the software means that you could have it detect a fish, or you can have it throw away the fish. You can track a submersible moving faster than a diver, or it can throw that data away. So you really have to know what you're looking for, and then we help modify some of the algorithms for that. This is what a basic diver detection raw data display looks like. I won't go into it, but it's kind of like an ultrasound if you've had children. And so you're just looking at a few hundred meters of distance out, and you're seeing the track of a diver that's been classified as a diver over the threshold. And so that's a bit about this. This is fun. We did tracked 11 divers in 1 meter of water. probably the most impressive exercise I was ever involved in. It took some time. You have to measure sound velocities. You have to measure the environment to get a result like this. You don't just show up and like throw it in the water and it works. You have to have some a priori knowledge about what your environment is like. We make software to do ray tracing underwater. If you're in the marine industry, we can model how your sound is going to travel across the water column so that you can adjust for environmental factors over the year, rain, sewage outflow, whatever. Because I won't go into it, but green is good and red is bad, so you want to optimize the green so that your sonar is seeing the farthest away that it can. This is the Securus system, which I mentioned is used by Norwegian Coast Guard. It's got great capabilities, six-axis gyro stabilized system, so it locks on a target and it doesn't give up. Mostly it's used for oil and gas safety and security. Together with that system, we've developed something called CCOP. It's CCOP, COP meaning Common Operating Platform. So what this does is takes all of the sensor data that we produce or can buy from third parties and integrates it into one holistic picture. And it's got a million different features that you can use. Primarily, this came out of the oil and gas industry because it's monitored 24/7 for security. That includes leaks from the oil and gas operations, as well as people dumping illegally in Norwegian coastal waters. So there's two aspects to security. One is security of the operations. The other is security of the fishing industry in Norway, which is huge. So there's a lot of traffic going by. So we make a system like this that can be used for these combined operations. Sales guys love this slide because it basically shows you that we can integrate anything you want into the system, and then it provides some outputs, and it's all cloud-based. Security-wise, we do have point-to-point encryption. That's always a concern because we are pumping a huge amount of data through this, and it can come from a helmet cam, from a drone, from a sonar, from a vessel. It supports all of that. This is another example of the CCOP software. So you're looking at a standard map with some overlays of a sonar or maybe a radar. You're looking at AIS data, perhaps some other integrated data that you can bring in to just have a common operating picture of what's going on in your harbor. We also do service. We have a 24-hour-a-day service that literally stares at radar and images in the North Sea waiting for something to happen. Companies pay us to have somebody on staff to just sit and watch. That is how important it is for oil and gas security in the North Sea. They take it very seriously. I forgot to introduce myself. Did you introduce me? Anyway, if you're interested more, we have a lot of different security products. They span a large range of sensors. I think I have my contact info on the site, so thank you for your time. Thanks to Michael Jones sitting back there for putting this together again. Good to see you. And thank you, Sushil, for your time.
Thank you, John. So let me just open quickly, give just a couple of minutes to make sure if there are burning questions after all these things were up there. If not, I could just do kind of a closing question to wrap up. What I would say is that what I've always seen is that either there are some crimes of opportunity, which is something like when the Maersk shipping line had all their systems get locked up around 2017, they weren't even the target of the attack. There were the Russians trying to go after Ukrainians, but in the middle, some of these corporations like FedEx and Merck got caught up, and then Maersk got caught up, and it ended up costing them hundreds of millions of dollars. Or you could have a situation like spoofing of GPS when, you know, a vessel's out there and sees itself in totally another part of the world, or 20 vessels see themselves clumped up in one spot. Those are kind of pretty active, very obviously somebody's going after you. What do you see as a quick wrap-up of going forward, since this is a conference for people who are looking into new world, new markets, new opportunities? How do you see any new trend or new market opportunity that people should be aware of from your viewpoint? Let's just start with you, Buzz.
Well, I'm not being in the market as a public servant. I would
Or
say,
a threat, you know.
What's that?
Or any threat that you see coming up, right?
Sure. I think. Oh, I'm sorry. As a public servant, as far as what the direction of industry is going, I don't really have a good, clear visibility on that. I can say that the number of threats coming into the maritime transportation system is growing exponentially, and so really there's not a single source of defense. It's going to have to be industry working with government to combat those threats, and so I think that cooperation and approach, I think CISA is doing an incredible job providing, not as a regulator, but as providing as an assister, and I think that's kind of the model moving forward: cooperative, vice, regulatory.
Yeah, especially on the ICS side, they're really helping. Yeah.
Yes. Billy. I would agree with that fully. It's going to have to be a kind of a combined effort. Only thing I would add to that is to say, you know, when you're approaching these vendors, push back on them security-wise. Ask them, what are you doing to secure this product? What are you doing to keep this product updated? What kind of regulatory compliances do you have to meet? How frequently are you making sure that you're meeting these requirements? Because sometimes they'll have a certification from 2017 and they kind of leave it at that. They just say, oh yeah, we're certified, but it's not a current certification. So ask them what they have, how current it is, ask them for copies of it, validate it on your own, and ask questions. Also ask them what the best practices are for deploying that equipment securely. Because sometimes they'll have a specific model where it's vetted or it's certified to be compliant for specific applications, but the way that you're planning on deploying it might not fit that model. So ask them, we're planning on deploying it in this manner. Is this secure, or what's the best way to secure this in that scenario?
Great, Chip.
Sure. Is it on? Okay. So going off of the talk of what I discussed, I would say that having worked a lot with airborne unmanned systems, I would say that the current surface vehicle environment is about 6 years behind where the airborne environment was, as well as the undersea environment. And because of the fact that there are so many opportunities when it comes to just a lot of economic opportunities in the ocean, the companies that are able to actually establish a presence in those domains for long periods of time and to be able to help these larger businesses make money out of that are really the ones that are going to disrupt the industry, because a lot of the things that we have right now aren't able to persist and sustain in those environments, but those that can are going to change it.
Great, thank you.
Good question. So as a commercial technology company, what I can say is that we like to be pulled in a certain direction. I think after 2008, commercial companies stopped just throwing IRAD money at products, hoping that if we build it, they will come. Now it's a very challenging environment. Prices are cutthroat, and so collaborations with key partners and establishing that is really important to bring new technology to the market, because just because we have the capability to do it, maybe we're just missing the boat. So we have to work actively with a lot of clients, and as part of the customized solutions organization for Norbit, a lot of these things run across my desk. And it's difficult. It's difficult to establish where you want to go when you're just waiting for somebody to tell you where you want to go. But that's the reality a lot of times that we're in now. Luckily, U.S. Navy and Armed Forces are starting to focus more on COTS products, which means that we're getting much more pull from the market on where to position ourselves. So instead of having to take a chance, anyway.
Great. Well, thank you so much, and thank you for staying, and thank you for coming to this panel. I know that you had to change a lot of things to be here. Matt, do you want to come and give some closing here?
Yeah, okay, so I'm not going to take too much time. I just want to say thank you to everyone for coming. I feel it's been a lot of fun, very, very interesting as well, and I know that the quality of the interactions have been good from the feedback I'm getting. We will do this again next year, albeit with just a slightly different formatting, so stay tuned for what that is. Michael Jones is buying beer. He's right there, so if you want to, just say he's a guy buying, that's what we're going to do. Of course, I'm kidding. But we are going to go have some beer now. Stone Brewing is just right down this way. If anybody would like to join, they have a nice big area to celebrate the conclusion and the success of this year's BlueTech Week. To get there, there's just a little grass walkway down there on the right breezeway. Just walk all the way down until you see a sign that says Stone Brewing, and then just take a left right in there and you will find us. Thank you so much for all of your support and for coming for BlueTech Week. Stay tuned and we'll see you hopefully next year. Cheers.